Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Title for conviction as an Oregon, investing in players.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Hello, welcome y'all to another exciting day of NACL Summer Split 2026. One day closer to wrapping up the regular season and heading straight into playoffs, where we begin the final road to the promotional tournament, where one team could try and go all the way and take away that coveted guest slot in the LCS from Disguise for 2027. My name is Rafa. I'm joined by my brother in Cake Down, aka Beatdown Boulevard. We're gonna have an awesome blast today, because if you didn't check out the schedule, we got 3 best of 3s. We got a lot of action, and before we even get further into what the standings and all the schedule is going to look like, we actually have our first coach interview for today's matchup between Maryville University and Winthrop ready. So Beatdown, I'm going to let you go ahead and welcome our guest for our first interview today.
Thank you very much, Mark. We'll talk soon. And now I am here with one of the coaches from Winthrop University. It is Coach Fulls. Hello, brother. How are you? Thank you for joining us. And I'm just going to get right into it as well. We talked a little bit before this interview in DMs, so I think we can bring that now here to the broadcast. You were a player. You played mid lane, so I want to know, what's that experience been like transitioning to the coaching role and working with a player like Samikin?
Yeah, it's been fun. I mean, I was a player, I still am, but most importantly nowadays, I'm looking to get more of an understanding of the game, and I think one of the best ways to do that actually is to find yourself in multiple other kind of roles or positions on a team. And I think so far for me, coaching has been really beneficial for me, and honestly working alongside some of the talent we have in this program, Samikin being one of them. I think I've definitely leveled up because of this experience, and I think the program as a whole honestly has a lot of really experienced players who can all help each other.
Yeah, so it was that kind of added perspective that you say is helping you as a player, being that coach, looking at the game from that lens.
Yeah, 100%.
Is that what you're saying?
100%. I would totally say that, because the reason why is sometimes we can be a bit too one-dimensional in our ways of thinking. We can be a bit too rigid and kind of play the game in one way, one style. But lately what I've been doing is, for example, I've been able to train with Samikin. We practice with some mid lane 1v1s, and Loki, he kind of been cooking me with his movements. So it's kind of just a wake up call to realize, like, you got to really be precise with your mouse, and you got to really be good at this game. It's not as easy as just being good at the macro and the strategy. You have to actually, at the end of the day, be really good at clicking on those pixels. So that's something I think that he's really talented at, and I think the rest of this team is just really good strategically as well.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I want to talk a little more about Samikin, since he's been a very interesting player in the NACL, and especially this split, because we always knew him to have picks that are slightly off meta, more signature to himself, and we wanted to see him lock into those more typical mid lane champions. And I mean, clearly from day one of this split, as short as it was, he's been doing that, and he's been pretty well. And I imagine you've been a big part of that help. What was that process like, if you could talk about it?
Yeah, so to be honest, when I first thought of Samikin, you know what I thought of? I thought of like Zoe and Lux and
Yeah,
Mel
exactly.
and Hui, right? You know what I mean? I thought of those
Yeah.
like high range artillery mages where we'd
Mm-hmm.
always just somehow have like a 10 KDA and 10 CS per
The
minute
sauce,
and
bro.
just 0 deaths and just always
Yeah.
defending your towers and one-shotting all the waves. He's really good at that playstyle. But
Mhm.
in general, I think the meta has been pretty positive for the mid and the overall for the team. I think he's shown really good skills on the picks he's shown so far, and I think he's got a pretty deep pool as well. It's not just those champs. That's kind of what my first read was.
Yeah.
It was just those kind of playstyle champs, but no, I think he can play all styles, and I think this team can definitely have some tricks up its sleeve.
Yeah, so was that something he just had in him all along, or was that some work you did with him to just refine it a little bit, or it's really just like he's been unlocked here on Winthrop?
I mean, I think it's definitely maybe more of the former, I guess. Like he kind of had it in him already, where I think he's just playing a lot of solo queue and just practicing the meta and keeping up. You know, a lot of people kind of have their preferred champions. I'm kind of quite guilty of this myself. You just have your favorite champion and you just lean to that, your champion pool. You don't really branch out and increase the pool size. But to be honest, I think he's been paying close attention to the meta. We all have. And just making sure that the pool coincides with what the team needs.
That makes sense. And I mean, speaking on the meta too, I mean, we look at bot lane. Tomo, who took that opposite of view, coaching back to playing, has been looking like he's having a lot of fun there in the bottom lane with things that are pulling out. But I imagine you have more insight onto that and how the meta's been treating your team.
Yeah, 100%. Honestly, with this team, it's been so fun being able to kind of have Tomo come back into the roster, because last year with him being the coach, it was really cool to watch him do that, and he was really good at it, to be honest. Like it kind of seemed like that was kind of a character arc that was already pre-built, programmed into him. He had a bit of a coaching personality, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And I think it's been pretty good to have him as Loki, kind of like a bit of a leader on the team as well. And yeah, I think it's really fun to have him on the roster. We've got some LCS experience from him and from Tails, so it's and we got LCS players from the program with names like Denethor and stuff like that. So it's just fun being with some LCS energy. You know what I mean?
All right, and final question before we start to wrap it up: do you hate CCG Fulls? Because if you guys win this match right now, you will force them into the LCQ.
I think.
And so. Yeah? Is that the goal here? Your CCG enemies?
Here's the deal. So
Okay.
There's a lot of cool players in these programs, and a wise teammate of Denethor, also known as Dardoch, DD God. We call him. We got Dig D and Dig DD. Those guys are pretty cool. Dig Deep, but most importantly, he was former teammates of 3-5. This is one of the members here at the Winthrop University program. And we all just want to have a competitive experience overall. We kind of have some friendships and bonds, and we just want all the best players to win. Unfortunately, we can't all have room for each other, so there might be some last chance qualifications that need to take place. I think we're rooting for Winthrop here. I think CCG and Winthrop. Hopefully both of us can succeed. But at the end of the day, it's only one team may have the title. I'll say that to you, Bita.
Fair enough. Very reasonable, very measured. I appreciate that. CCG is going to be watching this one very closely. So, Fulls, before I let you go, any shout-outs you want to make? Anything you want to say?
Yeah, shout out to all those guys I just mentioned, from 3-5 to Dardoch to Denethor. But, we've got all these guys in the program here. One guy who really wanted a shout-out was Winthrop Girlburger. He's the up-and-coming top laner for the program. We've got a lot of people here who are really training hard and have a really good atmosphere at this esports lab. I really feel like this Alienware facility is one of the best places in the world to be if you want to be a North American esports player. So other than that, I just really am thankful for this program, for Bo, and for all the guys who run this ship.
Awesome, man. Thank you very much for your time, Fulls. It's been a pleasure to meet you and have you on the show. I'll let you join your team, and I wish you luck in your last series of the split.
Likewise, nice to meet you. Good luck, have fun.
Thank you. And now, Mark's back. I heard you laugh in the background.
I love Fulls.
I'm glad you enjoyed the question
so funny.
I didn't tell you about.
Yeah. that was a good one. But also, Fulls is very funny, and I love getting a chance to talk with him whenever we do. I love that he mentioned that he's basically putting on different hats for himself and expanding his roles outside of just being a pro player. because he's coaching. He's also splitting some time casting over at LPL English. Shout outs to us over there. But let's go ahead and continue things rolling when it comes to the NACL as we take a look at the standings. Now, the way that playoffs work, for a reminder, top 3 teams from each group will qualify directly to playoffs at the end of the regular season. And then the bottom 2 teams of each group will still have a chance to send 1 team or 2 more teams total. That'll come down to a last chance qualifier, which will take place tomorrow, if I am not mistaken. So,
yes, you are correct. Good job.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a hot minute since I've been on here. So we already have a couple teams that have been locked for playoffs already, with NRG and Cupid leading the charge on both of their respective groups. Maryville University also having clinched one of the playoff spots just based off of how the bottom 2 teams, Conviction and Blue Water, will not be able to catch up to them, even if the games have already run out. So OME as well having clinched a playoff spot as well. But now it determines for today, what can be determined is whether Maryville or OME could be second seed of their group. And that will have big implications on where you start in that playoff bracket, as being able to start off as one of the top 2 seeds means that you get to a better berth for the playoff standings. But beatdown, as we mentioned, 3 best of 3s today. Everyone lock in, because we've got a lot of League of Legends happening today.
Hell yeah, brother, and it's going to be a good one. I can already smell the 9-game day, and we're going to start it off with Winthrop versus Maryville University. Of course, it is the collegiate matchup of the last couple of years, although now this split, both teams look very different.
Different looks, but still the El Clasico in the collegiate space. Eagles taking on the Saints. The rivalry runs deep, even if the faces change on the team. The Eagles will be taking to Summoner's Rift with Barrick, Wilson, Samakin, Tomo, and Kim down. As the cool thing about both of these rosters, as we'll get a little bit into column A and column B, I want to just go ahead and fly the Maryville Saints roster as well. Off of the back of a very, very competitive 2026 spring from NACL that had a lot of layers to what the implications would be for that CLOL championship run and final battle between Winthrop and Maryville, the first time that those 2 teams have played against each other in the final since 2020, or 2021, I should say. In 5 years. Both of these programs are now in the middle of developmental transitions, where Aljun, new player to Maryville University, Opsinatus was part of that program for spring, but still overall for the 2026 run developmental part, and a newer player to the program. Crimson also having successfully won his spot as the starting top laner for the program. And then you look at Winthrop, they are rebuilding as well, with Samakin and Barrick being the newer players added to the roster as well. And then you think about Tomo coming in after being coach for the first split, but no longer having mobility on the team. Now he is coming in to play as the AD carry for the lineup. So lot of moving pieces, some developmental, some more experienced than others, but overall the rivalry continues. And as you said, Beatdown, big implication for Winthrop if they can win, not only for themselves to guarantee playoffs and avoid LCQ, but also for their homies over at OME, who would love if Winthrop could beat MU and allow OME to pass them in seeding for the playoffs tournament.
True. So really, you got a couple teams who are watching this one very closely. And of course, we're going to be watching this matchup even more closely, especially with the face-to-face we have between these 2 teams. And I believe it was the jungle that we spoke of, Mark. I know, jungle aficionado yourself. Why don't you take this one?
Well, the funny thing is that we have yet to do a face-to-face for jungle for MU this split, because the starting jungler, Yuji, has been unavailable for the first few weeks of regular season, and
And
at this
today.
point, unfortunately, not getting a chance to see the entire regular season. But Niles, their coach, has stepped in and has been holding down the fort, and now he gets to take on Wilson, who was probably the biggest surprise for Winthrop University this prior split, where at the beginning, Wilson was kind of struggling with the Winthrop University roster, but then towards the back end of that regular season and towards playoffs, massive surge was one of the key variables in Winthrop's upset over Maryville University in that lower bracket run towards the finals for Winthrop. And we're in a meta that favors Wilson very, very well. Leeson at the top of the table, Nocturne also a priority pick. I know that both of these champions either are going to be hotly contested or just not seen at all from bans.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Wilson has been super exciting, and while I think Niles, of course, who's subbing in for his team for UG, traditionally a top laner, as a lot of us will know, has been playing really well. I think overall, I'm really reminded of when Whippo did the same a couple of years ago in the LCS. I really miss Jungle Whippo, is really where I'm getting at there. But it is interesting, too, to see how Niles is going to match up here. Wilson, who's just been on that upwards trajectory since that series that you mentioned, and he's just been, I don't know, he's just been looking better and better. And he's a player who, like, we've seen him in the scene for a long time. I thought he capped out ages ago, and we were wrong.
He finds ways to continue elevating in this level of play. And I think that's always the cool thing about being able to see a player continue to push their ceiling further and further, even when you feel like you've already seen the peak of it. But the other face-to-face that we feel is important to discuss, it's two of the new developmental pieces for both collegiate programs in the mid lane. Algin for the Maryville Saints, Samikin for the Winthrop Eagles.
Yeah, and this one is cool too, because both joining the league around the same time, both have been on, variable levels of improvement. I think Aojun, split to split, in his first couple of splits has improved a good bit. I think Samikin, someone we have seen improvement from, but wanted to see, I think, even more, especially this split. I alluded to it talking to Fulls. His champion pool being like, those more long-range artillery-style champions where he plays them wonderfully. But we wanted to see that expansion into more meta-style champions in this split. I think he's done a really great job of that. And you could see it here, too, in that list. Playing the Cassio, Syndra, Victor. We didn't see a lot of that from him in splits past.
Yeah, there's not a single game of Zoe this entire split.
I mean, he never gets it. But yeah.
I would have to go back and comb through every single draft as well, but I feel like even when Zoe has been up, it hasn't necessarily always been banned. I think it depends on...
I can tell you now, it's not an exaggeration. 9 out of every 10 games Samikin is in, Zoe gets banned.
That does not surprise me. I'm looking through the stats, and I'm trying to see how many times Zoe has been banned against Winthrop University, and she's been banned 4 times. Nocturne and Leeson have been banned, or Nocturne has been banned 5 times. So already, one champion has been banned more than Zoe has. But
it's Nocturne.
It is Nocturne. So that's what I'm getting at. It's like, I think Samikin is showing that they are putting priority over other champions, even when Zoe is technically available. But it is a continuation of that progress and development of being a more rounded out mid laner. Not saying that we don't ever want to see the Zoe, because I think those artillery mages is what defined Samikin as a specialist in the beginning when we first saw him come up with Blue Water many splits ago.
I agree. And I was really, I'm glad you said it, because otherwise I would have, where, it could really be a result of just the fact that he's rounding out his pool a lot more. And it's really exciting to see. Aojun on the other side, I think he's been pretty solid so far. He's a player who I'm still pretty excited about in terms of like potential and seeing how far he can go into the future here, whether or not he can promote sometime soon into the LCS. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two players match up here today, especially with the matchups being a little more traditional.
The other thing to beat down, and a reminder for everyone, because we just had a new patch drop yesterday, we are still on the old patch. We are not on live patch with the support changes to the way. Comeback bonus does not kick in until you're level 5 now versus being level 3. We don't have to worry about that. That might be something worth talking about, though, once we get to playoffs starting next week. And that is going to be a conversation I'm really, really looking forward to. But for us, we are just waiting for draft to kick in, which should be, I'm assuming, in the next couple of minutes here. All the players are locked in, ready to go. Getting the official confirmation that we are 1 minute away from drafts kicking up. Taking a look through some of the draft priorities for both teams this split so far, Beatdown. I already mentioned it, that Nocturne is the most banned against Winthrop in particular, followed by Lee Sin and Zoe with 5 and 4 and 4 apiece. Whereas when we get to Maryville University, the most banned against MU, can you guess what it is?
The most banned against MU. Zin? I have no idea. Or is it Lee Sin?
No. You actually just heard the champion sound just like 10 seconds ago.
Oh, damn it. I wasn't paying attention.
It's Ziggs. Ziggs is the most banned against MU this split.
Oh, that
with
makes sense.
7 bans so far. And then it's followed by Lee Sin, Nocturne, Vi, all at 5. So, and a lot of priority on denying one of the most prominent bot laners in the meta right now, and definitely one that allows you to have a support leaving lane and never coming back for quite some time while Ziggs just holds down the fort. And the fact that you can join in on a lot of fights very easily with that Mega Inferno Bomb semi-global range, and you have turret destruction power, he is so prominent, which is why we don't see him, as well as don't really see any of the bans at the moment. I know that someone else got banned other than Ziggs. I could not identify the sound. Wukong just got banned, I can tell you that. Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
We'll get that
it's okay.
graphic back up as soon as we can fix it. But I think, I want to say Lee Sin and Wukong got banned at some point in the draft based on the champion sounds.
The sound of the cues. We're doing this by hearing, guys, so bear with us. I mean, talking about, honestly, I find this patch kind of interesting because I think, okay. Oh, yeah. All right, we just have, have a screen share.
You guys cannot see it at the moment, but our producer is sharing their screen with us. And, we got the draft graphic up.
We're so back.
Nocturne, Ezreal, all taken away by Winthrop, Wukong, Camille, and Shen from Maryville. So instant Vi lock-in. Normally beat down. I think I talked about this with Cubby one of the other days. I'm normally not a fan of Vi first pick.
Me too.
Just because I feel like if you do not lock down a lot of dive alongside her, then she can feel pretty homeless when she is just going for the solo ultimates and she's like, guys, where's my team? Where's my backup? Oh, well, I guess I'm dead. Beat down, a lot of the compositions in the metagame right now are all about roaming and picks and dive. So she has now just become so strong, and because there's so much mobility in the game, having access to a point-and-click lockdown ultimate like hers, super valuable.
Yeah, I just hope it's drafted around, because I agree. There are definitely a lot of dive buddies that she can kind of sync up with. But at times I don't really see teams always drafted that way and kind of have her as a solo engage, which I think we can agree is pretty disgusting terrible. But this time around, there's still a lot of options. Ambessa's up, Rakan is up, Alistar is up. We have a lot of options for Wilson to pair up with.
No Camille, so the next roaming support after Bard would be Poppy, I imagine. But you don't want to necessarily pick Poppy when MU haven't necessarily shown any champions that can at least be punished with some kind of dash spell that you can block with that steadfast presence. So they're going to hold on the support option for Kim Down. Decide to lock in the Jace for Barrack instead. Pretty strong blind pick top laner that can only be punished by a couple of niche matchups. We'll see if Maryville can find it for Crimson in the second half of our pick and ban phase.
Yeah, and you mentioned roaming supports. I think the thing with Alistar this patch too is he got a move speed buff, added 5 move speed, which not insignificant, especially with, as you say, how often supports are roaming around this year in 2026, especially this past split. So I think that mobility actually is something both of these teams could be looking towards. I guess Wu, because there's already the Bard showing for Obstinatus. I would kind of like that one, especially with Jin showing, just because you're just going to end up being super tanky, hard to kill. I don't think Jin or Orianna are much of a big threat, especially with that Unbreakable Will up and available.
Yeah. The curious thing is, for Maryville University, they've yet to lock in a jungler for Niles. Normally, Lee Sin would be a no-brainer. However, Vi, Cassiopeia, as your opening 2 picks from Winthrop, means that Lee Sin would have a very, very tough time trying to navigate in those team fights, even if his early game skirmishing is that powerful. And Maryville, signs are pointing more towards a scaling composition, more team fight power past the level 6 minute mark, where they are going to try to group up and see how well they can play around those objectives. The Olaf being locked in, we're imagining that this is top lane into the Jace, however, could also be flexed, and Winthrop are going to flex their muscles, throwing the Jace potentially into the mid lane and Cass into Tomo's hands, or hell, even a Jace into Tomo's hands, as long as the Vayne can play into the Olaf on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm pretty confident this is Vayne top, so Winthrop messing around a little bit. Now I really want... okay, I was going to say Alistar, but I guess the mobility is nice with the Pike, so you can kind of keep the Olaf off of you, and you still have a lot of pick potential here. Though the comp, a little squishy for my liking, does mean you have a lot of ways to deal with this Olaf and make his life pretty terrible. And now, what's that pick there for Niles in the jungle? The Lee Sin is hovered. I think it's kind of tough this game, just because that miasma from Cassiopeia can really make
Olaf
his life
flex
hard. So yeah, does that mean it's Olaf jungle?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's the possibility that this Olaf could be flexed, and I even think about how there's a lot of grounding tools that prevent dashes, so Niles was already looking at pools of like, okay, what could I play that's not going to be impaired by this? And Olaf was kind of one of them. And that flex option was a really nice way to bait out a potential bad matchup in the top lane. However,
that's true.
Now Winthrop recognizing, hey, this Vayne top doesn't necessarily look so hot into the Rumble. So let's just put the Jace back in there, and we'll let Tomo play Vayne in the bot side, which I feel like it's been ages since we've seen Vayne in her normal lane.
The fact is, I actually kind of feel bad for Tomo, because it's really not fun in lane. That's kind of part of the fun of playing it anywhere but the bot lane. But, it's Tomo. He's always been traditionally very good in the NACL. Surely has many hours on this champion. It can be a little aggressive with Kim down, because there's always that threat of the Bone Skewer. But yeah, you said it already. It's a bit of a scaling angle for Winthrop University as well, where you're waiting 2 to 3 items, I think almost across the board. So there's a lot of pressure on Wilson and Kim down to get that ball rolling in those early levels. We talked about roaming supports. I mean, Pike does it just as well, if not better, than anyone else in that category. So Kim down, he's going to be busy if they want to win.
We're going to see if he can roll some heads and drop some gravestones.
Death from below. Okay.
I mean, death from below, true.
He's
going to try and pull them into sunken waters.
There you go. I like that.
What is Pike's name? He's the Harbor Ripper? Hang on, I have to
I actually don't know.
Pike. Wikipedia.
Maybe
looks like we're in a bit of a pause.
The Blood Harbor Ripper.
The Blood Harbor Ripper. I was close.
It's kind of tough. You were.
See, the Harbor Ripper, but Blood Harbor Ripper. Ooh.
Yes.
Dude, could you imagine you just walked into a club and people were asking you, like, so what do you do? And you just go, I'm the Blood Harbor Ripper.
No, Mark, you don't get it. If you had a name like the Blood Harbor Ripper, no one's asking you what they do or what you do. They know.
Oh, they just know.
They just know.
Already know. Yeah.
They're telling other people about you.
Actually, you're right.
Yeah.
See, when you're good, you'll tell other people.
Here it comes.
When you're great, other people will tell it for you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you know what, Mark? You're great at analogies. Well done.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
You are also great at being a wonderful colleague and a wonderful co-caster.
I know, but thank you.
Nice. Another thing that we contemplated, depending on how long today was going to be, since we have 3 best of 3s and we're already off to a hot start with a pause. We were trying to come up with a way of playing bingo. We have not assembled a bingo chart for anyone else that wants to join. Shout out to all my co-streamers, Fawn, lock in. What things could we try and lock down and put together for... Baron Steel, I think, would be one of them. Could I make a bingo chart on the fly here? Hang on.
I think one thing for sure is like something about how like one match affects another team.
Okay.
We know that's happening, so maybe that's not as fun for bingo.
Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe I think Baron Steel is good. I think what should be the center square, which is like the most obvious thing.
Like
what's a freebie?
Would we be cheating if we just say someone bans Ziggs?
Technically, yes. If you said it before the series, you'd be goated.
Dang.
I mean, if you want, you could just say someone bans a jungler.
Someone bans Lee Sin.
There you go.
All right.
Bang. I mean, it wasn't banned yet, but yeah. I guess that makes it fair.
Normally, I would expect it to be a freebie, but
that's true.
we can contemplate this later on as we return to Summoner's Rift. Cross fingers, knocking on wood or desk, whatever you want to use as your good luck charm. And already getting some early peaks of vision from players on both sides. No aggressive warding, however, just defensive vision on the top side. We're going to see where Niles and Wilson want to start up. Vi, typical for just a blue buff start. Allows her to excel through getting multiple procs of that W passive and blasting through with a lot of the max HP damage shred. And Niles, not going to be starting on Raptors, just going to be on red, but Olaf can clear the jungle very, very fast. A lot of aggressive trading on the bot side, though. Ignite has been dropped by Kim down. A flash comes out of Obstinatus. Scary Jerry now trying to fire on back against Tomo, who is rocking the lethal tempo with the Vayne here in the bot lane. And I was going to say beatdown. We weren't sure how well this lane was going to go, but Obstinatus might just be cooked here.
Nice.
Tumbles in. Tomo picks up the first blood on the Vayne.
Yeah, Obstinatus. We're going to need to talk about that one later. Good play from KD and Tomo, though. Really good stuff. I mean, this is just the answer when you're in matchups like this. Make it volatile as hell. They've already done a great job of that. First blood onto the Vayne is quite literally, like, I used to pray for times like these kind of angle there for Winthrop. So they're just off to a wonderful start.
Somewhere in the world, Piglet is smiling from afar, going, ah, yes, Vayne getting a kill early on. Somewhere, Uzi is also grinning from ear to ear. And we'll see how well MU can stabilize and disincentivize this Vayne from snowballing out of control. It's just the first blood, so nothing is in complete catastrophe on the boss side. But the Vega all in from Samikin! Flash for flash, he gets it at the end of the day.
Really nicely done. He's been super good already in these early levels, landing those noxious gases, and has just been bullying the hell out of Ao Jun. Speaking of a champion who would love to get an early kill, Cassiopeia definitely high on that list here. So Winthrop University overall off to a fantastic start.
You know, Fools was mentioning how well Samikin is able to click on those pixels. Well, that was a lot of pixels that he just clicked on right there. My goodness.
Oh, yeah. Samikin clicks buttons good. Really just makes it interesting that, you know, through all this time with Blue Otter, we didn't see as many of the Casses, the Victors, and things like that. But now that it's time to pull him out, he's doing just fine. Oh, it's the fact that he flashed first. Aojun not respecting the fact that he most certainly had lethal.
However, Niles knows that this snake no longer has flash or teleport,
nice.
so he's going to pay a visit in the mid lane. But Wilson is answering, and he's doubling down. He's got Kim down first on the rotation move, and now Niles is cooked, and he's not going to bother flashing. He knows that his fate has been spelled out. Samikin still on the fly. He could get Obstinate too. He has no flash. Triple kill for Samikin. Are you kidding me? This snake is going crazy.
What the hell is going on, man? Dude, I'm not exaggerating when I say that was the most awful sequence of events I've ever seen. Oh, God. Well, go next, as the kids say, Mark.
Wrap
I don't want. Yeah.
Wrap this shit up right now. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, let's actually watch the replay here. First of all, Samikin, I respect that he landed the Q onto Aojun to give himself the move speed to reposition, and he was just so safe, even flashless. Now that he has a triple kill, I'm very scared to see how close he'll be to... Oh, so he went with a Dark Seal. I actually kind of respect that. So it won't be like the 5-minute Rod of Ages or something that I was thinking, but he's still going to get there pretty fast.
Now, Beatdown, we have seen some early games be thrown.
What about Chucked?
Family-friendly warning. This game is about to devolve into some not-so-family-friendly content. So, avert your eyes if you have children. Niles now caught out. No Ragnarok to get out of the Phantom Undertow stun. Won't even get a chance to secure his Gromp. That belongs to Wilson now.
Which is
maybe
crazy.
Not. He's going to bring friends.
Yeah. I think he's going to end. He's going to be able to get it, which really is just not my expectation. It's really funny, Mark. When I was still like learning League of Legends, you actually told me about this matchup because I played a lot of Vi jungle, and you're like, "Yeah, listen, man. If he's near you, you have to Q over the wall or flash. There is no fighting to be had." And it's really funny that I'm watching an Olaf be forced out by a Vi, you know, with the help of his team. But, there's some full circle moment here.
Tends to happen when your enemy mid laner is up 1.5k, and if you engage in combat for too long, that snake is going to slither on over and send you back to the fountain. But also, Kim Down has just been kind of gapping Obstinatus in terms of the map play. Yeah, it's a very, very strong game 1 from the Winthrop Eagles so far. 6-0 at 6.5 minutes, almost a kill per minute, and they have a 3,000 gold lead. I would have to go back and see what have been the biggest early game gold advantages in NACL, because this is definitely up there.
It's got to be. Like, 3,000 gold before 7 minutes is ridiculous. And we're going to watch this one again. This is our precision play, which I'm kind of happy about because I thought it was good. Again, Samikin, cool, collected, knows his friends are on the way. He just gets himself a little move speed, and his team help him do the rest. Obstinatus, once again, very disrespectful. Sir, you are level 2.
That's tough. For Winthrop, quite the soaring start that they can to enjoy. Now, the wonderful thing about objective bounties, or as me and Cubby like to call them, pity prizes, they can help you claw back from a catastrophic start like this one, and it does not require nearly as much plays and sequences to do versus all the things that Winthrop have done. Low-key, it's one of the things that kind of bugs me about the current metagame, but it is what it is, And we'll see if Maryville University can find a way to make that comeback happen. And it's all the more incentive for Winthrop to make sure that they are precise with this lead and are able to close it out as surgically as possible.
Yeah, and I think the important thing to note too is, I mean, I'm sure you'll agree, when you're dealing with champions, because I think the biggest threat from this point into that mid game is that Olaf, now that Niles has access to that Ragnarok, but Winthrop have a lot of ways to kite him out. So precision, like you said, is definitely a factor here, and Winthrop don't just have the gold, but they have the champions to be able to kite out Maryville's composition and turn this one into a pretty clean win, especially when you factor all 3 grubs have been taken. If Barrick is able to get any reasonable lead, he's going to be a big problem in the side lane too, and I imagine he'll be able to take quite a big advantage of that.
Yeah. So far, Winthrop University have done all of the steps by the book. They've taken 100% neutral objectives in a relatively fast fashion. Dragon was taken about 3 minutes ago, so we got the next one spawning in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So we are relatively on track for a fast 4 Drake stack win con for Winthrop. All 3 grubs were secured. Oh, Scary Jerry tried to flash out of the Phantom Undertow, but still gets clipped by it. Wilson sends it with a cease and desist. Niles will use his presence just to bail his AD carry out. Curtain Call comes out. Tomo trying to fire on back. It's 4 versus 2, and these Bullens ain't doing squat. Wilson gets hit by the last one. Double TP. Everyone wants to all in on this one. Crimson might be in a bad spot. Just needs to walk back to his turret as Aujin comes into the play as well. Crimson gets tagged by that Bone Skewer, but still safe enough. He's holding his ground for now. Dragon has yet to spawn for another minute 30, and everyone just used all their TPs.
Yeah, there's a pretty big play there from MU to swing for. I think at this stage of the game, in this situation, it is the kind of play you have to make. Unfortunately, it doesn't amount to much. The only solace is that at least Barrick also TP'd, but Samikin is still holding on to his, so...
Ooh. Oh. Aujin doesn't get tagged by the Petrifying Gaze stun, just slowed by the ultimate, and throws down the Shockwave to make sure that Samikin cannot run him down. I misspoke earlier. Samikin is the only player yet to use his TP, but we saw 3.
Yeah.
So he will still have it for a chance to play for this Dragon if they want to make a cross-map play.
Yeah, I think he's just going to use it to back and TP straight to mid lane, spend whatever gold he had just earned. He's got the Swifties, which I'm a really big fan of this game.
Yeah.
Because not only do you not have to worry about slows from the Electroshock Harpoon, the the Bard autos. There's a lot of slows that MU are working with, and he's going to be able to ignore them. And the combat move speed you get, like Samikin, he's moving quick this game, and he is a certified problem.
Ever since Cassiopeia was gifted by Riot with the power to buy boots again,
yeah,
she has been quite a staple in the competitive meta, and the tier 3 Swifty boots in particular is the one that you were mentioning.
Oh my God, yeah.
Very, very strong on Cassiopeia. Aljun just trying to poke away at this snake. Not getting much done in response. Niles was trying to sneak the dragon here, but is pushed off by Wilson as he shows his presence, and Obstinate is forced to flash just to close the distance into that magical journey before he gets snagged by the CC of Kim Down and Tomo. And this bot lane has been doing work, just pushing Scary Jerry and Obstinatus back, not allowing them to thrive at something that they typically do best as an MU bot lane, is winning lane.
Yeah. And it's just been good. I got to give a lot of credit to Kim Down and Tomo, especially Kim Down. Dude has been everywhere. He's running bot lane, mid lane, top lane, wherever he is, he makes the magic happen. And already we're seeing the advantage of the Swifties there. Samikin could have hit him with the Twin Fang, but he's not going to push his luck. He knows he's sitting on a shutdown already and some Dark Seal stacks that I think he wants to hold on to. Safe to say.
Yeah. Kim Down might be in trouble, though. Oh, does not get away from that last auto attack by Scary Jerry. Gonna throw down the thumbs up as he successfully picks up the Saints' first kill of this game 1. Already There's a silver lining showing up in the cards for Maryville University.
Yeah, it's something. Really nice catch out there. A bit of disrespect from Kim Down. Just not really appreciating that Sammy Kin was far away. And Barrick, respectfully having to flash. And I think that's something that's, you know, another silver lining there for MU. They put a little pressure here on Barrick. It's really the only option they've had, leaning on Crimson a little bit. He's the only one on MU who has a lead right now. And I will say, that long range, that ability to impact these fights from long range with that equalizer, I think can set up the rest of his team in the right circumstances. You already saw what it did to Barrick, so I think that is one thing Winthrop need to be mindful of. Because, Mark, this is NECL. Teams come back from one big fight all the time, and I think Crimson will be a part of that.
Anything can happen in this league. Bone Skewer into the Phantom Undertow, and Death from Below executing Obsinatus in his own jungle. Niles now could be next. Kim Down trying to extend that Phantom Undertow range, but the Shockwave is forcing the flash out of multiple members there.
3 people. 3 flashes, instantly gone. That is something, especially with Tomo on the 80 carry, the Bane.
It's a high-value Shockwave right there, Beatdown. My goodness.
I know. It's got to feel good for Aojun after, you know, the first 15 minutes of this game. It's been very difficult for him. It doesn't mean those flashes won't be up around this dragon. So, genuinely, you know, there's an angle. They catch out Winthrop like that again. They should be able to make something happen. We just got to remember that, you know, Tomo, Samikin, the highest of value targets right now. They are this entire gold lead. You take out, I mean, you ideally want to take out both of them, but even one will significantly decrease that disadvantage you're at.
Right. You know, we haven't seen Vayne bot in so long that I was somewhat expecting, oh yeah, just like normal marksman items. No, we are still building what we would build in top lane Vayne, which is the experimental hex plate. So this is a more durable Vayne, but obviously a lot of raw combat power once she pops the ultimate, thanks to the attack speed and movement speed steroid. Trying to look for Samikin, who does not have flash. Now is attempting to run him down, flashing forward, and the reckless swing. Big shutdown, big money going into Niles' pockets. And that's how Saints can start a comeback here.
Yeah, nice setup from the curtain call, and a nice injection of gold there into Niles' pocket. You can see he's now also slightly pulling ahead of Wilson. With that first item, he is a lot more dangerous, also building that experimental hex plate. So again, these are those angles. Curtain call, equalizer. Just kind of slow things down a little bit to allow Niles to be able to stay on top of people and keep that Ragnarok going.
Love to see that MU are able to immediately find a window to punish. Lack of summoner spells there. Winthrop need to get ready for this third dragon coming up in a minute and 4 seconds time. This would put them at soul point if they are successful in securing it, which then puts MU on a definitive clock 5 minutes afterwards. Second items have yet to come in for anyone on Summoner's Rift at the moment. Thought Samikin would be close, but does not have enough gold for that Proto Belt. Obsinatus. Be careful.
He lives. Gets to walk away. So now if we're just looking kind of across the board, yeah, it's a pretty big gold lead. But if we look at itemization, there's really not, I can't say there's a significant advantage there for Winthrop. Everybody is roughly at, you know, item and a half. Scary Jerry, maybe slightly less than that. Same with Aojun, but I mean, we haven't hit those power spikes that are actually going to make that significant difference. And with 9 seconds to the dragon and Winthrop positioned the way they are, they actually might not be able to get this one. My hope is that they just try and focus elsewhere. So yeah, I like this. Just drop the Herald. Like, don't bother with this dragon. It's not important. You scale. No! No! What?
Okay, well, Samikin gets stunned up by the Tempered Fate here. Wilson finds a knockup onto Aojun. Shockwave doesn't even get a chance to be found. Barrick TPing in, finds a beautiful flank onto Scary Jerry. He flashes away barely with his life, and Niles is going to be the sacrificial lamb. Barrick was forced to use the flash just in case the Ragnarok Viking got a little too crazy there, but Winthrop bail out on the plan to take 2 turrets simultaneously on the top side to TP in for that play.
Just because it worked, Mark, doesn't mean I liked it. That's all I'm going to say. But can't deny the results. They still managed to get that mid-tier 1 turret, and they won the fight. Only downside, they don't secure the dragon. I think they could have achieved a similar-ish result if they just focused on mid and top side, especially now that Samykin is almost certainly dead.
TP in from Aljun. This time, Shockwave will connect, as the cooldown did not get used in the prior fight in time. Barrick immediately returns to the top side. Should have enough time to be able to secure that top lane turret at the end of the day. Even Kim Down is on the patrol in this top side jungle, scouting out and laying down vision control just to protect his top laner. So, yeah, at the end of the day, Be Down, I agree with you, and I see what Winthrop could have done. The fact that they are able to actually find any bodies in that skirmish is like, turns it from a, hang on. Oh boy, Wilson. He does have flash. Can he get to the wall?
Nah, he's got a flash.
He was trying to greed with the Vault Breaker, but yeah. It's like, do I have the flash? I don't have the flash right. Damn it. All right, well, you get my flash, guys.
You miss 100% of the shots. You don't take Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. That's all I got to say. So now,
I started rewatching that show with my brother recently, actually.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Is it his first time, or?
No. We've both seen it like 3 times at this point, but every now and then we just, it's like it's bonding time.
Oh,
As
I like
Ops
that.
and Otis is about to get bonded with the fist of Wilson.
Yeah. Oh, I like that better. That's a tough catch out. That's the value of Pyke, baby. You get picked. And that's also the value of Vi, if you're not careful. You get a fist to the face. Vi stands for violence.
When will it be my turn, Beat Down? As Winthrop now trying to escape the clutches of Maryville University. Bone Skewer onto Niles, Phantom Undertow in the Miasma, and Niles is forced to use his Ragnarok. He's like, all right, guys, that's a lot of tools. I will concede.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was Niles' most important tool, which is why Winthrop earned Bolden to go ahead and start the Baron. Niles really not so threatening without that Ragnarok. They maybe want to try and do something here. It might be a bait because your big damage dealers aren't really on the Baron, so I guess they want to turn.
Blue Scryer was used, so Winthrop were forced to concede and turn off the Baron there. Maryville were willing to double down on the play, even if they were without the Ragnarok of their jungler. So I can appreciate the look from Winthrop, but another dragon is coming up in less than 1 minute and 30 seconds, so now's a good time to get those bases in and get ready for the bottom side of the map instead.
Right. And now, got to keep an eye out, I think, on both Scary Jerry and Ao Jun, because remember, I talked about item breakpoints here. Samykin, Tomo, even Wilson. Actually, just everyone besides Kim Down, top to bottom, have hit that second item. Yeah, Barrick hasn't fully stacked the Man Immune, but still, I think it's a big deal to have over most of the rest of MU. I think that is a significant power that MU can't underestimate when it comes to setting up for this dragon.
Now I was looking for a potential dive onto Barrick on the top side of the map. He has 2 items. Equalizer tags him for the slow. This Jace might be gone. Yeah, flashes from both. Niles guarantees the kill and gets another shutdown into his inventories. Winthrop University, what can they do? Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds, so not close enough to rip an objective off the start.
Yeah, I guess Wilson, he's not close to level 13. I feel like we should just be sprinting towards gaining control here over this bot side jungle. I think we're a little slow. But either way, that Void Scuttle is going to get taken. It's going to make it easier for Kim Down and Co. to be able to get some pressure.
Finds Niles. There's no Ragnarok. There's no flash on this guy. Condemn into the wall. But can they reach him? They can't go over the wall just yet. Wilson was not in position. Finally sends it with the Vault Breaker. Niles gets punched and clocked in the face. And the rest of Winthrop can now make their exit back to the Dragon Pit. Without a jungle on the Saints side, there's no way they can get in.
Gotta respect the patience there. Winthrop waiting for that perfect moment to pull the trigger. They knew they just had to corral Niles until they were ready. No flash, no ult. So great catch out. Gonna get some gold and that dragon, and unfortunately, they might lose Tomo.
Oh, flashing forward, looking for Obstinate as the first
Oh,
reset comes
oh.
through. Not sure if he's actually able to get out here, though. Burns down to the might of Crimson's Flame Spitter. But it's a worthy sacrifice from Winthrop, pushing in the mid lane, and they secure the third dragon for themselves.
I think the dragon is the only thing that really makes the sacrifice worthy, because it's a 1-for-2 down there. Caught out. This is the second time that we're really not respecting the proximity of our teammates versus our enemies. So Winthrop, while patient in a lot of ways, a little sloppy in those areas when securing objectives. And I mean, this is how MU have been very slowly whittling down this gold lead that Wu have. It was at 4K not too long ago. Now it's going down to 2.5. They got the 2 kills for 1, and it was the shutdown on Tomo as well. So this is how they chip away at what Winthrop have built so far in this early game. Still,
And it's
obviously, Dragon Soul is coming up. Winthrop are an advantage, but you know, there are cracks.
Now it's up to Maryville to see if they can pry those cracks further open. Winthrop University maintaining position on this top side of the map. 2.5 gold lead still in their pockets, but that kind of gold lead at 24 minutes is a lot less significant than when it was just 5 minutes into the game. We'll see if the Eagles can continue to rally with this momentum and with this lead. Wilson protecting Samikin and warding out this jungle on the bottom side so that Samikin can safely push it out. Niles might have to concede this blue buff. Smite goes over to Wilson, and the Eagles are able to take another small victory in terms of resource allocation.
Yeah, and the threat is there onto Crimson, but they're not going to take it. Crimson, again, really big strong point here for Maryville. You know, they put a lot into him in that early game, and you've seen how it's paid off. He's 1,500 ahead of Barrack. He's up 2 levels. You saw how he was able to burn down Tomo and how effective that equalizer is. So while Winthrop, they have a lot going for them. They are in the lead. But again, we've seen cracks, and we've seen ways that Maryville can win fights. The next dragon is the soul for Winthrop, but kind of like I was alluding to during that third Drake that came through, MU have to take it. You don't. So let's do some trading.
Oh boy. Well, you're not going to be able to pry open those cracks if one of your players is caught out in isolation. It's a 5-on-4 for the next 20 seconds in favor of the Eagles here. Potential snag onto Samikin. Curtain call does nothing. Wilson's going to get in range. Cease and desist right onto the back line. Aljun forced the flash. Shockwave only clips onto 1. Tomo's just fine. Niles burning down to the poison. And those Twin Fangs hella hurt. Crimson wants to turn the odds, though. Comes flying in with a Flame Spitter. Jets fully firing, and the rest of Winthrop Eagles are now in retreat mode. But Samikin and Wilson can try and turn this Vault Breaker into the Phantom Undertow. Doesn't get the execute for the reset, but Kim Down still gets it done. And the rest of Samikin and Barrack can now try and turn the odds this time as Barrack comes flying in with the TP. Scary Jerry pulled over the wall. Kim Down is just playing with his food and flashes away before Scary Jerry could find an auto attack back. Maryville University practically aced as Obstinatus has finally revived and returned to Summoner's Rift, but Samikin could try and run down this Bard as well. Oh god, Obstinatus, please get out alive, brother. I beg of you. Samikin is so terrifying. 12-2-1 on the Cassiopeia. Massive game for the mid laner of Winthrop.
Enormous. And his bounty just continues to grow as Winthrop, again, a little shaky there, but they come out on top, and that's really what to be focusing on here. They still win out on that fight, and again, I think Kim Down has just been having literally an MVP performance here on the Pike. Like, this dude does not miss, and he really just deserves a lot of credit for a lot of the early game success, a lot of the team fight success, and the success in that last fight. And now with 40 seconds until that Dragon Soul for Winthrop, I imagine we can credit him for that too.
Yeah. You know, Beatdown, that fight reminded me a lot of Riftbound metagame right now, where I felt like the 2 TPs coming in were like combat tricks, where you have a unit with ambush, or like, oh snap, wait a minute, I have to recalculate. Okay, can we back up? Can we play this out? Oh wait, I have an ambush now. Bang, here comes Barrack. A lot of summoner spells were used in that fight overall. Shockwave does clip onto Samikin, forced to use the stasis. Temper Fate does not quite clock
Almost
him,
saved him.
but here goes Wilson deep into the backline, but no real follow-up. Tomo could not safely get into the backline, and now there's no jungler for this dragon spawn on the side of Winthrop University. If Maryville can just push through this backline, they have a chance to deny Infernal Soul away.
The problem is, I don't think they can. Samikin is TP'd back. He is... God damn, he's fast. Oh, yeah. That's kind of the... Wait, okay. He's fine. The problem is MU, they used all their resources.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Kim Down has been having a clinic as well. This is the definition of support gap. Winthrop University are thanking the fact that they have the Pike that is running amok in this game 1.
I will say, Kim Down had a Pike game a couple of weeks ago. Not as good. I forgive him. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh my goodness, Samikin! Leave them alone! They have families!
Nope, Samikin got them too somehow. What am I watching? And now Niles, I mean, yeah, he's there. But so what? At this stage. That's Infernal Soul picked up, by the way. This is a Cassiopeia who's getting close to full stacks on the Medjais. You have Tomo on Vayne, who's already very strong. And that explosion damage and the adaptive force, it only makes these fights that much harder. I think Pike also really likes it, as you can see.
Kim Down barely dodges the deadly flourish.
Cooldown?
Bone Skewer. Oh my god.
I'm sick. I'm
just
sick.
got turned into a ping pong ball right there, beat down. Back and forth between a Bone Skewer and a fist.
Oh,
Kim Down doesn't find the Phantom Undertow over the wall. He could be cooked here. Stride Breaker for the slow, and then for the execute. Baron is secured, however, by the Eagles. And as you said, beat down. Overall, a very awesome game, but couple moments of floppiness.
An oopsie there, and aw shucks here. You know, in some cases they add up. I don't know if this is going to be one of them. Now Samikin has the Zonias too, so has that stasis refreshed and ready to go. It just makes it harder. We saw it in that last fight, how hard it is to actually get on him and take him down. And he's just so much further ahead of everybody on the Rift. Him and Tomo, again, they're the problems. If MU can't deal with them, there's really nothing else to say.
Tomo is fighting in a 1v3. Does he like these odds? I'm not sure. The Shockwave comes through. Oh, but Samikin bails
Alright, my
him
bad,
out.
dude. Whatever.
And Tomo flashes out of the deadly flourish. Okay.
Wait.
Frank, I will never doubt you again, buddy. You got him.
I will. Why didn't you flash the Shockwave? What? That's unironically a triple kill if he does. Oh, well.
We can VOD review it later. Samikin, meanwhile, is ready to send Winthrop ahead in the series. 16 kills on this Cassiopeia. Baron buff on their side. Doesn't necessarily look like they are committed to the full-on push in the mid lane, as Wilson is busy clearing jungle camps while the rest of his team is deciding, can we take a Nexus Earth by ourselves?
I mean, it's just this constant game of, okay, they're going to win. All right, GG.
Dude, I love the fact that Winthrop don't even have their full team here. They're like trying to push through bot lane. It's like, okay, just in case, guys, we mess this up on the siege push, we're gonna push through bot. Shockwave does clip Samikin. It's a big shutdown. Barrick and Wilson trying to get in there and finish this game. They don't even need Samikin. He's laughing his ass off. GG, well played. Winthrop lead the series 1-0.
It was a little messy, but still dominant from Winthrop University. What an early game. And honestly, like, when you think about how this one started, this really just felt like an inevitable conclusion. You got to give it to MU. They made him work for it at times, but when Cassiopeia gets an early triple kill and you lose bot lane as hard as they did, these are matchups and situations where it's very difficult to come back from.
Yeah. MU stayed vigilant, constantly looking for windows that Winthrop could be punished in. And a lot of the times I felt like it wasn't necessarily big team fights. It was just understanding, okay, we can force a numbers advantage here with TP, or this guy's by himself and he doesn't have backup. So we just have to spring. And credit to MU for at least being able to stay persistent and just not let the game
get a couple
rolled
licks
over.
in, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
They got some.
And you have to understand that anytime that the game might be lost, it's like obviously you're going to try and continue building upon those, because even if it's not a win, it's still good learning lessons to understand, okay, how can we claw back from the deficit? So, and it does help when your coach is the one that's playing in the game for you. He's not going to let Winthrop just get an easy win over them. They're going to have to bleed a little bit more for it. But Winthrop do lead the series 1-0. I'm going to take a short break. When we come back, we will see whether the Saints can claw their way back in the series or if it will be a 2-dub over for Winthrop Eagles. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Maryville and Winthrop University, El Collegiate Clasico. And currently the Eagles are leading 1-0. Very, very dominant start in those first 5 minutes of the game where Samikin ended up having 4 kills. That's a problem that Maryville would like to avoid having happen again going into game 2. And I think a lot of it, obviously, Samikin able to coordinate with his team to have him down and Wilson cover him on that second overextension after killing Algin and trading flashes. But this is going to be a second game where, if you're Maryville, you're hoping that Opsonatus is a lot more stable than
you
he
are
was in game
expecting.
1.
Because that... I think we historically know Obstinatus is a much better player than this, and what we saw in game 1, I think it was very uncharacteristic of him. So I think overall, as well as Winthrop played, you don't really expect early game situations like that to happen often because they don't. So I imagine game 2 is going to be closer. I believe that MU are definitely going to show a lot more of what we know they're capable of, especially when you consider Winthrop enormous, a lead. Still, we talked about it during that game. Mistakes, cracks, plays that really would have harmed them if they weren't already so far accelerated. So if we get a more even game state in game 2, that's where that's where MU, could very easily take an advantage.
Topside might be getting a little bit more in the resource department, just based off how well Crimson was able to somewhat find an advantage against Barrack amidst the chaos and the storm that was happening everywhere else on Summoner's Rift. Got a brief look at some of the bans coming in, however, might be a difficulty with one of the player ends.
Dude, Jerry, you okay, brother?
Is his camera oh no, his camera's not frozen. Wow. That bro is stun locked. Honestly, if I saw Obstinatus do what he did, maybe it's just carrying over. But Jerry's just like, all right, Obstinatus, lock in for this second game. Let's go.
I gotta show you a sticker on Cacao Talk that I have. He looks exactly like it. It's really funny.
Since your first pickup for Maryville University.
Stuff.
Could be a flex between Aljun or Scary Jerry if Scary Jerry is dipping his feet into the bot lane mage pool, which
we're seeing slightly less of. So
yeah,
it could still happen.
This could still happen. Foregoing the Ezreal instead of it. So Tomo gets a chance to snag this one down. And the Ahri locked in for Samikin. So already very mobile 2-carry combo coming out from the Eagles.
Yeah, very interesting, especially with Vi picked in game 1. I'm curious what the combo is going to be there for Wilson. Will they just run the Lee Sin, or is he going to look for something like a Xin Zhao? I think that kind of fits very nicely. Even though you don't necessarily have stuns, you have slows, you have the knockup, you can set up a charm pretty nicely in your own way. Ooh.
Lucian Melio. Okay. Well, very powerful bot lane duo that can at least fight back, not only during the laning phase, but also one of the better side laning marksmen in the game that you can allow to control the mid game. That one item spike, your calling is great poke, and you can establish objective priority if you are timing your poke out right. But the Karma, very common pairing with the Ezreal. So no junglers, no top laners yet to be secured for both teams going into the second round of picks and bans.
Yeah, jungle's lost a lot of priority today compared to basically every other match and every split we've had. So they're just going to end up eating a lot of bans. We kind of alluded to it in the pre-show, Mark. At least in probably never seeing the light of day. As it has been banned. Didn't see it game 1. It is that Wilson special. So we are digging a little bit into what these junglers could potentially be locking in, though it is still only game 2 in Fearless. So what's up and available? Xin is up. Zin's no longer up. Skarner's up. I'm a big Skarner believer. Zach was buffed on this patch. Small buff, but it's nice.
If Pantheon is still up, I'm going for that champion right away. Pantheon, Skarner. In terms of other fighters, we already know that Vi is gone from the table as well.
Yeah.
Varus will be banned away just in case Barrick decides to look for a top lane Varus angle. More than likely, Winthrop have the opportunity to get counterpick priority for Barrick, so should be a jungle lock-in for Wilson. There's the Pantheon.
Makes sense. Now we're going to see if Niles ends up going that Skarner route, as we were talking about. I think it's a good setup. Shyvana, a little ambitious. But I like Skarner. I like Skarner. Okay.
I was about to say, if you wanted to take the Shyvana carry pants in the jungle, then Crimson had to put the tank fries in the bag on that one.
Yeah,
having to blind a tank into Barrick, probably not ideal. So unfortunately for Niles, does not get to have fun saying Dracarys on the map. But
true.
This will give Crimson the best chances of a safe top lane option, especially with the fact that neither Varus or Vayne are available as counterpicks into the Gnar, which are pretty common. So just an Mbessa for Barrick this time around.
I like it. You have the long-range dive. Really fits with all the mobility, really, on the team here. You got a lot of movement for Winthrop. Not just opportunities to go in, but to reposition as well. And I think that's honestly going to end up feeling pretty nice into what MU are going for. It's a bit, yeah, you have a lot of sustained damage, but there's also, you're looking for the combo, Mark. You know what I'm saying? So if you can survive the combo by either dodging or using Karma Shields, keep these fights a little longer, I think it's a good look for Winthrop, especially when you consider Sammykin. He's playing a reset. You have a lot of ways to get that kill and get that ball rolling.
And I really love how the top 3 champions work really well together. Pantheon Sun can always guarantee a charm follow-up or a public execution follow-up as well. But if you are nice with the charm, well, that can set up into an Mbessa ulti as well if Sammykin is ever making a roam to the top side of the map. And even Karma, which you don't typically think of as a support that has a lot of setup, but if you get in range for a tether and the root goes off, well then, bam. That is your primary CC that allows the rest to follow smoothly. Winthrop spike insanely hard in the mid game and on that first side, and we'll see if they can cruise to another standout snowball that they had in game 1, or if this time the Saints are going to show more stable gameplay as we head to Summoner's Rift for game 2.
That's right. I think a lot more of an opportunity here for MU to be able to find some advantages this game. I'm especially looking at bot lane, because again, Lucian Milio, very strong duo, even though Ezreal Karma is good in its own right. I think that sustain and range that comes from that Cozy Campfire should allow Scary Jerry and Obstinatus to get a little more aggressive, but we'll see Tomo Kim down. They got the better of them in game 1 quite handedly, and they have the chance to do so again.
Niles getting super aggressive into Wilson's face as Skarner. Level 1 Skarner Boulder Toss is pretty powerful, but the execute from Comet Spear can trump a lot of scenarios. We'll see how close this is going to get.
Also execute.
Niles just trying to do everything he could, but
Slash, no?
I've seen a lot of jungle scrims this year. Pantheon Skarner level 1.
I mean,
it's Pantheon favored all the time.
I honestly think after the first time he chased you away, you should have just cut your losses, but unfortunately, Niles loses first blood over to Wilson. It's just going to accelerate this Pantheon that much further. Ooh. That's not. I don't think that's supposed to happen.
I'm really curious if Niles was expecting Aljun to collapse during that sequence at all.
Well, yeah,
Because Aljun was playing super aggressively for the lane and trying to chunk out Samakin, and it seemed like he had push, which is why Niles felt the confidence to be super aggressive. But either something didn't go according to plan, or Niles just flipped the game and unfortunately got G-side down on this one.
Yeah, it's also very possible too that Samikin. I mean, the reason his health is, you know, not in a really great place, especially considering this matchup is not that bad for Ari early. Maybe he was trading really aggressively just to make sure Aojun couldn't join.
Yeah.
It's as charitable as I can be. At least he gets the wave in and is going to be able to recall, but being down flash, a little scary when, you know, Skarner's lurking somewhere.
Wow, everywhere is volatile. Look at bot lane HP
I
bars too.
love
My
it.
goodness. Once again, it's Winthrop bot lane that has the push and that has the advantage right now. Scary Jerry and Obsinatus down a significant amount of CS at the moment.
Oh. I was hoping for a mantra Q.
Kim Down's making them work for it. It's getting very, very toasty down there. Scary Jerry will finally find a window to base.
Unfortunately, Kim Down pulled the wave, so they're basically going to lose all of that, and Tomo gets to cash in big time. Already a good back for bottom lane of Winthrop. I think everywhere else, not a whole lot else to be excited about, except for Wilson. You see that double longsword, part of which he got from the First Blood. It does mean that MU, they're going to have to tread very likely around the Spartan.
Wilson is loving life at the moment. Getting First Blood on the Pantheon and successful full clear into base. Gets to have an additional longsword. Actually, I'm not sure when he base. His 2 longswords is kind of typical for like a full clear either way.
I think
feel
he
like
based before going topside.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
But yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. 2 extra long swords
Bot lane.
on the
Hello.
field, and Wilson says, surprise! I'm on the bot side. Scary Jerry immediately flashes as soon as he sees the Pantheon within range.
I love that value. The aura, his mere presence, forces the flash from Scary Jerry. And it just means now he can do that in a couple minutes and should be able to secure the kill if they're not careful. Otherwise, it's going to be back to farming for him. We have Cloud Drake in a couple of seconds here. I mean, with the health and mana, what it is for Scary Jerry, he can stick around, but can they actually do anything about Dragon? I'm gonna say probably not. So I think they should go to Winthrop.
Wilson's going to
Oh, no,
push
they're backing.
out some vision first. Try and see if there's a Gromp that he could yoink away. It's a little difficult to go for the dragon until the crab vision is gone. Pantheon, not quite equal to Vi when it comes to solo objective killing speed. He doesn't have access to max percentage health damage like Vi does. And I think they're just setting up for a dive here, trying to make sure that Scary Jerry is out of the game.
Nice
Great
kick.
kick from Obsinatus. At least deflects the stun. Scary Jerry finds one on the Tomo. Oh boy, this dive has gone awry. And the Saints bot lane continue to resume their march, defying the odds of the Eagles.
And that's what I'm used to seeing from Obstinatus. Very good use of the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. That stun goes down. Jerry is for sure dead, but he saves his 80 carry and turns that play around massively. So it's going to really shrink the lead Tomo has. He's quite a big CS lead over Scary Jerry. It's going to even things out, which, honestly, the best you could hope for considering the situation. So good stuff.
And Niles even yoinked some camps on the top side of the map. Looks like he
That's
took
true.
a Gromp away. Missing ping comes out from Wilson going, damn it. I lost a camp for that play. And they didn't even get anything out of it on the bottom side of the map. There's no summoner spells burned from either Scary Jerry or Obstinatus in the dive itself. So, nice boon for Maryville University.
right now. Things not as, even though it's exciting, not as electric as they were in Game 1. A lot of trading, but not as many kills. The first dragon still hasn't gone down. We have Grub spawning pretty soon as well. Curious if we're going to see team shift focus there, but no Wilson. Now that he has Warhammer and level 5, I guess he feels pretty good about going for this one. But he has company. Oh my god.
Scary Jerry takes a lot of damage in that trade. Tomo already unleashing the True Shot Barrage. Now showing up, matching that presence of Wilson in the bot side, and the fact that Niles dings level 6 means that Impale was available for the fight. So Wilson will call it off. There was a control ward in that Dragon Pit, so it looks like Wilson was just keeping tabs in terms of vision control. Crimson looks for the Slam Jam and ready to go all in. Barrick forces him to back off. Crimson didn't want to take too many turret shots there. Barrick will be able to clean up this wave and look for a base.
Yeah, I gotta say right now, this slow game state, really good for Maryville. Just the fact that they've been able to, dissuade some of the plays, or they've been able to just farm and not lose too much is really good for them, because we're looking at Syndra, Lucian with Milio. They scaled really nicely into those later stages. Skarner only gets tankier. I think once we get to post 20 minutes, 5v5, this is a trajectory that I think they really like. So there's that pressure. Winthrop got first blood on Wilson. He's level 6 now and has that Grand Starfall. They're the ones who need to push the pace of this game, really make use of the ultimates that they've been farming for.
Big potential on the Niles, but Obstinatus keeps the jungler away. Impale fishing for the Spearman. Wilson yet to burn his flash, but he's snagged by the Ishtal impact. And Niles finally gets revenge for the level 1. Yeah,
really good catch out there for MU. Nice kill that they're able to get. And things just go back to slowing down. Again, very favorable game state for MU. With the jungler down, there's no objective really to go for. They just got to force this play.
Samikin playing on the edge right now, teetering forth, but he knows that there's no Impale, and there's no way that they can protect Obstinatus, but a flash to stall impact, rams Samikin into the wall, but cannot save his support from going down. Gets one more reset with the Spirit Rush, but not enough damage, doesn't find the charm. Wilson flies in with the Grand Starfall, finally avenges his fallen mid laner as Kim Down picks up the double, but Scary Jerry joins the chaos, and the Saints finally turn one up again, going up in kills 4-3 at 9 minutes.
Ooh, another successful one. I mean, I respect the angle from Samikin, but that kill needed to go down quickly, and unfortunately, he lost way too much health in the process. I think the worst part, the 2 kills Winthrop did get, they were on the Kim Down. It's one thing when he's playing Pyke, but when he's playing Karma, I want those kills on Ahri, man. Yeah. I really feel like that's just more value lost for Winthrop.
Not ideal that they didn't go into the pockets of either Wilson or Samikin there, as these 2 carries are pivotal to making that mid-game explosive so that the Eagles can look for that snowball. And finally, MU has stabled well enough into the game that even though that the first dragon is being taken at 10 minutes instead of 5 or 6, this will begin some resource stacking on the side of the Saints here, whereas the Grubs are being secured by Winthrop University.
Yeah, and really not as ideal. I think Drake sacking is something Winthrop really wanted in a situation like this, but not only was that first dragon delayed, it was taken by MU, so really, it will be eons before we even see a whisper of a Dragon Soul for Winthrop University. So now, again, big win con for them is just going to be how well they'll be able to generate gold, use their dive tools, win fights, and try to push MU on the back foot like they did in Game 1. This time is not on their side.
Good dodge by Scary Jerry on that Mystic shot. Throws out the culling, decent damage back into Tomo and Kim Down. Obstinatus is backing him up here. Good mega fireball kick. And a flash slam from Crimson, finding Barrick into the wall. Just not enough damage there. Crimson thought he had lethal. But Niles is here on the bot side, ramming Tomo into the wall and pulls him with the Impale. Get over here! Scary Jerry picks up his second kill of the game.
And MU really starting to get the ball rolling. We said Winthrop had to do it, but MU very happy to make up for what happened in Game 1. Now this Lucian is at 2-0. Is already has a bounty in his back pocket and is probably going to hit that Essence Reaver. And is only up from here for Scary Jerry. A much better look than we saw in Game 1. We expected it to be better, but even still, this is a phenomenal start for him.
Very normal to associate the Saints bot lane with smashing their lane opponents and having that early dominance and a natural gold advantage as well. Took them a little bit longer in the series to find that footing, but here we are, beatdown. Let's see if Maryville can continue to entertain us with a 2.4 thousand gold lead.
Right now, I think they're going to do that. Just the way they spaced Wilson out of his own jungle, now they have the perfect lane to go for Barrick, and I don't think Barrick can stop them.
Yes, Flash, but he would have to use it on the Impale.
Yeah.
The mobility of Mbessa is quite annoying to deal with if you are the side of Maryville University, but it does allow Crimson to fully push in that wave. It looked like Barrick was forced off of some experience there.
Yeah. It's going to be recalls for MU. There's that opportunity. This is good, at least for Winthrop. Tomo did manage to find an opportunity to get that first brick. It will allow him to equalize a little bit considering what's happened in this game. But now we have a TP from Crimson. Oh boy.
Not quite mega yet, so he's just ranged. However, this is lethal tempo Gnar, so he is racking up a ton of damage with those hyper procs. Tomo is sent back to the fountain on that one. Dragon's not spawning for another couple minutes here, so the best that Maryville could potentially get is maybe an extra plate, which Aojun won't even opt in for.
I mean, still, I think a kill is already great for MU. You're very happy with that, especially because Jerry didn't die to Samikid, despite his best efforts in that mid lane, using the Spirit Rush, really throwing everything at him. So the fact that there really isn't a big response for Winthrop University just continuously pushes the game in MU's favor. True, there's no dragon, but I think Herald is something they'll probably look forward to. Maybe even this kill. Oh, good down.
Was close.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of damage there from Aojun's Scatter of the Weak into the rest of Scary Jerry and Obstinatus falling up there. 3-man strong, trying to push in this wave and look for some additional plate damage. Wilson flying over the top of the Grand Starfall, immediately kicked back. Niles now ready to join the fray. Ishtal Impact doesn't find anyone, but the Impale forces the flash out of Wilson. Winthrop University keeping on their toes here, avoiding the big engage tools from Maryville. Now Crimson is looming in the shadows, ready to make his entrance. He's in mega form, but it's about the timeout, and he realizes that his window has already eclipsed.
Yeah, we'll give Winthrop an opportunity to at least get some presence here around the Rift Herald. Spawning in 2 seconds, it would be a nice way for them to get some much-needed injection of gold into their back pockets. You see they're going to go straight for it. I don't think MU can really do anything about it. So at this point, Dragon Soul, again, is a distant dream for you as Winthrop. So I really want to see them use this, play away from MU. If MU go for the Dragon, great. Drop the Herald top, kill Crimson, squeeze as much gold from the situation as he can.
Right now, Crimson is making sure that he doesn't get squeezed. Niles will help with that, just showing up on the top side.
That's the wave, yeah.
Crimson's about the timeout, though. And in mini form, he is more fragile. Niles could be in trouble. Samikin pops the Spirit Rush. Rift Herald's about to charge into the wall and deny Niles a place of haven and safe harbor here. He goes for the Ishtal Impact on the Barrack, but the huge shield off of that W. Barrack is able to slice down the Scorpion where he stands.
Cool. The problem is, the idea was, you know, MU puts pressure on one lane, you put pressure on another lane, but Winthrop really just put everybody into that top side, so a lot of plates were able to be collected by Maryville University, so it really didn't get as much gold as I was kind of hoping for when I was talking about that potential play. You get the kill onto Niles, which is nice. You delay them going for that dragon, so maybe you can take something else for it again, but still, not as high value as I was hoping for.
Yeah. MU might have overestimated their map play in thinking what kind of resources they're going to get there. Gold lead has shriveled down to 1,000 here. easier to reach for Winthrop University, but Crimson does manage to take out the top tier 1. Adds a little bit of extra gold. Second dragon has spawned here. Winthrop are already in position. They're looking for Niles. They charmed him up. They stunned him up. He's forced to flash away. Throws at the Impale just to make sure that no one else from the Eagles could follow up on the pursuit. But he is forced out of this Dragon River. And this second dragon belongs to the Eagles.
So that is something. First Drake there, Ocean Drake. A little bit of healing every couple of seconds. This is not nothing. And considering how much damage they've been taking, they should be willing to have whatever they can get. But otherwise, now as everybody resets, still a precarious position for the Eagles. MU up 2,000 gold. And this comp scales really nicely. Scary Jerry already has that Navori Flicker Blade, which means he is a very dangerous force on the Rift right now. And he just needs to be respected. And it only gets harder from here, too. Again, I cannot stress that while some elements of Winthrop can play well in the late game, overall they will be outclassed.
Both sums also available for Scary Jerry, so he has all tools available to try and display a flurry of skill and prowess. Really nice culling coming out onto Kim Down's health bar there, putting as much pressure as possible so that the Saints can roll this wave into the tower and knock out the tier 1.
You can see it too, Crimson walking his way, making that threat in the river. Doesn't have to fully commit for Winthrop to get the message and have to back out. All he can do is have a Barrack push out that wave on the bottom side. There are very few options really available to them other than Wilson. He's going to have to drop that Grand Starfall onto someone, Mark. I think we've only seen him use it one time.
Not the most proactive Pantheon game considering how that level 1 turned out, where Wilson found himself first blood recipient. But I think the play that denied Wilson's ability to snowball was enough from Niles to slow down Wilson's pace overall. And we know that in the past, sometimes Wilson has gone way over his head in forcing plays. And I can be okay with a more tempered approach on the Pantheon as long as you make those ultimates count when you do use them.
I think that's fair.
Oh no. Well, Caster Curse. Understandable.
Yeah.
My bad.
Have a nice day. Okay. It's just MU finding another successful play. Mark, you literally need to do that, like, in those moments when stuff like that is happening. Please, I need it. I need it so bad. You don't understand.
I have no idea if the broadcast heard it or not, but everyone on Discord definitely did.
Oh, if it's just on Discord, then they won't, because broadcast hears us through a vMix.
Damn. That's a shame.
So I don't know if your browser is picking that up.
No, it's not.
Well, I'm depressed. Yeah. The perfect time to use it, though.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
3,000 gold advantage for Maryville Saints as they're setting up a trap here in the mid River Brush. Minute and 40 before the third dragon spawns. Tomo and Kim Down throwing hands against Scary Jerry, but he dashes forward, depletes an entire clip. Tomo forced to flash away. And Niles looking for the follow-up. The Impale, well done by Wilson to use his W onto a Raptor camp to escape the Impale.
Yeah, that was some quick thinking there. You gotta respect that. Overall, it's tough. Again, this Milio just offers so much sustain here for Scary Jerry. Not just the healing, but the shielding. So Scary Jerry, he's emboldened. Feels good. He'll drop a clip and then some. He'll drop 2 clips. And it just doesn't feel like anybody can kill him unless you're layering stuns. We talked about it in the draft. You know, that Pantheon stun into the Ari Charm or the public execution. Just some kind of combination of CC needs to come down here, because if you kill Scary Jerry, you have a pretty good shot at winning a team fight. He's just a very hard person to kill.
Yeah.
Also, I think Niles is... I mean, if I'm just looking at, like, Ari Ezreal, bro, Niles can't die. I'm sorry.
Protoplasm and Unending Despair are awesome tank items, and especially into low sustained damage. Yeah, it is tough to break this Scorpion down. Dragon spawning in the next 10 seconds, and the Saints are pretty much invested into protecting this river entrance, and Wilson says, let's go for the Gnar. Stuns up the Gnar, but no one can follow up. Samikin was way too far away, and now he's getting run down by Lethal Temple Mini-Gnar. Crimson finally transforms into Mega, and he's got the Saints reinforcing this topside play. They are collapsing, and Samikin is desperately trying to get out with his life. Throws out the charm, stops the culling from being able to pursue him, but Wilson is not going to have the same story of escape. He has been cornered, he has been surrounded, and he has been pounded by that boulder. Niles can now look to call the Baron with the rest of the Saints.
That's right, Mark. It's the Baron there for Maryville University. Another successful play, this time in response to Wu, is going to get them the big purple worm. It's going to get them some gold into their pockets, and there's more opportunities for them to be able to push more into Winthrop's side of the map. They're going to try and poke him out.
Eric has public execution available, but he would need setup or he would have to hit it raw. Maybe they can get into the back line. Crimson immediately forced to flash away. Baron is still at 3,000 HP.
Let it go!
They can get in there and try and make this stinky for Maryville University, but Niles quick with the smite secures it. Everyone tries to get out. Barrick has snagged Scary Jerry over the wall. He dashes over. Barrick cannot follow up. Opsonatus will fall instead. The Eagles are still trying to find for any stragglers, anyone, but a massive scatter the weekend to a two-man impale. Big pickup for Aljun, but Phil still forced to flash away as Samikin continues the hunt and the chase. Charm lands on a Niles, but you caught it off before beat down. Niles will not go down.
And the only thing in response is the Dragon for Winthrop University, but it's nothing compared to the Baron buff that they've gotten. Yeah, they removed 2 of them, crucially on Crimson, so he won't be able to split away from his team to affect 2 lanes. Still, that was one of the best chances Winthrop were going to get, and they still couldn't close it out. Really, again, just a precursor for what the rest of this game is going to look like. Because we've already reached these key breakpoints for MU to really come online, and we see how they've been dominating the game ever since.
A return to the expectations that we had for Maryville University going into this series overall in terms of stability and play. Can they close this game out with this lead? Can they send us to a Game 3 and on our way to a 9-game dream for the day? Wilson, the first one to fall as he goes way too forward and immediately snagged into the wall. Maryville now operating with 5 to 4 on the map for the next 30 seconds.
Charm. Breath of Life means they are going to be able to walk away. Oh!
Public execution on the Niles. They can't burst it out, but they found Crimson instead. Staircase pops and saves Crimson's life for now. He hops away back to safety, has teleport available, ready to rejoin the siege if Maryville wants to continue. Samikin dashing forward with the Spirit Rush, but just gets the Proto Belt out of Aljun, and the siege ceases.
So, but it cost them a lot. It cost them Wilson. But they hold on to that bottom tier 2 as MU put all their efforts onto that one turret that they weren't able to secure. Still a tough position for Winthrop to be able to come back from. Again, we kind of see, we're really starting to see how difficult it is for meaningful damage to come through from Samikin and Tomo. And I think just equally as important, they just haven't been allowed to really sync up in these fights the way we expected them to when we saw this comp in the draft mark. Again, you highlighted it perfectly. The way a lot of these CC, a lot of these combos need to happen for you to find a successful fight. I don't think we've seen it a single time this game.
There's always time to see it later on in the game, potentially. Niles with the Impale barely sidestepped by Kim down there, dodging what could have been a very unfortunate end to their life there. 2.5 minutes before the next dragon spawning, and 2:40 before Baron spawns again on the Rift.
So both are going to be up at the same time. Gotta imagine Baron is going to be that massive priority. Winthrop could be their sole point, which I don't think that's something we would get to with how that early game went, but clearly Soul is still on the table if the game goes long enough. Scary Jerry, it looks bad, but he's fine.
Oh no, Wilson.
Yep.
He's got the Aegis Assault at least to block all the damage and the empowered movement speed to run away. Boulder goes wide. Scary Jerry opens with the calling. Massive scatter the weak on the two, but Barrick snags him with the public execution. Tries to go back in, doing so much damage to the Scary Jerry is
They got him.
Alju could be next. Barrick finally traded by odds, and Niles has the lead to charge as the sole frontliner for the rest of Maryville Saints. Another scatter the week comes out from Aljun. Stops Winthrop's in this track, but it's Tomo now on the front lines, flying in with the arcane shift and the mystic shots. Maryville University forced to retreat for now. There's no objective spawning for another minute and 20, so the combat will cease, but boy, oh boy, what an explosive fight right there.
Yeah, and it's tough too. I think Winthrop getting that shutdown for Barrick is huge. That public execution connected onto Jerry, who had no sums. It worked out well, but it's still only a 1-for-1. You could see that desperation mark in that fight. They were pushing for more because that was a good moment for them. But MU, again, Niles is tanky. They have so much move speed and ability to kite it out. Winthrop, they couldn't get that extra little bit. It isn't even really giving them enough pressure to be able to meaningfully try and fight this vision game in the around the dragon, because MU are here first. They have all the wards laid out, and unfortunately, Milio, Syndra, even Skarner, if you don't know where he is, it's not really a comp you're face checking ever.
Mm-hmm. Beatdown, have you ever walked into a bush and suddenly found yourself on the other end of a giant scorpion tail?
Unfortunately, I have. It feels very sad. You think you'd learn the first time?
Yeah. It's not fun.
No.
Dragon spawning now.
No.
Maryville University somewhat in position through the mid lane river. Wilson trying to brute force his way through this small opening in the jungle corridor. Niles greets him. The Seismic Bastion. Rest of Saints holding their ground for now. Culling comes out, chunks Tomo to 50% HP. Scatter the weak. Barely sidestepped. Impale! Catches Wilson in midair looking for that stun and stabs him into the wall. Doesn't find any further follow-up. TP coming out from Crimson. And the rest of the Saints will start up this dragon. Can Winthrop get in?
It's tough. It's going down really fast. I don't think they even have the time.
Grand Starfall into the backline. Scout of the week doesn't find it. Crimson immediately slams him into the wall. Public execution from Barrick, but this is a solo 1v5 mission. Samikin and Kim down are in Narnia. They can't help him. The rest of the Maryville Saints, at their best, band together, survive through it all, and the Eagles are shot out of the sky.
And Samikin, he's going to need to fly away if he doesn't want to get taken down as well. Now, MU have set their sights for the Baron and are just continuing what's been a dominating game two, really getting their lick back after what happened in the first game of this series here. So CCG looking like they can breathe a sigh of relief for now, because I don't think the series is over just yet.
Yeah, MU now have close to a 7,000 gold advantage. Very close to sending us to a game 3 here, Beatdown, and the 9-game dream is alive.
Alive and well. I can say that very happily. The dream for Winthrop? Not really alive. Maryville?
Could be a nightmare for Winthrop.
Yeah, I think it's very fair to say, especially with Scary Jerry, polishing off that LDR. We already see the damage he's doing. Nobody is safe from him. In fact, nobody aside from Barrick has actually built any bonus armor, so he is the paper shredder.
Once again, Wilson is the first one to be shredded into the front line. Niles slams Barrick into the wall, and Crimson is arriving from the other side, ready to hit them with the Gnar! And he's just running down Kim down in mini form with the lethal tempo auto attacks. He doesn't even need to throw out any of his mega abilities. Throws out a boulder, doesn't quite hit it, but it doesn't matter because MU are smashing everything else to pieces. Winthrop have no defensive left, and the Saints are ready to send us to Game 3 in our first series of the day.
And you can see now it's MU who are all smiles here on the cameras, with the exception of Obstinatus. A very well-earned Game 2 win, and an extension to our series, Mark. Again, you said it. The 9-game day is still alive and well. And you got to imagine that's a big confidence boost after how the series started.
I'm ready to beat down.
Yeah, me too.
I'm signed up for the potential of 9 games today here on the NACL. It would be an awesome way to close out the regular season before we head into the last chance qualifier games tomorrow.
That's true.
I'm here for it. And for Maryville University, I think they can take away the fact that Game 1 is no longer in their minds, and they can tell themselves, you know what? If we play like we did in Game 2, we can always write off Game 1s as flukes of the past, and we just play our game. So we'll see if the Saints can now continue this momentum as we take a short break. When we come back, it's Game 3 between Maryville University and Winthrop University. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero 3 between Maryville University and Winthrop University. This is still our first series of the day of 3 total best of 3s that we have scheduled for the last day of the regular season for NACL Summer Split before we head into the last chance qualifier game starting tomorrow. And we're going to start things off looking back at that second game with our precision play presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
And, man, what do I even say about this? Niles, I think, actually had a really good game. I'm kind of between, if Maryville win the series, I'm kind of between him and Crimson when it comes to like who's performing the best on the team.
Yeah.
I honestly just think, like, especially the Skarner game, I think he played that one, like, I'm not exaggerating when I say I think it was flawless. When it came to the team fights, just really good management of his spells, always hitting all the different targets, just understanding how best to peel for his team. I thought it was great.
Addendum. After the level 1 invade, near flawless game from...
that's right, that's right. I accept your addendum. You know, in the Google Doc, I have pressed the check mark for your requested edit. That's fair. Near flawless.
We're going to add an asterisk to Niles' Skarner game. The level 1 was a little tough, challenging a Pantheon.
A little silly.
But, you know, if he had somehow beat Wilson in that level 1, oh my goodness. Just give the man the MVP right now. I don't even care.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I think I'd agree.
We'll keep track of things as we head into Game 3. Already, 20 champions have been eliminated from the pool for our Fearless draft. And if we look at some of the power picks, we know that things like Nocturne and Ziggs have been perma-banned this entire series so far. Lee Sin was also banned going into the second round of pick and bans. This might be a champion that actually just gets snagged up in the first round here, now knowing that both Wilson and Niles want to have a power pick when a lot of the champions that would make Lee Sin's life difficult no longer exist.
Except for Rek'Sai, Mark. Don't forget Rek'Sai.
Who's playing Rek'Sai jungle these days, Beatdown?
I'll tell you what, my boy Austin Visions Neal does.
They
call him
Visions,
the
man.
Professor.
I miss that man.
I miss that guy too.
Wherever you are, Austin, love you, buddy. W-Mans.
He's doing good. He's trying to be a firefighter.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, he was putting out heavy fire with his calls back in the day, so now it's up to him to extinguish the flames. Rise immediately locked in for Winthrop. Common combo with the Lee Sin, but Niles says, give me the Blind Monk. Let me carry. And we'll see what they can find as a pairing. Annie would be the next best option if you want to go straight for facilitative mid to guarantee that Lee Sin can land a majority of his combos, but Galio's not a bad secondary option either.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you plays well into the mages, is really nice into whatever team fight that you're going for. You have a lot of utility there and a lot of frontline. So it's some good stuff. And wow, we wasted no time. Is that Poppy Jungle? That'd be so fire.
Could be Poppy Jungle, could be Poppy support for Kim Down as well. Overall, just really good to have in your composition going up into both Check's notes, Lee Sin, Galio.
Yeah. Yes. The champions with, you know, a lot of movement, a lot of dashes.
A lot of motion, as one might say.
Ah, I would. You're right. Varus 2 for Tomo. I think it's going to work out pretty nicely. I assume we'll be seeing the poke variant, because that's going to be great into Lee Sin and Galio.
We'll keep our tabs open to see if this Varus does get flexed or not into top lane for Barrick. Misfortune. locked in for Scary Jerry. And already with the Galio, you can kind of set up a decent CC extension for a mostly full channeled bullet time.
Yeah. I would have to agree with you. I think there's definitely some setup there. I'm really curious. I mean, we don't see a lot of Galio support, but I wonder if it could go down there, and if the Poppy is really meant to follow this, to follow the Galio a little bit there. Like if it's support, we will see Kim down. Run the Poppy support. 'Cause I think Misfortune Galio, not bad. Ah, yeah, Leo ban does make me think it's
Yasuo ban.
It does make me think it's pot.
Yeah. With you there, though. MU seem to think that this Poppy is going into Wilson's hands and trying to deny some other support pairings. But this Yasuo ban, that should be a Crimson ban. So what are you setting up on top lane that you're trying to protect Barrack from with a Yasuo? Which I think this makes me think more that this could be a Varus potentially. We know that Yasuo
You're right.
first emerges a top lane counter pick into Gnar, and Gnar is range, and you can gap close onto a ranged champion super easily, and your win wall has a lot of value into it. So this, if we follow that line of thought, it makes sense.
It's speaking to me. I'm seeing it. It would be really funny for the Varus to go top, but I mean, we've seen Winthrop being willing to get messy with it, get freaky with it. I think MU not really breaking the mold with this composition, and that's fine. I, again, would be a fan of Alistar. Those move speed buffs, very nice. Already a good champion. But, you know, Rel MF, that's a staple. It's a...
Whoa! Callista Renata! Okay.
I've been begging. I've been waiting for people to play Callista. I love this champion, Mark. And it's a great pivot, and I gotta give you credit, Mark. You called it out. So it probably is the Varus top, and it was a setup for the Callista Renata. Very strong bot lane 2v2, and Renata handshake so good into champions like Rel.
Very predictable engages, especially if she doesn't have flash. You can intercept that crash down. I like what you're cooking beat down. And even the Nautilus ban as well. That would have been a nice pairing with this Misfortune to guarantee a point-and-click lockdown on something slippery this Callista. And even, like, if you look at this Winthrop composition, all the picks beforehand, I have to just imagine, was this predicated? Was this cooked up from the beginning?
Yeah.
Did Tomo already go into the VOD review and said, guys, I want to play Callista in this next game? And they said, bet, how do we make it happen? Let's make sure they don't have Poppy. Because Poppy, Callista Nightmare. Let's make sure they don't have Rise. Callista Nightmare. This all functions so well.
Yeah, it's just very clearly well thought out by Winthrop University. I think they found themselves a composition with a lot of advantages, which I think they lacked a little bit if we're looking back on how things panned out in Game 2. So, I mean, there are ways to gap close, but I think if Winthrop play this one right, they have a lot of good tools to create space. Callista is very mobile. You said it, there's no Poppy, no one picked Talia, so there's no really consistent way to keep her down. And you have this great setup here with Renata and Poppy, who are so good at controlling space and just peeling for your team, protecting them.
We'll see if the lack of point-and-click lockdown from Misfortune and Rel and overall Maryville University will be what makes a difference here as we head into Game 3 between the Eagles and the Saints. I think the last thing we should mention, quickly beat down, is the last pick that came through for Maryville, which was that Yorick. Now, ranged top laner still going to be a nuisance for Yorick to deal with. However, if you can ever pin them down inside that dark procession, well, then the shovel's going to start talking.
Yeah, you're right. So something Barrack, I'm sure, who has had some practice on this pick, is aware of. We'll see if he'll be able to execute on that one successfully. Otherwise, yeah, an interesting comp here for Winthrop University. Excited to see how bot lane is going. It's been pretty dominant one way or the other so far this series. And just looking at the matchup, I think that's going to continue here into this final game.
Curious to see also where the jungle priorities are in this opening clear. It's reverse from both Poppy and Lee Sin, opting into their red sides. We know that Lee Sin's will typically do 3 camp red side into base for a longsword and can still finish out their remaining blue quadrant in time for the crab spawn, and that just gives them that combat stat advantage. Will we see Niles look for something on the bot side, though, just trying to force summoner spells out of Tomo and Kim down to make the laning lives easier for Jerry and Obstinatus?
Yeah, the question is, will he be able to? I mean, you said it. Junglers are pathing opposite. I'm really curious if Tomo and Kim down are just going to try and crash this wave and go for a cheater to just dodge that potential gank. If they do so successfully, I mean, that's really the biggest window available there for Niles in this early game, I think. So with that in mind, if they dodge that, they'll be in a pretty good position. It's looking like they aren't going for that right now. So there is that vulnerability. I didn't see any vision laid down either. They didn't really get an opportunity. They know Wilson's on the other side, so I guess they're just confident, but have to be careful.
Next wave that's coming in will be the decision whether they back off or try and continue playing up aggressively in the face of the Misfortune and Rel duo lane. Meanwhile, Samakin forces the TP out of Aojun, being able to get a lot of successful early trades into this lane, establishing priority. Niles looks for the bottom crab, and Tomo and Kim down are not playing nearly as aggressively into the lane, so they are just letting the wave come into them. Niles is going to hover on the bot side. Not sure if a dive can be executed successfully, but they're going to try. Obstinatus and Niles, eyes on Tomo as he gives a lot of respect and space over to MU.
Yeah, gotta appreciate that. Tomo lost a little bit of experience as a result of it, but I think in the grand scheme, much better scenario than him greeting and dying. He's able to just come back, interact with the lane, and that's Wilson's timer.
Mid lane?
So, yeah, now mid is in trouble.
Samakin taunted up, but dodged out on the Justice Punch, so will not take nearly as much damage. But Niles realizing that Wilson went for his Raptor camp, and he had an opportunity to look for a Raptor camp on the other side of the map, but wants to just chase Wilson instead, doesn't hit the Sonic Wave, and Crimson isn't in position to try and pin Wilson down. So all Niles really achieves is just potentially stalling the base of Wilson?
Nah. I think he ends up getting the back off. I think overall I like the sequence there from Winthrop. Not only dodging the... Oh, hold on. Not only dodging the gank from... Not only dodging that dive on the bottom side, but also Samakin, like, respectfully playing it out where he could survive the 1v2, doesn't have to blow anything, giving that space for Wilson to take away those resources on the top side. And even ends up, Wilson defends the top lane play as well. So you deny so much, you allow Wilson to farm. Now he's back with the Warhammer. These health bars are so low that I'm going to need to see some respect paid. Good.
Oh, and Samakin roams on over as well. He had a free move. Scary Jerry pops both summoner spells. Obstinatus too. Both bot laners make it out alive, and Niles tries to flash to safeguard in range and look for a counterattack, but doesn't find the Sonic Wave on the Tomo. And this Gromp could be conceded. Niles still trying to get aggressive.
Niles.
He's in the middle of 4 people!
Niles.
Can he make this play? Not even with the heroic entrance from Aljun comes in time, and Winthrop make Niles look silly with the first blood.
Yeah, I think we forgot about Bailout. It's been a while since we've seen Renata, so maybe I can forgive it slightly. That's a tough call there. Hero's entrance comes down, not a whole lot gained for it. I think the big thing was such a big wave crashed into that bot tier 1 turret, and Scary Jerry really didn't get anything from it. That's a big advantage there for Winthrop, particularly on that bottom side of the map, and it's a good start here. I gotta say, the gameplay from Wu has been a lot cleaner than it was in Game 2.
Bit of a forced hand there from MU, but then a double down from Niles, trying to squeeze out potential first blood. Doesn't go his way. First Dragon has yet to be looked at by either team. There's a control ward in that Dragon Pit, so at least it makes Winthrop's ability to start it up a bit more difficult. But Niles isn't too far behind in terms of overall jungle camp clear experience. Very similar to both of these junglers at the moment. Zaojun is protecting this Raptor camp, but Wilson still gets the smite off. Niles could follow up, though. Steadfast Presence.
Yeah, I think
has it already been used? Nope. Cancels the Sonic Wave. And Niles is forced to walk away.
Whew. Good stuff. He lives. And the Sammykin, again, just peppering so much damage there onto Aojun. Really getting the better of him here in Game 3. Just constantly pressuring him. And you can see it culminate into this lead that he's gotten. I mean, this Rise is going to be a machine gun later on into the game. So any advantage is most certainly a good thing. And I think the fact that, very much like how in Game 2, MU keeping things even was great for them. Now I think the same can be said about Winthrop University. Yeah, Callista, you know, not really known for her scaling, but I think Callista and Renata together really have a lot of value at almost every stage of the game. So I think time is just on Winthrop's side no matter what.
And we talked about it before. The lack of point-and-click CC from MU makes it so that if Tomo just pilots this champion well, he cannot get touched. He cannot get locked down. And the mobility uptime is just so consistent that he should be able to play around a lot of the skill shots that MU have to find. However, playing this far up without immediate backup could be difficult, but gets out of range from the Sonic Wave. Aojun looks for a taunt on a Sammykin. Rises a bit too tanky. Bullet time over the wall, decent damage. Nice kick, just not enough to save Aojun's life, unfortunately. Tomo picks up the kill on that one. And Kim Down was saved with the Fate's Call.
I was more concerned about MU safety when I saw that one. I thought they were going to keep going, but they've gotten more than enough, and they're going to add to it with the Dragon. First one of the game, 8 minutes. Drake stacking very much within the purview of a comp with Callista.
Oh, boy.
Oh my god.
MU doubling down once again. You do not want to let this Dragon go over for free. Kim Down tagged with the Q. Niles returns to the Dragon, trying to pull them in. Will Winthrop answer? And health bar advantage is technically on the Saints side. However, Scary Jerry is locked into the wall and slammed in there. Kim Down gets it. The bailout doesn't come through in time for Wilson. It's a trade 1-for-1 so far, but a Realm Warp from Tomo. Filthy Frank in the middle, 1v2. That was a little ambitious. Found Niles in the trade, but the shutdown does go over to Obstinata. So at the end of the day, not the worst case scenario for the Eagles here.
No, and you know what? If you're looking at the TP from MU and thinking they're doing too much, I gotta be real with you, Mark. It is that serious. Because we've been talking about it. When you're getting outscaled, you can't let the team that's gonna outscale you collect Drakes. It's just the worst feeling out there. So they had to commit, and I really think it's to Winthrop's credit that they were able to make it so nobody got that Dragon after all those resources were spent for MU. So now, MU gonna have to spend so much more if they want to get this Dragon, but I think it's really not prudent for them. So instead, they kind of gotta let this go, and I imagine this is gonna be a Drake for Winthrop, and in the end, they get what they wanted.
Still rocking a near 2,000 gold advantage on the side of the Eagles here. Obstinatus keeping tabs on Sammykin as he traverses the jungle. Jerry forced off his turret. Too many members from Winthrop on the side of that bot lane tier 1. Dragon yet to be started though, and the Maryville Saints starting to march into the river. Looking at Sammykin first. Forced to flash away. Wilson is right behind them. Sammykin locks up Aojun. Kick from Niles doesn't really get much there. Just trying to stop the damage coming out from Sammykin, and wow, that was quite underwhelming from the Saints side as the rest of Winthrop just corral on in and answer.
Oh,
Eric?
Ooh,
Barrick! Flash for the Q, secure, and the auto attack guarantees the solo bolo for the Varus top lane, and Winthrop should be able to secure the first Dragon of the game now.
That's some good stuff, Barrick. I like to see it. Especially from a player who, I remember in a previous interview, was asked how he feels, if he ever feels pressure from nameplates over, whoever he's playing on the opposing side in top lane, and he literally said, "I don't care, bro. I am just here to play my best." And you know what? Lane has not been great for him in game 1 and 2, but this time around, he's showing it to us, and I like it.
was struggling a little bit in that first game, despite Winthrop massively winning out on the other
No
side
resources,
of the map.
to be fair. You got no resources, but
Yep.
I understand.
And the fact that Maryville were able to find a decent matchup into whether it was going to be the Vayne or the Jace with the Rumble pick. And Niles did play towards that side. Barrick finding his first real advantage in this series against Crimson in the side lane.
Oh my god.
Obstinatus forced to flash. Takes a lot of damage. But now Niles is ready to join the fray. Wilson is going to hold on to that steadfast presence, though, so Niles has to be careful about how he executes that approach and decides, you know what, I'm just going to farm these rocks instead.
The way he held that wave, I thought Scary was going to slow hit it and let it go into him, but I guess it's just for some pressure. Oh, wait a minute, we're doing this.
Well, it's time for the chunk. Niles just walking up, ready to down smash. Oh, the kick into the Magnet Storm. Okay,
wait.
That was pretty nice. But Niles still goes down to Barrick since he was tanking up the turret. Thankfully, Jerry gets a big shutdown bounty into his own pockets. But they invested a lot of resources just to make that happen.
Yeah, I think it's barely going to break even on a play like that. You got to give credit to Barrick. Great use of the Chain of Corruptions just to put that onto Niles to ensure he tanked as much as possible. Yeah, in response, first brick there to Tomo. Remember when I said break even? I might have lied, Mark. I apologize because I think Winthrop still, monetarily come out on top there.
Yeah.
And plus, a lot was committed in terms of resources too, with Crimson's teleport. So that's tough.
Very tough. It was cool, though. I like the little alley-oop angle from Niles, just sicking him into the Magnet Storm for the dunk. Those are the plays you gotta try and find repetitively to be able to claw back your way into this game. Winthrop now, though, with their man advantage on the top side of the map, can secure all 3 grubs for themselves here. Gold lead, just shy of 3,000 as some gold was picked back up for Maryville. And they might be repeating a dive onto bot lane. Now Aljun with the TP is going to give Barrick a nice hello. And a 1v3. Chain of Corruptions not available for another 5 seconds. Not going to come up in time. And Scary barely survives. My goodness.
I think he had 8 health, which was crazy. Barrick almost getting saucy with it once again. This time they are going to take him down, but you said it, Mark. That's a teleport. Quite a lot of resources that MU are taking away from side map plays just to try and get some kind of dive, collect some gold back into their pockets. Small win, of course. Aljun still has that hero's entrance. So they can make that similar play in extra time. And they're able to get that gold lead down about 1,000 gold there. So they're crawling their way back, Mark. They're trying to, at least.
They definitely slow down Barrick's ability to snowball. Oh, kick flash onto Samakin right into the Magnet Storm again, and this time the bullet time follows up, but Samakin's a little too tanky. Keeper's verdict.
Wow.
One. Niles cannot access Samakin through Wilson. The steadfast presence, the stalwart shield of Samakin.
Hey, this guy's just goated, man. I don't know what to tell you. I'm literally blown away at the player Wilson is like becoming after so many years in the scene, Mark. Again, you said it, raising that ceiling, surprising us, and he just continues with legitimately great gameplay here for Winthrop University. You really love to see it.
Wilson continuing to flex his diversity of role. Now Tomo caught in the taunt, cannot dodge the resonating strike. However, still alive for now, and a nice hostile takeover from Kim Down will stop the play in its tracks.
Yeah, it costs Tomo summoner spells, so he will be a little vulnerable going into this next dragon. But, trying to see right now. Yeah, MU, as long as Niles is able to walk away, MU should have a pretty decent chance at this Drake. Those defensive stats are going to feel... Oh, Niles. Oof.
Gotta be careful here.
Yeah. Winthrop again. They delay the dragon. So They're just choking MU out. And the problem is that time, again, it's not really on their side. Now Tomo's here. Second item and change. But this dragon is as good as Winthrop's.
A slower Drake stacking game, however, still one in favor of Winthrop as they maintain 100% objective control in our third game of this first series. And we've got Hex Tech Portals. Okay. The gates are open, beatdown.
Yeah. It's that's a good soul. That's a good soul. MU would have loved to have. Oh,
Is Scary Jerry dead?
Yes.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, no Rend?
Barely survives. Was it the magic damage shield? I'm not entirely too sure.
I think Tomo just didn't have Rend. So he needed one more. I think he rended at the beginning just to get the slow.
Yeah.
So he
that
can
makes
keep,
sense.
Throwing spears at him.
Well, this tier 1 should fall. Samikin intercepts the Justice Punch with his face. For the homies, Winthrop University now have Prio from mid lane, being able to secure Rift Herald without any real contest from Maryville Saints, and again, 100% objective control in this third game.
Yeah, and it's tough too, because MU, you have a lot of options for side lane plays, TPs, of course, Hero's entrance as well, but it's really hard when you look at Crimson and Aojun, not just the game state, but like what their matchups are like. Because Barrick, I don't think anyone can 1v1 him. It would take a pretty big presence to take him down, as we've seen in recent fights. Kind of the same with Samikin. Either he has too much HP, or he has the damage, he has the move speed to run away. So the presence required for MU to make a successful play on the side laners of Winthrop is... it's too much. Winthrop will just take more elsewhere. So MU are in a really tough position here, where their only option is to win the team fights. But even that seems to be escaping them.
They found a couple of nice windows in being able to mechanically execute some of these Magnet Storm approaches, but you're going to have to do that consistently for the rest of the game if you want to answer for Winthrop's advantage. Flash Magnet Storm right onto Wilson. He slams the rail into the wall. And now Tomo is starting to stack up the spears. Aljun tries to rout off Samikin, just gets the flash out. Keeper's Verdict will be held so that he doesn't accidentally punt Obstinatus back to safety. Now Niles is on the run and isolated. Fate's call into the knockup. Kim down, locks him down with the handshake. Nice kick, only will delay the inevitable death of the jungler for Maryville Saints. Baron not going to spawn for another 35 seconds, nor a dragon for another 2 minutes. So Winthrop, all they can do is just push into the topside jungle.
They do have a Rift Herald, though, in their back pockets. They could drop this and really turn this into a lot more gold. Scary Jerry's here alone. Does have Flash. Might have to use it if he's not careful.
Aljun's going to try to protect this turret. They get the crash, and the Steadfast Presence blocks the Justice Punch. Now Crimson looking for a Flash Shovel Slam. Throws down the Dark Procession, but Kim down with the hostile takeover. Slows down the approach from Maryville Saints, and they reset the fight.
Yeah, Niles is spawning. Remember, with Hex Gates on the map, you gotta be really careful. In fact, Barrick.
Hero's entrance from Aljun. Barrick forced to flash away, but Niles dashes forward with the safeguard. Chain of Corruptions locks down Aljun, and Wilson once again comes in to bail out his carry from Doom and slams Niles into the ground. Aljun's gonna be the next on the chopping block as the spears are ripped out of his carcass. Samikin picks up the final kill credit. Winthrop now spiraling ahead with a 5,000 gold advantage.
Well, you said Baron wasn't up before. It's up now, Mark. And MU are down enough players to make this easy for Winthrop University. Another successful fight. And you said it, Mark. These guys are taking off.
And now the Saints are in free fall, spiraling down towards despair if they cannot slow down the game from here on out. Winthrop University with a massive advantage. Dragon is about to spawn for the third overall of the game. again beat down. 100% objective control from Winthrop in this game 3. Pivotal for their chances of locking themselves into playoffs and avoiding the last chance qualifier.
And this final game, I think it's fair to say, it's been dominating from Winthrop University. Top to bottom, everybody is playing really well. This MVP choice is going to be difficult for us, Mark. And now we're at this point at 21 minutes. 6,000 gold up. Easily going to be able to collect many more turrets as well and just balloon this gold lead even further. And as you say it, Mark, the pity prizes are up and available, trying to give MU some semblance of an ability to catch up.
Chain of Corruptions tags Niles. A lot of damage. Handshake for an extra auto attack. Barely survives, but will limp back to the fountain on that one as the hostile takeover stops the full channel of the bullet time. Winthrop can use another minion wave to continue the siege here, but Barrack did have to recall and answer the counter push of Crimson on the other side of the map.
There's a ward. Because Barrack is backed, he can't join. So this is a really good angle here.
Oh, wait a minute. Maryville University. This would be massive if they could find an angle here. Fate's Call dodges out on the slope from Crimson. Forces the knockup. Heroic entrance comes in from Aljun to back up his top laner. The rest of Winthrop now trying to reset the fight. Magnastorm briefly blocked by Wilson, but Samikin is being hunted down on the right side, but still survives and walks away alive. Niles rejoins the fray. Can he get involved? Can he get active? Scary Jerry firing everything that he's got in those blunt pistols, but only manages to take down one in the aftermath. And Barrack now having a counter push of his own on the opposite side of the map. Scary Jerry getting dangerously close to the wall, and Wilson just flies on in and slams him back into the grave. Maryville University lose another in just a matter of seconds. Crimson takes one last look of Summoner's Rift before descending into the afterlife. Winthrop University on the march on both sides of the map.
And Winthrop University poised to win the entire series, locking themselves that playoff spot. We said it in the broadcast, their fate is in their own hands, and they relish it, Mark. What a great Game 3 from the Golden Eagles. Really complements the first game of the series, where, again, equally dominant, if not more so, as they're going to collect their soul points.
Game 1 was a demonstration of a terrifying snowball gone wrong from Maryville University and well punished by Winthrop. But Game 3 seems an even more polished and well-controlled, well-tempered game from the Eagles. And it's the perfect evolution for this squad that we talked about at the end of the day, or at the beginning of this series, we should say, that this roster is still developmental. This is a new roster trying to rebuild in the aftermath of both Denethor promoting to Dignitas and Mobility now on Cupid Esports, and with the graduation of Zach.
And already, such promising results from this roster. Really something to be praised, to be excited about. Especially when you look at players like Thomo coming back into the player role, previously coaching on Winthrop University. You look at Samikin, who, a player we've been excited about ever since he debuted on Blue Otter, really reaching that next level so far here in Summer Split. Has been some really good stuff to see, and don't look at his Ahri in Game 2. Everything besides that has been great from him so far, and praiseworthy. And I don't know, what else can I say, Mark? Top to bottom, it's just been really good stuff Games 1 and 3 from Winthrop. And it's so much better in Game 3. You said it, polished.
It is still up to Winthrop to close this game out cleanly and continue to demonstrate that polish they have done throughout a majority of this Game 3. Samikin pushing out through the top side, whereas the rest of his squad has mid down on lock. Niles was spotted on the bottom side of the map, trying to get some last-minute gold before he rejoins the defense of his team here in the base.
I think now they're just converging onto Samikin, who's in quite a lot of trouble.
Samikin has to be careful about when to use the Realm Warp. Niles could easily kick him out of it, but just nice use of the Rune Prison stops him in his tracks, and Niles does not have another gap closer that he is willing to expend outside of Flash. So Winthrop able to continue.
Yeah, now it's just this bleed out from Maryville University where they're trying to slow it down. They're trying to stem this bleeding, but they're really few. There's very little recourse for them to be able to do so. They're just fighting for their lives to even access their own jungle. Niles barely able to get to his own farm before getting pressured out. So if you look at that, there are a few options for them when it comes to objectives too. I mean, this next Baron very easily going to go over to Winthrop. And you got to imagine Dragon Soul, if we get that far, will also go to them.
Like, all these looks that Maryville are trying to find have just been bounced effectively by Winthrop. There's a chance to try and lock down Tomo, but he just hops out of the Dark Procession. Wilson has the steadfast presence, so Niles can never go in. And then even Kim down. Oh goodness gracious. Obstinatus might be cooked. He's still alive. Niles finds Barrick here. He kicks him, but no one can follow up. He just flashes back over the wall to safety, and now Wilson on the front lines alongside Kim down. June completely isolated. Niles trying to find one on a Samikin, but this rise is way too tanky. Magnet Storm for the follow-up. The bailout. Oh, Samikin finally gets shut down in this game 3, but what was the cost? Everything from the rest of Maryville University as Niles and Scary Jerry are forced to retreat, and Winthrop have an opportunity to crack open this base.
And I think they're looking for a little more than that. TP from Barrick with a pretty big minion wave means I think the series is about to end here and now. Scary Jerry Niles, they're going to have to lay it all out there if they want to hold on.
The minion wave cannot be approached by Scary Jerry as he's just forced off, and Tomo just walks up and down smashes him, picks up the double. Winthrop University soar to great heights over their collegiate rivals here in this series and win 2-1.
And if you just show me games 1 and 3, Mark, I would never believe that Winthrop struggled the way they did in game 2. It has just been so good to see the growth from this team this split and to see such a really clean game from them here in the final game of the series. And just like that, Winthrop, they locked themselves a spot in playoffs. Of course, CCG now, who are very upset, are going to have to play through that last chance qualifier, but Winthrop very happily do not.
Winthrop secure their chances, as you called out. And for us here, it's hard to kind of comb back through all 3 games and figure out who was probably the most impactful. Because in game 1, Kim down on the Pike was electric.
Oh my God.
Complete support gap, and that set the tone for the game. But Samikin also boasted a hell of a KDA and a performance as well on the Cassiopeia. And just going into game 3 here, a lot more stable, more controlled from Winthrop University overall. Even Barrick having a chance to surprise us and perform against Crimson in the solo lane. Getting quite a lot of attention thrown his way in the aftermath. There's a lot of autographs he had to sign in the bottom lane dies back to back, but they still won out on the end of the day. Even Tomo showing up big time on this Callista pick that obviously we don't know the full story behind how this pick came to fruition, but we definitely felt like there was a strong plan built from the ground up on that first rotation of picks and bans. And he definitely flourished on this marksman that we don't get to see often in the current metagame.
Yeah, it's starting to seem like we are slowly shifting away a little bit from those mages bot, but it's so much more fun, I think, in these situations to watch these players play the champions that, you know, they've made their careers on. And seeing Tomo be able to perform really well on, I think, every champ he played this game, even in game 2, the Ezreal was pretty nasty stuff. So it's fun. It's good stuff. And the Callista.
Really standout performances from a variety of players here. Even shoutouts to Wilson, who had a really nice poppy game overall. And even the vibe from game 1. very useful and very effective to shutting down and following up on a lot of different plays here. Sometimes overextended, but still got the job done at the end of the day. But our MVP overall can only come down to one for this series. And at the end, it might be a toss-up, but Samikin showed up big time in this series. The Cassiopeia getting a ton of kills early on, racked up what was it, like an endgame score of 16-2?
Just something
16,
stupid.
something stupid,
Just something
like
utterly
that.
stupid. Yeah.
This guy was just insane, and then the Rise being able to use his priority so effectively, pushing out Aljun on that first TP, and then having still first move automatically starts impacting the bottom lane alongside Wilson. Yeah, and even in the second game where it was still an overall Maryville win, it seemed like Samikin was still finding ways to be effective on the Ahri pick.
And the thing that really excited me about Samikin this game was I saw confidence from him that I think we've never seen before. Just this very clear, decisive recognition that, hey, you can't do this. I'm strong enough. I can stop you. I can push my advantage. I can force you away. I can kill you. In a lot of instances, especially in game one, and I just saw no hesitation, just immediately like, that's illegal, get him. And it was amazing.
Always love to see Samikin flourish and show moments and brilliances of his peak and ceiling that we know that he can aspire to be. We know that after a lot of time in the NACL, this guy has what it takes to be one of the best that we have. And now we get a chance to sit down with one of the winning members from Winthrop University after their successful collegiate Classico bout with Maryville University. And I believe we have Kim down on the interview booth with us. So let's go ahead and welcome him in, celebrate the victory. Kim Down, always a pleasure to meet up with you. First of all, congrats on beating the Saints, but also, I believe this guarantees you guys into playoffs, so you do not have to go through the last chance qualifier. So, for you, there's a couple things I want to run by you real quick. How fun was that Pike game in game one, bro?
It was very enjoyable. I always love to play Pike, and yeah, I think some of our players were like kind of hesitant on the pick, but I think almost like just pick it, and then I played it, and it worked out pretty well. So I'm pretty happy. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like you just had Obsinatus completely downloaded in that game one. Every bone skewer hit, or if it didn't hit, it's because it was forcing out someone's summoner spell. So you were incredibly effective. But I want to talk to you more kind of big picture about what your team did in preparation going into this week. What was the main focus for the squad, and what did you feel like really delivered and was shown on the Rift in this series today?
I think before we play this match, I think we have been working on like fighting well together whenever we get the advantage, and I think the scrim went pretty well, and we learned a lot. And draft-wise, I think as a team, I think we found like what's the best pick for us and what Maryville was looking to pick, and I think we figured that out pretty well. So going into the match, I think we're feeling pretty confident and comfortable. Yeah.
And it makes sense, and I think you guys demonstrated that well. When you say fighting better together, does that mean you guys are communicating more intentionally, or are you guys just kind of developing this psychic connection and everything is instinctual at that point?
Yeah, I think most of it is comms. I think like who doesn't have like flash, and like who we should target first, or like how can we sync our abilities together, something like that. I think we are still working in progress, but I think it's getting better.
Seemed pretty darn good, especially in game 3 today. What I wanted to also ask you about was this Callista draft with Renata seemed almost intentional from the get-go. Was this something that was planned right after game 2 break, or did it just kind of happen in the moment of the draft and Frank called for the angle?
It did kind of happen, but we did have some practice during scrims. I think like we were ready to play it, so yeah, but it did kind of happen during this round. Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, it looked hella nice, and they had no real ways to lock down the Callista consistently. Lack of point and click CC and everything like that. Last question I'll give to you, to Kim Down, is when you look at this roster, you came in at the beginning of this year as one of the newer guys on the Eagles, but now 3 of those players have gone on to different ventures, and now you are one of the more experienced players on this team in terms of Winthrop tenure. What does that mean for you as positioning yourself as a leader for the team, and how do you feel like the newer guys in Samakin and Barrick have adjusted to being on this Eagles lineup?
Good thing is usually like support and jungle are pretty important, I think, as in a new team or like in every team. And since we're still together, I think like the synergy that we built in Spring Split is still there. And I know Tomo didn't play in Spring Split, but he was always there to help us draft and coach. So it's like, yeah, I know he wasn't there for player, but as a player, but it does feel like we are still like working since Spring Split. Yeah, that's how I feel it. Yeah.
It makes sense, and I think it shows in how confident and comfortable you guys were laning as a 2v2 all series long, even in the Game 2 loss as well. Before I let you go, Kim Down, any other shout-outs you would like to give on the broadcast?
Shout out to my team, my coaches, and my friends who are watching this match. And shout out to Monster right there. And
shout out to Monster.
And shout out to you guys. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, KD. Always a pleasure to cast for you, and always a pleasure to talk to you. And I hope that in the near future we get a Thresh game from you. I always love seeing your Thresh. Yeah. Oh, we'll go ahead and let you go. Thank you again, and congratulations. We'll bring Beatdown back into the caster booth and prepare ourselves for series number 2. No breaks. We are full speed ahead into our second series between OME Esports and Dorado Gaming, another collegiate team, but up against a team that we didn't quite expect to be playing nearly as well as they have been this split Beatdown. And I'll go ahead and let you welcome in the coach so we can get a little more information and perspective on how their split has been going so far.
Thank you very much, Mark. So I'll see you in a couple minutes. And we're going to bring in Coach Bobby from Dorado Gaming. Hello, Bobby. Thank you very much for joining us. Man, there's a lot to talk about with your team. There's a lot to be excited about, and I really just want to get into this. So you guys currently are second in the group, last I checked. You guys have really good standings. You're already locked into playoffs. So I just want to know what the feeling, the vibe is for you guys overall. Obviously, you have high expectations for yourself, but you've won most of your series so far. So how does it feel for you guys?
Well, actually, we're currently struggling with basically how to deal with these new expectations that our performance actually got, right? And it is actually like hard because we're like, oh, we're beating these teams. We can actually compete. Let's look for top 3. Let's look for top 2. And it kind of like shows during our practice as well, right? Like players started holding each other a lot more accountable. Suddenly we are not the team that is fighting for playoffs. Suddenly we are a team that wants to compete.
Yeah, so I gotta imagine though, while that is pressure, it also must be a benefit, right? Because like you said, you guys are holding each other more accountable. You gotta imagine that helps with practice, with growth overall, right?
Yeah, it helps a lot with growth, but it also starts conflicts during the scrims, during the preparation, etc. So it's like a double-edged sword, basically.
Yeah. So I'm kind of curious for you as a coach, how do you go about mitigating these sort of things? Because again, this is beyond your expectation to be doing as well as you did already in the split.
Well, it's basically just a lot of talking, to be honest. It's just it's just
Yeah.
a lot of meetings, meeting before the scrims, meeting after the scrims, and yeah, it's just a job basically. This is basically most of coaching job, right? Like, it's just talking with players about the game and about the things outside of the game.
Fair. And right now, I'm kind of interested in you guys again. You have a good record. You have these expectations. I think there is something to be said about it. Partially strength of schedule, and you also beat a Conviction who was struggling a little bit. So now you're playing Ole Miss today. I'm kind of curious. I know as a coach, and that you guys have been doing well, you must be confident. But I kind of want to hear from you. This sort of advocate for yourself a little bit to anyone who might think like, oh, they kind of had an easy split. Like, what would you say to someone who is kind of doubting you even now?
I'm just going to say that we are going to beat basically everyone that is not top 2 teams. And we are like heavily prepared for all of these. OMS, for MU, all those universities cannot compete against us.
I like to hear it. You guys are too cool for school. One final question before we start to wrap things up. When I spoke to Miliana a few weeks ago, something interesting that she mentioned was you have players who have been in teams past in NACL, didn't perform so well, but look so much better now than they did then. She talked about just more scrim time in NACL, more of a practice time is really what's helped elevate these players. Do you agree with that sentiment? How much your players must have worked hard to get here?
The thing is, like, it's basically a combination of time and experience and actual systems of learning and coaching methodology, right? So it's basically just a mix of both that elevates these players to new heights.
All right, well, let's hope you guys can elevate to even further heights. Really excited to see what you guys will be able to do today. Before I let you go, Bobby, any shout-outs? You know the drill. Anything you want to say?
Shout out my team for actually taking this super seriously, and shout out to the viewers as well.
All right, thank you very much for your time. I wish you luck here in your series today, and we'll talk to you soon. You're in playoffs no matter what.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me here. See ya.
Yeah. All right, let's bring Mark back. What's up?
What's up?
It was really good to hear from Bobby. Hear that excitement, that declaration. Anyone who's not top 2, we got them. These schools, they can't touch us. Learning, overrated.
I can appreciate that Dorado Gaming, their big beef is just with all the collegiate programs right now. It's like, you know what? We're better than these collegiate programs, know? And also Bobby also very affectionately giving a shout out to his team for giving it their all, as this Dorado Gaming roster was heavily underrated in the spring split. We thought that this team was going to be one that is just trying to stay alive out of bottom 2, but most likely going to be there. That wasn't the case. And I remember proclaiming that Dorado was going to make it to playoffs in spring split. That didn't necessarily happen either. However, just the vindication of them having a over expectation performance is credit enough to what their individual ability has been like, or I should say mostly their ability as a team, because I think one of my favorite quotes about this team and their coaching staff that they've said about their team in the past is, man, if we can just get out of laning phase, we're actually a really good team. We can actually throw hands. And Low Jazz and Adam have been a integral part of trying to help this team get through the first few minutes of the game into the part where they are strongest as a 5-man.
Yeah, and I think Low Jazz in particular, I mean, everybody on this roster has leveled up this split, but Low Jazz has been the most pleasant surprise for me, just in that when he joined, when Blue Water first qualified, he was all right. He was here. But I feel like he's really stepped it up big time, not only improving as a facilitator, but also, really stretching his muscles a little bit into that carry category. I know as Nefiri is the first example that comes to my mind. And just the fact that he's kind of expanded his play style a little bit and been able to really grow alongside the rest of his teammates it's always pleasant to see.
Yeah. Low key, our jungle role has been surprisingly still stacked, even when you go to the teams that NA junglers, baby. We got it. But when we took a look at their opponents, OME Esports, they were fielding a different lineup yesterday with Will in the jungle and RetroZing in the mid lane. Well, the starters are back. Griffin and Bradley on the starting 5 for today's lineup against Dorado Gaming. The Land Sharks, we'll see how much damage they can do. And if they are able to take the dub today, they will guarantee themselves as second seed coming out of Group A.
Right, so it really is just about seeding right now, I think, for both of these teams. They've already qualified for the playoffs. And of course, seeding has some pretty cool implications overall. But I kind of hope, Mark, because both of these teams are in playoffs, maybe we'll get a little liberal with the drafting. Maybe we'll see something a little fancy, a little spicy, a little interesting.
I hate to burst your bubble beat down, but
and I hate you for bursting it.
I talked with Colomer earlier today, and he was like, "No, we're still very much locked in, and we're going to. Apart from Pride, we really want second seed, and we were." Going into the day, going to be the biggest fans of Winthrop University, and they now have to deliver, having been gifted the fact that Winthrop have denied Maryville University overtaking Ole Miss Esports in the standings.
Right. So, you know what? Fair enough. In that case, I can be all right with Colomer disappointing me like that. I'll get over it. It's fine. But
he usually does beat down. He usually does. Love you, Brandon.
Me too. But Dorado Gaming though. Maybe they'll play something spicy. I mean, they generally play pretty exciting stuff regardless.
Well, you know where the spice usually comes from? It comes from the mid lane. And guess what our face-to-face matchup, presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Bradley against Adam. Now, Ole Miss are not the only team in the league to recognize Adam's proclivity to marksman champions and other play styles that Dorado Gaming tends to really highlight when it comes to their successes. And I think Colomer even mentioning that we understand that Dorado Gaming leans a lot and depends a lot on Adam having an advantage in his lane so that he can help break open the rest of the map and set things up for Dorado. Because as we mentioned before, laning is not necessarily a guaranteed strength for the entire roster, but team fighting wise, they are a very surprisingly well-coordinated unit of 5. But with Bradley and Griffin back on the lineup for Ole Miss Esports, we know that a lot of Ole Miss's big standout successes have also come from Bradley just having monster performances.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, too, to hear Colomer say that, because I really think the same is pretty true for Ole Miss for that reason. Bradley, when he does well, Ole Miss are flying, and they're doing wonderfully. And when he's not, things don't look great. Don't look as great. It is what it is. So it does make this matchup very exciting, especially with the less than common champions we see Adam pull out there in the mid lane. We saw the Yasuo there with the champ pool comparison. And in the right situation, he'll whip that out easy. Also, I'm digging the look. He's sporting
Adam's
the rock
locked in,
sweater
man.
and necklace. Yeah, look at him.
Dude, if that was like a crew neck sweater and he had the jeans, tell me if you've ever seen Adam and The Rock in the same room together.
I haven't. I can say that with utter certainty.
We'll let chat be the judge on that one.
That never goes wrong.
Hearts in the chat.
One heart.
I'm getting closer to the draft, starting up for game 1 between both Ole Miss and Dorado Gaming. Some things to be wary of in this particular draft. We already mentioned it before. Obviously, a lot of the meta mages are going to be contested between Bradley and Adam. However, keep your eyes out for any marksman champions. Adam has pulled out Vayne this year into things like the Galio. He's also played Tristana in the past.
Yeah.
We are not, unfortunately, on the next patch where all the marksmen got sweeping buffs in their MR department. Fleet also got buffed as well, but that's going to be next week. So the Adam patch buff is not happening until next week. We flew through the bans, though. Beat down Ziggs, immediately taken by Array for Ole Miss, and Ezreal could be the answer from Hub.
Yeah, and it could be a pretty easy Ezreal karma for him and Inflame. I know a lot of Inflame's success comes from him being on those engaged supports, especially love his Leona. But there are still options. The Ezreal for sure, though. You can match the poke. You can do what a lot of those mages in the bot lane can do, and you've been doing it for years. You can 1v2. You can farm the lane by yourself and let your support do his thing. It's like that joke. I did it in 3 years. White man did it in 1.
Love that for them. Pantheon locked in for Dorado Gaming, bypassing a lot of the other fighter junglers that would normally fight their way to the top of the list. Curious what the priority on Pantheon is going to set up here, if there's like a specific combination of champions, or even if there is a flex in the works. We've seen some Pantheon support swapped around to make room for a surprising jungle pick in other regions of play. But for now, Ole Miss are just going to answer with Leona for Bounty, which works really nicely with Ziggs. Great roaming support and great lockdown that guarantees a lot of that rotation of damage coming out of Ziggs' arsenal.
Yeah, that long range engage is so nice too. With the solar flare, you get real tanky. So there is that pressure as well on other players here in the draft from Dorado, just to include, some more consistent damage to ensure they can get through that front line.
Dorado deciding on their support of choice now. They know that it's going to be Leona guaranteed. Could we get the Alistar that Beatdown has been begging for the entire day, chat? Yes!
Yeah!
All right.
You can headbutt away the Zenith Blade. That was always a thing. Gotta love it. Again, 5 move speed. Buff.
Beatdown.
Yeah.
Give me your best moo.
Moo? What? I thought you were going to say Alistar voice line, and I was like, all ready for it, and then you said moo.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And I got stun locked. I was ready to be like,
okay,
you can't milk those.
Let's just pretend I said, give me your best Alistar impression.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
The only thing I know is you can't milk those.
It's a good one.
Thank you.
And
it really wasn't, but...
I meant the line.
Oh, the line is good. Yeah, you're right.
The line is good. Don't worry, Beatdown. If Inflame pops off with the Alistar, you're going to get a second bout to
I'll get a
really
chance.
pop off with that voice line. Yeah, you're going to have the full send it. So we'll keep that.
I need Inflame to do badly then.
Just don't think too hard on it, Beatdown. Just say it with your
right.
chest. Type shit, bro.
Okay.
Like, just,
True.
just full send it. As Dorado are trying to now limit the options for Bradley in his mid lane pool. Akali and Sylas, a lot of powerful AP fighters and assassins being taken away. Gnar denied from Decoy, and a Vayne as well. We're recognizing that it's not just a top lane champion pick, it's also a mid lane pick for Adam.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably also... That's just me thinking Ariana's going to play like Cassante or something more tank-oriented. And he just doesn't want to have a really bad time, which I think as League of Legends players, we can all appreciate. As Vayne top is very much alive and well in the year 2026. So now there's the option here for what are we throwing at the end? And it's looking like we're going to save that last pick for Decoy. Orianna, not really the sustained damage. We said it in the previous series, Ezreal, Orianna, you got some damage, but I think over time, It'll be harder to get through tanks, which I think just puts some stonks for Ariana to play something like Kazante.
Also can depend on what Adam decides to build. We've seen a lot of tankier versions of Orianna where they're more durable with the Rod of Ages rush, but then they just do not have nearly the same amount of damage. And this Vayne pick, not only the ban denies the top lane choice, but Adam, we mentioned it before, has picked Vayne into Galio. Thought that's what they were setting up for, since they had 3 divers with Leona, Wukong, and Olaf that could easily just rampage into the backline. Galio would have been a perfect way. Whoa, Kled! Yeah!
Oh, I almost choked on my water. That's hype. That's pretty good, because one, in lane, your bear trap on a rope, if you land that, it adds grievous wounds. So you can really deal with the sustain that Olaf has. And not only that, that ultimate, the charge, really good for gap closing. It would be really huge for Inflame on the Alistar, especially. Wow, that's fun. That's fun.
This is awesome. I love seeing Kled, because this guy just adds a layer of chaos that is hard to match in the League of Legends champion roster that it currently boasts, because your ability to set up tower dives is unexpectedly strong, because you can drop turret aggro once you dismount from Skarl. Yep. Your ability to roam, and like you said, the gap closing ability, it's not just for the Kled, it's for everyone that's behind him, because everyone gets the full-on movement speed as they charge forward. And that's going to at least help trying to pick out any side laning that is isolated. The only thing I'm a little scared about, Beatdown, is your ability to get into the backline consistently, because if the front line absorbs the charge, well, you can't just... You can't sail right past them. So we're going to have to keep our eye out for flanks and TP wards for Decoy's Kled, or if he is just walking through a jungle that has not been warded out by Ole Miss, as we head to Summoner's Rift for Game 1 between the Land Sharks and Dorado Gaming.
Yes, and we have a bit of a standings update here. Shout out to Cubby. So the implications here for playoffs, pretty important. So originally thought Dorado Gaming were locked, but they actually technically aren't because of tiebreaker rules. But Dorado Gaming, they just need to win one game, and they'll make it. That's the big thing there. And as you said already, Mark, Ole Miss have an opportunity to get second place in their group, and that's what they're playing for. If they get a 2-0, they're looking golden.
Just like K-pop Demon Hunters. As Decoy is dismounted. Ariana throwing out the undertow. Heals being popped by both supports here for the extra movement speed and health bar retention. Nothing out of the ordinary when it comes to Keystone and Rune loadouts here from what I saw on at least blue side here.
Yeah, otherwise, it's kind of what you expect here in this hot matchup. Oh ho ho!
That remount,
taking the exhaust.
Yeah, that remount will get you, as the ignite is popped. No flash either on Decoy, but and low jazz this pathing. 3 camp, red side clear into top lane gank. Ariana has no choice but to try and send it, and cannot get a trade. Decoy on the Kled for first blood, and immediately a pause comes out. Judge, why is my jungler here? Or why is my jungler not here?
True, jungle diff. I will say, wave state, very spicy. Where it was, if Decoy's able to clear that up well enough, that could be quite a nice lane freeze. And that'll be interesting to see, because remember, neither have teleport, and neither of them will have access to it until they complete their role quest. So stuff like that matters a lot more.
Curious what the pause actually is. It would be really funny if Ariana just went Where's my jungler? Why is Pantheon here? My jungler said he was starting on blue side. How is he here for this all in?
No, Mark,
How's
you
he
know
here for
what
this
he's
time?
saying. You know what he's saying.
Jungle diff.
Jungle
Jungle
diff. You get it.
Well, yeah. As you mentioned before, that wave state looks quite dire for Orianna. It was building up in the face of Decoy, and he should be able to trim it. There's no TP on this Olaf as he opted in for the exhaust and flash, as you called out. So Orianna has to take the long walk of shame back to his top lane. And at least with Griffin pathing up towards the top side of the map, he'll probably need to be called over to help crash the wave and break the freeze so that Orianna isn't just jailed for the next few minutes until his TP comes back up or he's able to get some kind of item advantage, which at this rate is really tough when you start falling behind in the Kled matchup. So that's kind of what I'm expecting the next sequence to be for Ole Miss.
I'm going to have to agree with you. Kind of curious now. We were so focused on top lane. Well, what the rest of the map's looking like. I know bot lane, there's a really tough trade there for Dorado Gaming's bot lane. Especially with Ziggs Leona hitting level 2 first. My interest really is in more of Inflame and what he's going to be able to do kind of out of lane. Just because that's what the support game has just been like lately. And because this isn't the patch where they got super nerfed, I'm sure they're going to leave ASAP.
Inflame was already active level 1. He showed up on the top side of the map protecting Low Jazz in the events of a level 1 invade from Griffin. So, spotted on the ward, walked back down. A reminder, the comeback bonus experience doesn't kick in until the enemy team is on average level 6, and the minion gold penalty doesn't fall off until you are level 3. So usually the way that we've kind of seen support start the roaming process is once you're level 3, you say adios to your bot laner, and you say, I promise I'm coming back with milk. I just don't know when. And
more cigarettes.
Tough. But then they'll come back to the bot lane eventually. Bradley, what are you showing? Are you showing other games on stream? Bro!
I think that's illegal. We must imprison this guy.
Hey!
It's okay. He didn't show it long enough for us to know the game, so like it's fine.
True. You gotta be careful about showing other IP on a Riot stream.
Although now they loosened a lot of those tournament restrictions, didn't they?
Oh!
Which was actually a really cool thing.
True. Very true.
Yes, big fan. Was
W
begging
move.
for it for years. W Riot.
I want to see more W's coming out of this top lane Kled, though. Decoy, definitely in a happy state of mind, whereas Orianna has been Nocturne ulted.
I was gonna say.
Bro is playing from the Shadow Realm.
Shouldn't have lost that duel.
Sometimes that's just how it is in the top lane. You think you're getting a 1v1, and then the enemy jungler shows up and your own jungler is on wolves instead.
First rule of the top lane, it's never a 1v1.
It's very true. We have yet to determine what the issue is for the pause, so we are just going to continue into podcast mode until we return to Summoner's Rift, or if we get more information. So, appreciate everyone's patience. We are in for a long day today, and this isn't our first pause, so
That's true.
Beatdown, did you get snacks for yourself on the side? Because I feel like that's going to be important for the rest of the day.
I didn't, but between Game 2 and 3 of Series 1, I did eat more. So I'm feeling pretty good. I made some more tacos. I just smashed that. It was was really good, actually. Damn. We're back. I was going to take that opportunity to talk more about standings, but we'll get there when there's another lull in the action. And otherwise, looks like Decoy might be actually just trying to shove that wave so he can get a recall, spend that gold he got from First Blood. You talked about it. Getting the item advantage make things a lot harder for Orianna in this matchup. So any advantage is huge.
Walking back to lane with a longsword and a ruby crystal. Does more damage, a little bit beefier. And all Orianna can really acquire for himself is a cloth armor, which will at least help against for mitigating some of that physical burst damage against Decoy in those extended trades. Hub very low on HP, and a good satchel charge means that Bounty feels very confident about looking for an all-in, and that gets the flash out of Inflame.
Yeah, nicely done. I think the only outside Ray has no, he has no mana. He has TP, so maybe he could come back and do this, but I think he's just going to try and do the best he can. I wonder if Hub will actually try to get onto him. No, I guess they'll accept the handshake.
But there's no Renata.
True, my bad. He'll just accept the situation.
That was last game, beatdown. Lock in, brother.
You're right. I'm getting old, man. My bad. My bad. You're right.
When's your birthday again, beatdown?
March 5th.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
So it already happened. You turned into a fossil a few months ago. Meanwhile,
yeah.
Griffin might turn into a fossil, but he's got a clone to be able to dash over the wall. These raptors might not be his anymore, though. Low Jazz is going to smite them away. Griffin tries to pick up some of the small chicken tendies. Doesn't even look like he got any of them. As Dorado Gaming now will take their exit. Bounty looking to collapse. Does not have Flash or Solar Flare, as he's only level 3. Meanwhile, Orianna duking it out with Decoy still on the top side of the map. He's dismounted, but he remounts immediately back up to full.
Wow!
And Orianna gets gapped by Skarl.
And, oh man, it only gets worse from here, man. The more kills he gets, that is tough. Decoy, with that spicy R5 Skarner, really showing up after that first gank, netted him First Blood. And again, it's only up from here. So now the sports, they're doing their thing. Inflame just hang. Oh, nice
really nice interception though by Inflame, using the Pulverize in the middle of that Zenith Blade. Isn't enough though. Adam still takes a decent amount of damage on that 2v2 trade. Could have been worse though if Inflame had not been able to intercept the gank.
Unfortunately, it's gonna get worse because now Adam is still level 5.
Gotta be careful. Yeah, the camera panning over to the turret, that's exactly where my thought was as well. If you go in on an Alistar and you get pulverized and he has enough time to reposition that headbutt, that is a potentially dead Leona there, but Bounty will stay alive as he now is walking with Griffin through the top side, potentially threatening Low Jazz's Raptor spawn, but he will not contest it.
And still, I think overall, that situation worked out. I think it would have been really bad if Adam wasn't able to interact with that wave at all. Inflame, just being a good guy, is just going to hang out here, pull that wave to ensure Adam can get it. And really, again, both times now really saved him in this matchup where Bradley's doing pretty good.
So far. And we'll see how well Bradley can continue the CS lead as Adam hasn't necessarily had a chance to really break out of this lane. OME have done a good job of neutralizing one of the big standout threats that Dorado Gaming normally is able to propel forward. Potential fight in the jungle though. Low Jazz looking for another invade. Griffin is level 6. Low Jazz isn't. True Shot Barrage comes in, decent chunk. That does force the Land Sharks back off for now, as Bradley did take a base, so Dorado had a window to really get frisky there.
Yeah, and I like that they went for it. Although Low Jazz, a little behind in experience. I think he should be able to tick over to level 6 now that he's getting that Scuttle Crab. It really opens up the options there for Dorado now that he has that Grand Starfall. He could fly in and set up a play onto Orianna if he wanted to, if they want to repeat that one. or really he can also play it into bot lane. A lot of choices there for the jungler of Dorado Gaming now. And kind of interested to see if he'll be able to push that. Because, you know, Mark, we didn't really talk about scaling much into the draft. And before I saw Skarner, I really heavily favored OME in that department, just with the Ziggs and the Victor. I probably still favor.
Kled, right?
What did I say?
Skarner.
Oh, before the R5. Yeah. I meant Kled. My fault.
You know what it was? As we see the Ragnarok get popped by Ariana, it's because his mount's name is Skarl.
Ah, I like that.
I can see the breakdown. The train of thought where you went with that.
It's not my mind degenerating. It's Riot's fault.
True. Bounty gets jumped on by Low Jazz. Immediately walks away. Charge was expended by Decoy. Not really sure if it got much in terms of resources, but Ariana is now down 2 summoner spells. And Dorado Gaming have full control of the topside river. Oh.
I smell
Ariana.
plates.
Hold on, brother. Stay strong.
Oh, wait. It was canceled again. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I mean, they're killing this guy, no?
In the arms of an angel.
I love it. He knows it's going to drop the aggro, so he just stays there.
Adam, though, might get dropped here. Still has flash available.
Ooh.
Gets out of Bradley's range.
Oh,
Bradley,
my God.
Flashing forward with the empowered Siphon Strike. However, Low Jazz has something to say about it. Spear into the stun. And Low Jazz evens up the kills 1 for 1 in the trade on mid lane. And Dorado are now up 1.5k gold here at 9 minutes.
And that gold lead is entirely on Decoy. This Scar... Oh, I almost did it again. This Kled is very powerful. But, of course, that does mean, you know, the way things go for top laners in that first 15 to 20 minutes, if Decoy isn't around, that gold lead really doesn't mean as much because, again, it's all on him. So it's just for OME playing away from him. That's the goal.
Griffin pops the Cyclone.
Oh my God.
And knowing that Adam had no flash, easy set up, layup, and dunk for the Mega Inferno Bomb from Array. So he shot that thing from the Dragon Pit, and now OME can look for their first dragon of the game.
And remember, Polymer, the coach for OME himself, said that Dorado Gaming lean a lot on Adam. So OME are doing the same thing. They're putting a lot of pressure on the mid lane of Dorado, really setting him far behind and just trying to minimize his impact here this game. And simultaneously accelerating Bradley in the process, who is historically big piece here for OME Esports. So, you know, you get 2 birds, 1 stone with that, and that also just puts that question, can the rest of Dorado Gaming kind of step it up while Adam is getting all this attention? I mean, for one thing, we know Decoy, he's doing just fine. But same question for Hub in the bottom lane.
I think this is one of Decoy's best laning performances all year long when we look at Dorado Gaming season holistically. And it's so awesome to see that that Decoy has been able to find a pick that I didn't even know he had in the bag. Like, who plays this champion realistically? There's not many people that play Kled, and when you look even worldwide, the most infamous Kled player is like Broken Blade from G2 Esports. And we know that from NA, APA used to play Kled on his come up in solo queue, but the one time he tried that internationally, it didn't work. So that pick has just kind of been strayed away from for many NA players over the years. So it's awesome to see Kled resurface and now have a Titanic Hydra. And like you pointed out, Dorado Gamer are going to really have to rally behind not necessarily Adam this game, but through Decoy's advantage.
Yeah, and it's a big one. And he definitely has that potential to have some serious impact this game. So I would like to see Decoy get more involved a little sooner than we typically see top laners get involved in the game, just so they can really leverage this gold lead. Especially considering that there are not many more plates for Decoy to go for here, really just the one.
And that turret is one good solo push away from being knocked down in the top lane. Dragon spawning in 3 minutes time. Rift Herald coming up in 2.5 minutes. So far, Bot lane has been somewhat stable. The only gold injection came from Array getting the alley-oop onto Adam in the mid lane with that Mega Inferno Bomb set up.
True.
So far, Hub has just been farming up pretty evenly against the Ziggs. So this mid-game spike from the Ezreal will be arriving at a similar rate.
Yeah, which overall is fine. That's still a pretty good window. A pretty good window of time for Dorado Gaming. Once they have those 2 items, they'll still be pretty strong and able to contend for a lot of objectives. And that's not even including how strong and fed the Decoy is right now. So far, things have been kind of slow. Next thing to be fighting for is that Rift Herald. With top lane being in the position it's in, you gotta imagine it's a given that Dorado Gaming should be able to secure that one. And if that's the case, the big question is, all right, can they really turn that into another significant boost in gold?
Sure. I think the one thing that OME really did nicely during these past couple of minutes, even though that they preyed on Adam a bit with his flash down, Bradley also was without a flash. So Griffin and Bounty spent a lot of time hovering mid lane in sequences and rotations so that always Bradley had one player behind him just in case he had to overextend for a wave push without his flash, because you can imagine that Grand Starfall and Charge from Kled should be enough tools to just quickly arrive to mid lane without Bradley having the opportunity to get out by himself. So now we've passed that point where a window was available to punish that. Flash is back up for Bradley this time around.
He's gonna have to use it. Oh, what kind of?
No, he doesn't.
Calculator?
Bradley Balls of Steel. My guy is afraid of nothing. Oh, okay, never mind. There was a flash now expended.
Oh, okay,
Something must have
okay.
happened. Maybe it was a True Shot Barrage or a stray Mystic Shot from Hub.
Yeah.
Might need to replay on that one. But Decoy does take out Tier 1 on the top side of the map. At his first brick for Dorado Gaming, extra injection of gold. And their lead now climbs to 2.5k.
Yeah, and it's a very significant lead for Decoy there. I gotta imagine he hasn't back since he got that Hydra. So he must be sitting on a fat stack of cash right now. And even now, he could just hang around if he wanted to. But I guess his team aren't anywhere near that Rift Herald. So maybe now his best bet is just to back, spend that gold, and hang around, wait for his team to join him. So right now, ooh, Inflame. Okay, he's okay.
They don't send the full cavalry against Inflame, but take a nice chunk of his health bar. Will make the next encounter a little more comfortable for the Land Sharks if they do want to full send it. Decoy does get his base off, gets 2 components of that Black Cleaver with the Fades and the Kindle Gem, so just now shy about 1,000 gold. Getting a replay of what happened bot lane and why Bradley was forced to use Flash at the end of the day, because he got really close here.
Oh, I think Hub probably... Oh.
Wait, what?
Maybe he arcane shifted?
Maybe he arcane shifted. That's my narrative. Decoy uses the charge, and Bradley just says, okay, I'm going to move over this way, and now Decoy might be isolated. Inflame is going to be the first casualty of the fight here. Decoy cannot get out. Forced to flash, but he's surrounded by 5 members here. Scarl!
They got him!
Killed Scarl! The shockwave will only clip 2, and Dorado Gaming lose out on their big advantage. The shutdown gets collected by Ariana.
Of all people, too, it cuts that lead literally in half after everything they did in that top side. 1,100 gold is still a lot, but they went from having Ariana in the dirt to now he's back to being a threat. And of course, it's going to be their second Drake of the game, a Hextech Soul to play for. Oh,
but the re-engage. Grand Starfall and Ariana, unfortunately, did not have any friends pathing the same exit as him. Bounty might be the next one here. Stunned up on a gravity zone. So Bounty might be able to walk away. Spear shot. Oh, he could not dodge it. Nicely shot by Low Jazz there.
Yeah, 2 kills on the exit. Really good. Should give them all the space they need to go for Rift Herald immediately. So Dorado Gaming get that gold lead right back up to where it was before that pre-Dragon fight. And with that Rift Herald, they should be able to get a lot more. I actually like what they're going for here in Flame. Just getting some information, just getting some vision. I thought we could see a dive here onto Array, but it's just info. That's all I want.
Very true. Dorado still maintain that gold advantage for themselves, but I think, as you mentioned, very crucial that Ariana was able to claw back some of that deficit. Not sure if he can still lane into Decoy on the side lane, but
no, he is Black Cleaver.
He is, yeah. At the very least, he has finished his first item and tier 2 boots now. So this guy is not on food stamps anymore. And we'll see if Dorado Gaming can continue to leverage this advantage as Inflame punts away Bounty. OME trying to throw hands in the mid lane, but right now they're just kind of staring at each other. However, Bounty gets involved. Inflame force pop the ultimate. Decoy is dismounted. It's a 3-man cyclone from Griffin. Things are about to get dicey.
Wow.
Mega Inferno Bomb over the top from Array. Decoy's the first one to drop. Inflame's going to be the next one as he shredded and turned it into ground beef. OME are enjoying Alistar hamburgers today, and that gold lead has dissipated into a small 0.7k.
I'm kind of curious what the call was to keep Adam in that bot side. He ends up getting soloed by Ariana, but if we're really going for this Herald, you know Ariana doesn't have TP. I think you play for that advantage, but instead they think they can win the 4v4. They lose out big time, and in the process, basically lose their entire gold lead. They drop the Herald, which means OME are just moments away from getting the gold lead for the first time in this game themselves.
OME demonstrating a great usage of mental resilience, especially from Ariana. The first 2 solo deaths and the ganks, that does not matter anymore. The gold lead in that top lane advantage has shriveled down to just under 700, and definitely within reaching distance for Ariana's Olaf to get involved and still be a strong variable in these fights. Lojaz, however, looking for Bradley, stuns him up. Decent chunk onto the Victor, forces him to run away as Adam TPs into the fray and making sure that the Dorado Gaming roster still has presence in this bottom side jungle. But Griffin could try and look to take away his own Raptor. Shockwave, oh god,
no.
It hit no one! That Shockwave will find absolutely nobody, and Griffin tries to send into the backline with the Cyclone. It's a 1-for-1, both junglers getting dropped. Bradley flashes away from Decoy in the right frame. The rest of Dorado Gaming can't really do anything more here on the bottom side while Ariana is farming his way back into the game.
Yeah, so we trade jungler for jungler. There's no option for Dorado Gaming to go for the Baron now too, and you said it, Ariana, again, just diminishes that gold lead and is able to get some much needed alone time in the top lane. Really just catching himself back into the game and putting him back to being a threat. We saw him solo kill Adam. You're not built for this. Don't do that. I know you have friends, but no flash, no ult. Like, you're gonna die before your friends do anything. Oof.
Beat down within a matter of 21 minutes. This advantage that Dorado Gaming had through their top side is gone.
Gone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's... Shout out to the Land Sharks for being able to find their way back into the game. Grand Starfall trying to punish Bradley without any flash on the Victor. Gets a lot of damage down onto Decoy's Kled, however, and the Solar Flare stuns him up. Buys even more time for Bradley to cook here.
Wow.
Lojaz stuns him up, but Decoy can't follow up, and Bradley's got another Gravity Zone rotation off the rip. And he forces away Dorado Gaming as Griffin is right behind him and can help escort his main laner back to safety just in time for the 3rd dragon to spawn.
That was really nicely played by Bounty. Again, you said it. They were covering Bradley in lane. They covered him in this team fight as well. They're able to do so much to keep him back. And now we're going to see the precision play presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade. Again, this is the 4v4 that I don't think should have happened. And it was a good setup here for OME to be able to, again, just let Bradley keep laying out damage. They, on the side of Dorado, can't seem to touch this Victor. Bradley's only died once, despite many, many attempts. And it's part of his own gameplay, and it's also part of the cover that he's been getting from his team.
Yeah. OME doing a lot of really good problem solving on the fly and being able to still play a clean team game despite the Kled curveball through the top side of the map. And now Ariana is on 2 items, matching the strength of Decoy's Kled in this game. And Ole Miss 1 dragon away from Hextech Soul. Rift Herald's going to be dropped for the tier 1. I don't think Dorado can do anything about it.
Nope. They can clear the wave. That's kind of it.
Oh, hang on. Oh, okay.
I mean,
well,
he's
Griffin
fine.
should be fine. Forced to use the Cyclone just to get his way out of there. Adam, Shockwave, forces the flash. Decoy has the Kled charge, trying to revitalize another fight for Dorado Gaming, and Bounty's the first one to fall. Low Jazz looking for movement speed from his Empowered E, flashing forward, gets the sun onto Bradley,
they're in there.
He is Dunzo. Shutdown comes in for Decoy's Kled, and now Low Jazz is looking for another under Ray. No mana, no flash, nothing in the tank to get out of that one alive. Dorado Gaming finding some second wind back in their sails, and they can look to the Baron as a way to goad Ole Miss into another bad problem.
Yeah, they need to go right now if they want to do it. They should be able to take it pretty quickly. Griffin with no flash, I can't see him stealing this one. It's huge for Dorado to be able to come back into this one. They collect multiple shutdowns, and as long as they get this Baron and back with 5, hey, Mark, this is a huge swing in the game because they're already sitting on so much gold. You're going to get the 300 each for the Baron too. They're right back to where they were like 5 minutes ago.
The shocking thing about where this punish came from, it was just off of the Rift Herald crash. Just taking note of the fact that Ole Miss realized that this Rift Herald was not going to be used for the tier 1 since the satchel charge blew it up. So Griffin thinks, okay, I'm just going to crash this into tier 2 for free. But Ole Miss are way too far and not pushed up alongside him, and that desync from the Land Sharks gives them a window. However, Ole Miss are right back at it, trying to force a fight. Orianna flashing forward onto Adam, knowing that this Orianna could be cooked here. One more on a toe, guarantees at least one will go down, and Low Jazz sent it to try and dissuade the backline from following up. Ends up being a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Ole Miss.
Yeah, gonna get some information with that True Shot Barrage. And that is 1 Baron buff out of, excuse me, 2 Baron buffs out of the picture. And really already, despite a big play from Dorado, their Baron push gets pretty severely limited. Whereas now you can only see 2 people in that mid lane. You have Decoy alone on that bottom side. Maybe he can threaten that tier 2 with all the attention Ole Miss are focusing on top side. So it's still something that they're able to get, but Ole Miss minimize it by winning that fight. Oh my god, that attack speed.
Whenever he's got the vicious tendencies, or what is it? Violent tendencies.
Violent.
God, it's been so long since I've casted a Kled game. I'm just like, wow, these ability names hit so hard. Bear Trap on a Rope, Violent Tendencies,
what
Charge.
A stupid name. It's like everything else is so, what's the word? Descriptive. Borderline,
evocative.
like evocative. Yeah, and then you just have Bear Trap on a Rope.
On a
It's
rope.
it's so like bare bones, simple, uninspired. I mean, that's the point. It's very lore appropriate. It's just funny.
You know, the funniest thing about Bear Trap on a Rope, even if the name doesn't hit as hard as the other ones, it does do a lot for you. Because if you get snagged, you then get pulled in if you don't escape the timer. Grievous Wounds you already mentioned. Also a big problem for some of these champions that would like to sustain themselves in the fight. Looking at you, Olaf and Wukong. 10 seconds away from this dragon spawn. Ole Miss. This is soul point for themselves here, and it's Hextech Soul, one of the best souls that you can get in the game, and usually one of the dragons where we say, yeah, if a team gets this, it's very unlikely that they lose from this point on. Dorado have split up some of their members here. Ariana was trying to push in this wave and rejoin through the jungle. Decoy was looking for a flank on the bottom side that has been found out by Griffin. Pushes him back into the river. Bounty trying to collapse. Decoy forced to flash. The Cyclone, can he get in range? Decoy dodges it and sidesteps the flash Zenith Blade from Bounty. But Decoy is chunked about 50% HP, so if he wants to join this fight, he might have to look for a quick recall into TP angle here.
It's tough. There's no time. If he's not already channeling the recall, he's just got to join the fight, because right now, Ariana's disconnected. This is actually not a good angle for Old Miss. I think they're just going to play for the flip, but it's tough. Dorado Gaming, I don't know if you want to let that happen. It's double TPs, so I think they have to take this and run.
Solar Flame running to Adam. Oh, but Bounty can't connect the Zenith Blade over the wall. It's too thick. Ariana, meanwhile, finds his sights onto it. Low Jazz denies the Hextech Soul. Ariana has an all-access backline pass alongside Bounty as he takes down 2 in this Viking Ragnarok power play. And the rest of Dorado are routed off from their side of the Summoner's Rift. Low Jazz flashes over, looks for the Grand Starfall to make his grand escape. Can't say the same about Inflame, as he's going to make a long and dangerous trek. He might be able to look for a recall here in Fog.
Yeah, I think they've given up on him, so he's probably just going to be able to get out. They still lose 2 in the process, but the most crucial thing is the fact that Ole Miss did not get the Dragon Soul. So Dorado Gaming still hanging on by their fingernails, but we're just seeing time and time again that the team fights really aren't in their favor. Even with that advantage of Hub being at 3 items and then some. He's got a lot of stats that he's working with compared to everyone else, but he just doesn't have the time to really get all those spells off. You look at Old Miss's comp, his team is just dead in seconds.
At the very least, Hextech Soul denied for another few minutes here for Ole Miss, but as you called out, Beatdown, doesn't really seem like Dorado have much of a strong advantage that they can try and play through. Hub is the only person that has a decent gold lead now. Overall, an item ahead of Array. So if they can find ways to just create space front to back and let this Ezreal literally cook,
yeah,
there's a chance.
Yeah, it's hard because Ariana can kind of do whatever he wants, and the rest of the team don't really kite well enough to deny him. Oh, hold on.
Where's this charge going? Oh, it's mid. Array forced a flash. Gravity Zone does not stop Decoy fast enough. Array ends up going down first, and Griffin creates space with the Cyclone, but is forced to flash away from all the damage that Dorado Gaming had on their side, as Hub just empty Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot into the jungler of Ole Miss. Baron alive for the taking. Dorado might try and flip it.
I see the recall there from Decoy. I don't think they're going to go for it unless... Okay, it is Hextech Rift. He doesn't have TP, but I guess he's banking on the fact that he should be able to make it back with the portals, but this is super risky. Even without Array, I don't like Doc's chances.
Dorado, can they turn on to Bounty first? Griffin separated by Low Jazz. Bounty is isolated. Ariana took a long walk around looking for a flank, but he was decing from the rest of the team. There's a GA from Griffin. Might stall enough time here, but Bradley is sectioned off by Adam as the Shockwave finds him and allows Dorado to just take out Ole Miss members one after another. Array respawns from the grave, TP's back in, but can Dorado finish this off without any further problems? Everyone's super low. Griffin wants to give it a shot. Adam is taking way too much damage. They might just have to turn off the Baron. Low Jazz is taking way too much. Decoy has to get back on there on the flip. Low Jazz is healing back on up. Oh, Hub gets trapped by Array. This is going to be super close. Dorado Gaming have leashed this up for Ole Miss. Potentially it's a fiesta on the Baron pit. Who got the
No way! No way!
And a quadra for Array. Dorado Gaming had it in their hands, and they gave it away.
Oh, Mark, that is a sunken cost fallacy if I ever saw one. They needed to get off the Baron. The second Array showed back up. The Ziggs is too strong. And because they didn't, they lost the Baron. Array picked up 4 kills. And I think they're out of chances this game. 1 minute till the Dragon. I mean, they aren't even going to hit the Rift for another 15 seconds. There's, barring a massive fluke, there's no world where Dorado Gaming should be able to get this Dragon. That's going to be Soul for Ole Miss. Even Choco agrees.
He is protesting that sequence from Dorado Gaming. He's like, I cannot let a team that has the acronym DOG represent me like that.
True. They're doing them
Dogs
dirty.
are better than this. Ole Miss, having Baron on their side, can have priority through the bot lane in preparation for this Hex Soul. Decoy's gonna send it with the charge. Low Jazz, Grand Starfall over the top. Massive shot.
Okay, sure.
They brute force their way in. Array's the first one to drop. Ole Miss, even with the Baron buff on their side, Dorado Gaming don't give a damn. They still find their way in. And the Hex Soul will be denied yet again. What can Dorado do after?
It's got to be the caster curse of the century, man. They just win a fight so handedly, and now, oh yeah, goodbye Orianna. It's been a pleasure. You definitely delayed it, but that is going to be the dragon. The only one left is Bradley, as he tries to do something with that top wave, but even he, I think he's just, he's got a TP. He's going to get out, cost him his teleport, but ultimately, an enormous victory there for Dorado Gaming to come back in a way that I didn't think was possible. They managed to dogpile, and it worked. By the way,
yeah.
Each Drake, 5 haste, and 5% attack speed. I'm just saying if they get all 4, that's another 20 haste. Your champs like Orianna, Ezreal, even Kled. That is kind of crazy.
The fact that you get additional ability haste on champions like Pantheon, who's getting tankier and tankier, can cycle more stuns, more Aegis Assaults to block damage, and increases overall effective tankiness and durability. Yeah, this is suddenly going from, okay, this was surely in Ole Miss's hands after the Baron throw, to now, what the heck? Dorado still have the lead. How is this possible? And
yeah,
I have to look back at that fight because I don't even know how Array got caught up in the cluster. Because if you're Ziggs, it feels like your front line should be able to absorb that engage, and you should be a screen away when that happens.
Yeah, I'm with you there, because right at that fight, Ole Miss were clumped up, so it was really easy to charge in, and Decoy had that Orianna ball on him. Basically, Array got hit with the shockwave, which, at Adam's items, you just explode. So that's really the problem. I agree with you. More space needs to be taken for the Ziggs, considering the range he's working at, and now Orianna needs to take some space from this turret.
Orianna pops the Ragnarok. Okay, ult expended for 2. You get the tier 2 on the bottom side, however, so Dorado continue to break open the map. They have yet to crack the base, though, so Ole Miss can still fall back to their inner defenses. Bradley pushed up on the mid wave, but he feels safe because both of the global tools from Decoy and Low Jazz were just used on bot lane. So he can take this wave and safely make his getaway to the top side of the map.
And remember, Dorado Gaming just need one game win, not a match win, to lock themselves into playoffs and not have to play the last chance qualifiers. The 2-0, of course, gets them that second seed, so they want to hold on to that as much as they can, but even just getting that one game already just gives you that opportunity to not have to play tomorrow, just get you prepared for your playoff matchup immediately.
Same thing with Ole Miss as well. Both of these teams need to get one game win to have significant implications for playoffs. So I think even if Ole Miss were to lose 1-2 series, they still have the tiebreaker of game score over Maryville University.
Yeah, so Ole Miss, they just need to win one game, and they'll have second seed. They're in playoffs no matter what, but yeah, like you said, Holmer, they're giving it their all because they know that opportunity is there.
Yeah. Dorado once again hovering at a 3,000 gold advantage. It's 37 minutes into the game. Most of it is on Hub's inventory. He has only died once so far this game. It's quite slippery to try and lock down for Ole Miss. especially going to this next fight. He has flash available. He even has a TP as well. So if he gets chunked out but doesn't die, he can always rejoin the fight. As Baron is available for the taking. Hextech Soul once again up for Ole Miss in 55 seconds.
Yeah, and it will be Soul Point for Dorado Gaming. Currently in a pretty strong position. You can see Hub's almost full build, and you said he's been playing really well. One of the players from that Polestar roster who's improved leaps and bounds since their time in the lead, or in the league, and just continues to look good. Continues to make you wonder how it's the same player.
True. A lot of improvement from the individuals on Dorado from their 2025 stints. For Ole Miss, there was an attempt on Inflame. Solar Flare was expended. And Inflame just burned his Mikhail's Crucible, not using the Alistar ultimate, crucially. Bounty, potential engage. Griffin, hunting for the backline, immediately looks for Adam, Mega Inferno Bomb over the top. Decent damage.
Oh,
Bounty
they
now
got
into the backline, and they find Hub! Orianna tears him apart! No Ezreal will survive on this rift.
Decoy!
Dorado Gaming, however, fighting on back. They've got the second win on their side as they're looking for a way back in, but Decoy can't find the remount. Adam forced to flash away. He knows that Bradley's coming in for the Death Blazer. Goes golden at the right frame. Dodges out on lethal damage. But the rest of Ole Miss finally have the numbers to take what has been evaded for the past 10 minutes, the Hextech Soul.
And that is it. They took a page from Dorado Gaming's book to jump right on the 80 carry. And they eviscerated Hub in that fight. And right then, we have a pause. Still, huge moment there for Ole Miss to be able to secure that Dragon Soul. Will do wonders for their ability to win out here in this game one. But at this point, Mark, I can't make any predictions. It's still anybody's game, even though the Soul will go a long way.
Yep. This game has been super back and forth. There's been clear winning moments and advantages that both teams have had, and they have either thrown away or severely overestimated. And the other team has come out on top. After this one, Ole Miss can take Hextech Soul. They can reset. They can set up for Baron. I don't know if Hub burned Flash in that fight, but if he did, it makes it even harder for Dorado to reclaim space in that top side of the map too. So you are kind of hoping that Ole Miss mess up in positioning again and you can find a Miracle-Clad flank or a Grand Starfall that eliminates Array or Bradley from the beginning of the fight.
Yeah. Hey, Bradley, I think, is the real slippery one there on Ole Miss. They cannot touch this guy.
Yeah.
They have barely been able to kill him throughout this entire game. And I think he's almost full build himself. That is a very powerful Victor. And really, again, it's just pretty simple. Both of these guys are aiming for the other's carries. And whoever succeeds first ends up winning the fight most of the time. I will say, though, Decoy, he's putting in work. That's Sterak's mage, too.
Yeah.
Oof. Use Kanik Rooker. So it's honestly so based.
Yeah. No, I respect it. A lot of the damage from Orianna is both physical and true damage with the Reckless Swings, right? So he's only bought a Steel Caps for effective armor, and the Sterak's Gauge helps mitigates a lot of that burst damage coming in. Whereas this Kanik Rooker is just his one-stop shop of, all right, how do I stop Bradley and Array from just blowing me up as soon as I walk in?
Yeah, I will say the Tunneler in his inventory makes me very sad. Because, Mark, imagine he bought a Frozen Heart.
Ooh.
Yeah. What if he just said, Orianna, I hate you?
Well,
if
he buys Frozen Heart, Griffin's definitely super sad, and Orianna is sad when he's not in Ragnarok form. But, or actually,
you're thinking Master Yi because he can slow down the auto attacks. Yeah. Well, it's not happening, so it is what it is.
Well, we'll see. I'm actually curious if Ragnarok does not make you impervious to attack speed slows as well. Because you're right that it works for Master Yi, but I felt like Ragnarok is like impervious to all
doesn't work
forms
for
of CC.
Master Yi. But slowing down attack speed is not crowd control, so because crowd control's it's about movement. Like, you know.
But you can't be slowed either. Well, you know what?
Yeah, he can't be slowed. I'm saying specifically the attack speed reduction is not CC.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm just going to assume that you're right, and then okay. I'm doubtful, but I'll wait until after the game to go confirm my sources. Hang on, Griffin sees a moment to engage on Adam, isolated from the rest of his team who are on the Baron, goes golden, knocked up by the Cyclone, and Griffin gets the job done. The rest of Ole Miss follow up on the isolated mid laner. Inflame also cut off from the rest of the team. Decoy taking way too much damage. Scar runs away in terror. Can he get the remount? Can he get the courage back up? No, he can't. Ariana is just that damn scary on this Viking. Dorado Gaming are pushed out of their own jungle. There is no place that is safe enough for them as they kill off the wave just in time, but another one is coming up quickly. Griffin launches forward, looking for Hub, takes out the Ezreal, and Lojaz is the next one on the list. Dorado Gaming get aced at 42 minutes, and Ole Miss just might have enough time to end this game 1.
Look at those spawn timers. I think that's all she wrote, Mark. As long as the minion wave survives, Ole Miss should be able to close out this game 1. Oh, yeah, they got another wave too.
Adam's coming back up in 1. Ariana popping up the Ragnarok so he can't get punted away. Looking to burn it down. Shockwave does clip Ariana, but the empowered auto attacks from Array and Bradley are enough. And Ole Miss take game 1.
And you can see only Bounty is smiling right now. You got to imagine that is a breath of relief for Ole Miss. That game was touch and go for quite a while, and you really wouldn't have thought so based on how that early game went. But, you know, congrats to Ole Miss for being able to pull it out in the end, especially just doing a good job most of the time on focusing the back line.
A huge sigh of relief expressed in the player cams from most. Yeah. Bounty was having a great time. I think the rest of Ole Miss were just like, why was that game so hard, guys?
That's a fun review game, even though you won.
Yeah, Calmer and Alex are going to have quite the fun one after that. But you know what? With that win, Ole Miss, technically, now
they lock second place.
Second place in their group. So big win for them. Ole Miss obviously are still going to do everything they can to close this series out as cleanly as possible, but Dorado Gaming have a big prize for themselves if they can at least clinch one game in this series. We're going to take a short break. We're going to find out whether Dorado can do it. See you then. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Edge. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all, as we are getting ready for game number 2 of our second series between Ole Miss and Dorado Gaming. If you missed out on game 1, I think you should go back and rewatch that one for funsies later on, because that was
super banger.
There was a lot of hands being thrown, and I'm not even sure who was winning a majority of the time there, beatdown, I'm going to be honest. But Ole Miss got the last laugh, got the knockout punch at the end of the day, prevailed, and with their one-game win in this series, that does clinch their spot as the second seed coming in to playoffs from Group A. So now Ole Miss, all they got to do is play for pride and try and close the series out as cleanly as possible and make it a good repetition of hopefully what's to come for playoffs from them.
That's right. And of course, the playoff implications again already taking place after that first win. Ole Miss, they locked themselves into second seed in their group. Dorado Gaming still have that potential for actually having to play in the LCQ. So the way to take destiny into their own hands really is just going to be about winning this game here. Of course, if I'm remembering correctly, the way for them to lose their spot is contingent 2-0ing NRG. And I wouldn't bet on that.
Yeah, it's tough for NRG in today's series because they're using 2 subs, right?
Oh, that's right. Oh my God, wait.
Both Sushi and Spica are out, and they have
Shogo and Mixture.
That's right, Shogo and Mixture playing in for today. So it's definitely a more winnable series for Contingent than it normally would be. So that third series is going to have some good implications. Since NRG are already locked for playoffs as the number 1 seed.
Super locked.
Super locked indeed. But Contingent are hoping for a Ole Miss 2-0 victory so that they could try and find a 2-0 victory over NRG to get into playoffs over Dorado Gaming and avoid the LCQ. But here we go. Second game of our second series. Bands flying with Shen Nefiri taking off the board here. Syndra and Nocturne as a response from Dorado. 1 band left from both teams.
Ooh, Adam. You okay, bro? You're stressing me out there. What am I seeing? Am I crazy? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was thinking.
Yeah. It's locked in. He's like, is it time for Yasuo? Or does he embrace the rock image and play Malphite?
We'll find out shortly.
I'll take your silence as a no.
Well,
I mean, Malphite mid's trash. Don't get me wrong.
Like, unless Kangas is playing, I'm never seeing a Malphite mid in my Summoner's Rift games. So
what if you're playing against Kangas? And surely you can play anything and be fine.
Damn. Steve, I hope you're watching this. I hope you got the receipts. Actually, I don't even know if you would beat Beatdown. No, Beatdown's a good fighter, man. I don't want to throw hands with Beatdown.
Wait,
I'm trying to gas you up, man. What do you mean?
Oh, I thought. Wait, did you mean IRL or in League?
IRL, bro.
Oh yeah, sure, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah, you would clown him. Ain't no way.
Potentially, you never know. Fighting's dangerous.
They're trying to hype you up. Anyway,
I know. I appreciate it.
We got picks coming in this time for Ole Miss. First pick, Cassiopeia. Really powerful in the mid lane for Bradley, but could also be flexed to a Ray in the bot lane. Meanwhile, Dorado Gaming look for a Nivea and Jarvan. So they have a lot of terraforming with both the Crystallized Wall and the Cataclysm coming in.
Yeah, I would also call this the I Hate You Cassio Die duo, because that's honestly really not fun for Bradley to have to play into. He's going to be under a lot of pressure there in that early game. I mean, so interested to see if Ole Miss can cover him the way they did in Game 1.
Camille locked in for Bounty. So we're going to have the roaming scissor leg lady on Summoner's Rift. This is Toph Beifong's descendant as well. What's her name? What's her name?
There's Sue and Lynn.
Who's the one that is on the police
Republic
force?
City. It's I'm pretty sure that's Lynn.
Lynn Beifong. And Lee Sin for
welcome.
Griffin. So already a very powerful skirmishing
Also
jungle
Toph,
support duo here. Dorado Gaming now looking for potentially a support answer for Inflame.
Yeah, that really explains the Poppy ban too. Looking at it, makes sense. The Nautilus is good. You just have that point and click. This, Mark, whoever they choose, whoever they just decide dies. Like, this is crazy. The all-in potential is pretty crazy.
Very potent roaming death squad out of honestly this both teams
You know what
here.
I mean?
Depending on the scenario you find yourself in. I think early game, wow, that's a giant. Is that a wall? What is
his aura? It's his aura.
Wow. Well, we can't see what's happening on Ariana's screen anymore, so we're just gonna flip over to Bounty. Bounty's starting to chirp in with some comms here and giving his perspective on what could be the next sequence for Ole Miss. Remember, this Cassiopeia can be flexed between mid and bot lane, so it's not set in stone whether Array needs a champion for himself, but Ariana definitely will need something for the top lane, and they're already trying to set up something to be protected with that Gnar ban coming out against Decoy. Could also be a Vayne ban again going into Game 2.
That's true. I'm curious if they do want to go that angle. The Ambessa is also taken out of the picture. I think it's good. Would pair really nice. Would sync up really nicely with Camille and Lee Sin. So you just don't want to let that one go through. Okay, so it's a Corki ban, just to remove, a scaling element, potentially for Array to go for. I think something scaling in the bot lane would be fine and make sense, just because you have Lee Sin, Camille. They already can do so much damage on their own in those early stages, so I think it would be pretty easy for Array to lock something in that needs some time, because his team's going to give him the time.
And I like that the Corki was the ban that they take away, because if you think about other bot lane champions that might try and scale, like a traditional mage, we've seen Xerath and we've seen Syndra down there, or even the Cassiopeia, they are privy to getting locked down by a Cataclysm without flash, whereas Corki could always escape it with the Valkyrie. Meanwhile, Dorado doubling down on mages this game.
I like
Talia could go mid, could go bot, as Tomo has shown that Talia bot lane is a thing. This Anivia could also be top lane for Decoy.
While I acknowledge the possibility of Anivia top, I'm thinking it's going into Hub's hands. I like it into that Camille, just because, you know, when she is down there and you guys are skirmishing, you can interrupt that hook shot with a bit of terraforming. I think that will end up pairing kind of nicely. And of course, the Unraveled Earth later on into the game will also be able to do the same thing. So, I like what Dorado are trying to do here with that terrain control.
And this Tristana could go to Array. It could also go to Bradley. This is a Bradley pick as well. The Ornn, however, I think we all know that this is going into Ariana's hands. So now Dorado Gaming have to decide what is their counter pick of choice into the Ornn. Hovering the Mundo.
No.
I think between... I think between the Cassiopeia and the Tristana, you have enough sustained damage to bring down a Mundo later on. So I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay, that's better. I like this one, because if you're gonna, I mean, I guess the conversation was something like, oh, okay, do I scale with him, or do I just try and own him? And I like the own him decision much better. You should have a good time in lane, and you can also be a threat to that backline with that ultimate.
Yeah.
I'm really glad we didn't see Mundo. I would have crashed out.
Mundo has been quite potent in other angles where it's been double mage and they don't have to sustain damage, but yeah, this was not the angle for it. And I'm with you, Beatdown. Now, oh my goodness. You might have cooked here, Beatdown. Hub is currently hovering on the Anivia, and I think we passed the 20-second mark, so it's actually Anivia bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You can interrupt the Camille. The dive is slightly less potent because you, of course, have the egg passive to contend with too, so it can buy a lot of time for them to either back off if they're turret diving you, or back off because your jungler's on the way. So,
wow.
Makes sense.
I like it. I also thought that Talia would have been fine bot lane too, because your Unraveled Earth would stun Bounty and or Array coming into you with their jumps.
So the only reason I think it's just hard, because the Unraveled Earth, you know, I mean, you play Talia, it takes a second. The wall, Anivia,
instantaneous.
It's much easier.
Okay. We'll see if Adam can get a lot more value with the roaming potential that Talia does offer in the mid lane than if it were in the hands of Hub, who is piloting Articuno in this game too. Whole Miss Esports roaming up on the top side, getting some aggressive vision on that Raptor spawn. Hub is being quite cautious about how he approaches bot lane since his support is not here yet. And if he face-checked into a Camille who was already far pushed up in that lane, it would have been quite the chunk that he would have had to have dealt with in the after skirmish of the play.
Yeah, I mean, Anivia passive is great, but that doesn't mean you just want to blow your health for no reason, so good on him. Already we're seeing the value of that Camille. The truly exciting thing will be when the supports inevitably abandon their marksmen, or rather, abandon their bot laners, and, you know, just roam. Affect other parts of the map.
And that's when we get to the metagame that we've been seeing change the landscape of Summoner's Rift pretty much everywhere, Beatdown. And some people have enjoyed it, myself included. Other people, mostly bot laners, have hated it. Understandable.
Yeah, I would hate it. But I'm a mid laner, so it's fine.
Well, see, you hate it because there's suddenly supports in your lane.
Oh no, I said I don't hate it. I like it.
Oh, okay. My bad. I misheard you. That's my mistake.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, but I'm a mid laner, so you know bias. It's true. It's pretty annoying when the opposing support comes, but when my support comes, it feels great. So it balances out.
Real. Yep.
Yeah.
You get not one but two mini junglers ganking for your lane and ensuring that you are being able to say mid-diff at the end of the game afterwards.
Yeah, of course, the better mid wins, always.
Yep, totally deserved. Did not have help in any shape or form. Meanwhile, top lane, there's a Camille flash on the top side of the map. We're missing a play as the supports are bouting back and forth on the top side of the map. There was a flash expended by Decoy as Bounty was looking for a hookshot flash stun. Might need a replay. We'll see how fast we can get that up. But it does give Ariana some relief in the topside matchup.
Oh no. He's fine, though.
Fight in the topside river, in flame. Griffin is able to put him down for first blood, and Low Jazz forced a flash over the wall, gets the flag and drag over the red buff corridor. And Decoy, however, trying to put belt to A on Ariana, but not going to be able to finish the job here. Walks away just fine, not having to need to spend his flash to get out.
Yeah, and a tough death there for Inflame, only level 2. And not many tools, not even having all his tools to be able to try and contribute to that fight. Otherwise, you look across the board, Array got a bit of a lead there over Hub. I think Tristana, that is, I mean, it's expected, but it's not fun for Dorado Gaming. I mean, you looking at this comp, while Dorado Gaming We have a lot of ways to play at every stage of the game. When we get late, Ole Miss are going to fry, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
You have two very powerful carries in Cass and Tristana who are ridiculous at 3 to 4 items. You have Orin, of course, who sets them up well, who buffs them up even more with masterwork items.
Yep.
So there's that stress there for Dorado Gaming. I wouldn't quite strictly say they're on a timer, but things just get more difficult as time goes on.
Yeah, very true. And the thing that makes it even more difficult for Dorado Gaming is that they don't necessarily win the first few levels of the game with their skirmishes either, because you're playing into Lee Sin and Camille. So you had to have made that first topside roam work, and the fact it was just a counter, not necessarily one that was a proactive one, or maybe they read the play instead. But Dorado has to spike super hard on their first item and try and find a way to get these roams off with this Talia and Jarvan and create some differences here. Decoy, however, goes for the ultimate all in, but there's no flash available on the Zehen, so he cannot finish the job. And Ariana maintains his composure, saves his summoner spell, throws out the thumbs up, and he's gonna maul him!
That's actually so brutal too, because I mean he can kind of hold that wave. If he stops Decoy's back too, oh man. Oh, it's so okay.
And
he got,
Ariana
he
solo killed him. He solo killed him. Meanwhile, action in the mid lane. Bradley stuns up one with the petrifying gaze, but it still goes down anyway. Low Jazz gets the kill credit on that one. Dorado Gaming finds their first kill of the second game, but that top lane is looking quite disastrous now for Decoy as Ariana starts to pull ahead in the matchup.
Yeah, that's a mental shatterer right there, Mark. That's a mental shatterer. But good for Dorado. They're able to find a play elsewhere. Onto Bradley, too. He used the Petrifying Gaze, but to no effect. Does mean that... Oh, yeah, okay, Low Jazz is gonna finish the back. I mean, Adam isn't around, and it looks like he hasn't skilled his ultimate either, so he wouldn't be able to join quickly. Oh. Oh, God. Ooh. All right.
Decoy literally got ran over by a train. That's tough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That did happen. I mean, honestly, after what Ariana went through against the Kled, I think he deserves that.
He got his revenge.
Yeah.
He's playing the super tank, and the matchup has been somewhat relieved thanks to the pressure from both Bounty and Griffin in that early roam on the top side. Bradley, no flash on his Cassiopeia. Great dredge line into the seismic shove in the Unraveled Earth. Picture perfect combo from Dorado Gaming.
And this is what I was saying in the draft, too. Like, this comp is an execution, man. Whoever they decide, whoever they pick, they just die, man. That's it.
Another dredge line into the seismic shove combo. Bounty might just get dropped here. Adam flashing forward. Griffin tries to kick him to the side just to barely stay alive as the rest of Dorado Gaming starting to pull ahead and find some big windows of their own.
Yeah, so like I said in the draft, Mark, this comp is like an execute. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
It just... Once Nautilus hits the hook, you're cooked. That's all there is to it. So,
that's a bar.
Dude, I can't even lie. I didn't realize it rhymed until I said it, so... Just like
that's when you come up with the best stuff, when it's not intentional. You just speak it from the heart, man. I'm telling you. Bounty's going to force Low Jazz off of the Baron Pit for the final grub. Guarantees that Ole Miss are able to get one of these bad boys. Not 100% objective control from Dorado Gaming, but still a nice advantage that they can try and rally behind, as Decoy's Zehen is not getting the advantage that they were hoping for in the matchup. But Dorado Gaming now can try and put a lot of their resources through Adam. We know that both Colomer and ourselves have talked a lot about how Dorado Gaming really like to lean on Adam to get these big advantages and be the one that breaks open the map. Well, if Adam is getting spoon-fed these kills from Inflame and Low Jazz, then he is able to give back tenfold once he's roaming on the side lanes.
Yeah, and I will say too, very much like how Old Miss took advantage of Adam in that first game, Dorado Gaming are doing it right back to Bradley. He's already 0-2. He's down 10 CS because of the waves he's had to drop. So interested to see if Old Miss will be able to perform better while their mid laner is down, so to speak.
Yep. Dragon has been up for quite some time now. Neither team has gone for it. It's been too much action on the opposite side of the rift to really open up a opportunity to look for this objective. Meanwhile, Low Jazz and Inflame are going to start moving into the bottom side. They have really good vision control in that red quadrant jungle of Ole Miss right now. Deep control ward that sits right behind the red buff brush is enough information that they might feel comfortable at least trying to start up this dragon. However, Low Jazz says, you know what? I got camps to farm on the top side. I don't want Griffin to be able to steal any of them. So this safety allows Array to push through and get some chip damage down on the turret plates, and Griffin now making a play on top lane. Good use of the ultimate from Decoy to immune the knockup, however, he cannot immune the kick anymore. He's getting hellbent, and he's using his passive to revive, so at least that is something for Decoy to stay alive here. Low Jazz, however, finds the knockup onto Ariana, but he's way too tanky. Griffin goes back in. Doesn't have lethal quite yet onto Decoy, but he's still going to play around with another resonating strike if he wants to go back in, but the play fizzles out.
Still, nice defense coming through from Low Jazz. Really thought you were going to lose Decoy, but he manages to live as long as nothing crazy happens here in the next couple seconds. No one's gone for the dragons just yet. I think Dorado wanting to Drake stack just a little bit more. I can appreciate Low Jazz showing up for his top laner. Not once, but twice.
Low Jazz really wants this Ornn to stop thriving. Well, he throws down the Cataclysm, and it's really hard for Ariana to break out of that one. No flash. He's going to get pulled into the wall, and he's going to try to force Low Jazz to be the one that gets the kill credit. Yeah. So, Jarvan, now 3 kills in this game.
Yeah, Decoy is too low. He doesn't want to walk in there. Oh my god. I thought we were going to see something, but we're good. So now, we're going to get the resets. Now I imagine we're going to be looking a little more at the dragon. You can see, probably largely because of bounty, there's a bit of presence from Old Miss as well in terms of vision game on that bottom side. So it's not going to be a simple thing. Dorado Gaming, we're going to have to move through it very slowly. Oh, okay. It's just threatening bounty.
Dredge line flash. Wow, I wasn't expecting that.
I know. It's because of what I said. Because I was like, why did he throw it that way? But then I saw bounty. I was like, okay, that makes sense.
We haven't really watched this bot lane too much. There's been a lot of chaos on the top side of the map, but Hub has been able to survive so far, and Nivea has been a great response into a lot of the ranged top laners that we saw early in the year. So Hub is just extending that theory into the bot lane and saying, well, if the bot laner gets left alone and it's just a marksman, I should be chilling in this matchup once I get access to my level 6.
Speaking of level 6, Inflame has his, and he's feeling very confident with this wave coming in. And Bradley on reset. Could be an easy dragon for Dorado Gaming to pick up. Quite late for our first Drake, all things considered, but still, something. And that is step 1 towards securing that Dragon Soul. Next thing to watch out for is the Rift Herald. As we've seen in many games today, it is the potential for a lot of gold. I think both teams would love to have it.
And neither team has yet to break open their first turret of the game.
All right.
Griffin showing up on top side. Decoy could be in trouble. Immunes the knockup from the Call of the Forge God, but Griffin has got a roundhouse kick if he needs it. But Bradley is able to sink enough Twin Fangs that Griffin finishes him off with a Sonic Wave, and another pause comes in.
It's really funny how it always happens like right after a play.
Judge, where's my jungler?
True. Real and true. Well, at least they're smiling. Side of Dorado Gaming, yeah, everybody's chilling. Nobody's stressed out, which is a good thing. I lost my train of thought. It's ruined. This is your fault somehow, Mark.
It's always my fault. Beat down.
It's always Jungle Diff, yeah, exactly. I'm glad you caught that. I appreciate that. I mean, it really just goes to show how much we've...
enough games with you and everyone in our friend group that I know it's always my fault. Even if it's not actually my fault, it's just my fault.
Your mental must be steel.
I should play more solo queue with that mental steel, and yet I don't, because it's a lot easier to just, for my friends to be like, Jungle Diff, and if they lose a 1v1, because I know it helps them feel better.
Yeah.
And I'm just
I mean, also, like, we're definitely joking.
Oh, yeah, of course. Whereas if my solo queue teammates say Jungle Diff, and I don't know them, I'm like, oh, well.
I mean, for one thing, they mean that with, like, their whole heart and soul.
Yeah, very true.
And they're probably wrong.
But I've been trying to fight back. I've been trying to at least be like, brother, you died level 2, level 3 before I even got there. How is it my fault? Like, realistically, how is it my fault? And I'll be like, KYS. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, that's...
Oh, nice, man. He got you.
yeah, dude, he cooked me. What can I say after that? At that point, I just hit the mute button.
Yeah, what else could you do? It's okay, Mark. As Twice would say, talk that talk.
Ooh, true.
That's my favorite song, man. It's so good.
Dude, I'm a big fan of Can't Stop Me.
Oh, you know what? Respect.
It's got that, like, 80s synthwave instrumental behind it. It's just, like, it's so dark and mysterious, and it's just got that driving drum track behind it. As we drive back onto Summoner's Rift, the pause has come to an end. Hopefully, no more pauses, at least in this game. If only.
For all time.
Griffin, looking for Inflame, kicks him into the wall, sends it with a Resonating Strike. One more Tempest, and sends him back to the fountain on that one. Ole Miss extending their kill score to 4 here at 14 minutes.
The TP coming through. Oh, no. Okay, Low Jazz.
Can he save his top laner? Potentially. His presence alone makes it difficult for Ole Miss to continue this play, especially on Decoy, who had a full TP channeled shield there.
Yeah. It's really just Low Jazz's aura that saved his top laner, so...
Real.
It's really impressive stuff that we've seen from him. Otherwise, we're going to have some lane assignments switched up. I actually kind of like putting Bradley into Decoy. Just because, I mean, besides the obvious ranged into melee advantage, because of the move speed you get from those tier 3 Swifties, and the move speed you get from landing your Q, really easy to stay on Zehen and make him hate himself. Yeah, so Adam has to join.
Yep, has to pick it up. Not the most fun matchup, playing into Cassiopeia as Zehen, where a lot of your ability to outplay comes from mobility and miasma, as you said.
Rounded.
Yep.
Like a rowdy teenager.
Hold this W real quick. Not the positive kind.
Yeah, I was going to say, not the W you think.
Yep. This one's toxic, quite literally.
Ah, nice.
2 minutes and 20 seconds before next dragon spawn. Rift Herald is alive for the taking. Bounty protecting Bradley on the top side with a quick roam. Griffin making his way there as well, but Dorado starting to move together as a 3-man death squad. Low Jazz, Inflame, and Hub en route to top.
Yeah. We'll say real quick, Orianna has TP. Remember, we saw Decoy TP to top lane before getting ran out by Bradley. So it does mean if Dorado aren't careful, they could get jumped on. That could be the reason why they're calling off this play.
Oh, Hextech ultimatum on Adam. Left alone for just a second too long. And Dorado Gaming now missing a mid laner. Decoy could try and attack Array, who just used his rocket jump, gets pulled in, forced to flash, but the Cataclysm locks him down for the taking. And Ariana comes in a little too late to save his bot laner, but looking for a re-engage. 2-man knock up into another flash.
Ariana!
Ariana! Choo-choo, here comes the pain train! And Dorado Gaming are on a mountain. However, they're playing this one out quite well. Decoy sends it into the top turret. Griffin survives, gets the revive passive off, and Ariana suddenly is missing damage because all the carries just got dropped. Ariana thought that he made a miracle engage, but Dorado persevere and come out on top.
And you said it perfectly, Mark. The angle was so good. The Ornn play was so good. But the issue is, you lost all your damage in the first second there when Array went down. Bradley just isn't enough yet. Not at 1.5 items. So they win big time. Dorado Gaming ballooned this gold lead, and it's going to get even further with that top tier 1 turret going down and whatever they get done with this Rift Herald.
Really strong swing for Dorado being able to get that play on their side. And now they can knock out the tier 1 in top. No one can answer it in time. First brick gold extends the lead for Dorado Gaming. Even the tier 1 in mid lane is very easy to knock down off of a solo push in the future.
And now we have Kentech Dragon spawning. With that nice injection of gold Dorado Gaming earned, they're liking their chances, and unfortunately for Old Miss, they're liking them too. So they're keeping Bradley top lane, collect some gold. In the process, should be an easy second Drake or Dorado, and nothing else really. Inflame is hanging around though. Okay. I think he's just trying to be super threatening, or maybe they'll try and kill Ariana.
No flash on the Ornn.
Yeah.
He's got a Masterwork Unending Despair, so it would be somewhat difficult. They would need to invest a lot to make it happen. They're shifting their attention to the top side instead. Ariana with the downtown call, the Forge God knock up onto Hub, but doesn't really amount to anything. Just a annoyance. Griffin and the rest of his crew were busy taking a red buff away. The Weaver's Wall comes in trying to interrupt some members from escaping, but Griffin is Lee Sin, so he does not care.
He's quite literally fine. But at least it just breaks up the possibility of any real skirmish going on, which I think is fine. And now we're going to see that cover for Adam as he approaches this wave, because they know most of Old Miss are on this side of the map. Otherwise,
yep. Beautiful. Hookshot flash, lands the stun, and Hextech Ultimatum guarantees the kill set up onto Adam. Bradley gifted his first kill of the game.
Jesus, man. I really can't wait to be on 2616.
Don't you just love Camille support?
That's like one of those Ask Reddit threads where it's like, what's legal but doesn't feel like it? Like that's gotta be against the law. Like, what am I looking at all the time?
Yeah.
It's just utter nonsense.
Yeah.
Props to whoever thought of it, though.
Either On or Carria. One of those two.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. One of those guys was cooking it up in solo queue and just recognized, hey, wait a minute. This feels broken. Wait a minute, it actually is quite literally broken. But I think to extend the point, if nothing happens on this bot lane dive,
I think you got a second.
Hang on. Hub might be in trouble. Flashed away, exhausted.
He's still in Nivea.
Bounty. Yep. And he's got the Glacial Storm literally freezing Bounding to death.
Yeah.
Ends up being a 1-for-0 in favor of Dorado Gaming. With that play fizzling out and there's no dragon to fight for.
Try again.
Maybe.
Unless.
Dude, Griffin is teasing. Yeah, I'm waiting. Hang on. Griffin has flash available, gets knocked up by the flag and drag. Gets a ward hop over the wall using that control ward. TP coming in from Decoy. He wants to get involved. They're getting active. Griffin, can he look for the angle on the kick him away? Nope, he's just going to flash outside of the Cataclysm. And Dorado are going to at least take solace in the fact that they burned some crucial tools from Lee Sin there.
Yeah, I mean, getting his flash out was pretty huge. We'll see if that pays off when the next dragon starts, or maybe in this fight now, because Decoy is the target. Ojaz is running, but Oh, wait, yeah, he's fine.
I don't think they have enough
Oh,
damage.
he's more than fine.
Oh, and I don't think they thought that LoJazz was going to be on this side of the map. And now Griffin, who went in without a flash, signed his own death warrant. And the Orianna...
Oh, yeah.
Orianna got stopped on the call of the Forge God thanks to Adam and the rest of Dorado Gaming holding him down. And the rest of Dog are able to continue pursuing after this Ornn. Bradley tries to hold the line here. Petrifying Gaze is massive. Stuns him in place. Can't look for any revenge kills. It's just a way to escort Ariana back to safety.
Woo! That one was spicy. Unfortunately, I mean, we'll talk about it if we see that replay, but that dive didn't work out the way they hoped. And it just ends up resulting in more gold in Dorado Gaming's favor. A much more stable lead than we saw in the last game, where it was 3K, 0K, 3K, 0K, 4K, and then they lose. So now, this time around, they've been able to hold, you know, about 3,000, 3,500 of a gold lead. Now they're up to 5K. And they're hitting some pretty crucial item breakpoints. You talked about it, Mark. Oh, hold on.
Bradley sidesteps the seismic shove. Pretty crucial. Saves his flash. Array
No
might
flash.
be in trouble, though. Oh, does he have a rocket jump? Oh, the Cataclysm almost stopped him. Forces the flash out of him. Meanwhile, Conundrum and Chaos on the other side. Griffin and Bounty are in the thick of it all. And Griffin decides it's time to bail. Bounty is left to the wolves. And Dorado Gaming continue to steamroll ahead of Ole Miss.
At this point, if not for the low health bars, this could have been an immediate Baron turn. Instead, though, Dragon's up. They want to focus on that, which makes sense. It will be their soul point for another Hextech Soul, and a huge win condition for Dorado Gaming. A little later than we maybe have expected, but I think overall this game for Dorado has been quite a lot better than what we saw in the last one.
Yeah.
In the first 5 to 6 minutes, it was a little up and down. Especially with top lane being a bit of an oopsie. But I think ever since then, they've been using their tools pretty well. This comp, again, very execution-like in that whoever Inflame hooks typically explodes. And they've been moving around well, using it well. And I got to give LoJazz credit. I think he's been defending his laners really well, too. One-sided.
Stellar game on the Jarvan, 7-0-4. Now 3 items with the Guardian Angel, so he can make those dives even more fearlessly.
Yeah.
Well, guarantee a second life. As Ole Miss were trying to wait for a member of Dorado to come to the top side of the map, lying a trap in wait. However, Dorado Gaming are doubling down, so who is going to trap who is the real question. Oh,
he turned around!
Up on the other side. He's got the GA for a second life. But Hub is locked down by the Hextech Ultimatum. Ole Miss need to pick their targets correctly. They are rampaging through, but here comes Decoy. LoJazz revived with the GA, trying to fight 1v1 against Array, but he's firing rockets away.
He got him!
And LoJazz wins the 1v1. Are you kidding me? There's a reason why Thunder Sky is getting nerfed next patch. This item is busted, and LoJazz is able to exemplify it beautifully. Dorado Gaming wipe out 4, and they can look at the Baron.
Even with the element of surprise, Dorado Gaming cannot be overcome. And now with this Baron in their hands, Dorado Gaming should be in a very commanding position to win this game. Only 3 minutes till the next dragon spawns. So by the time their Baron buff expires, they should be able to get their Dragon Soul.
Heartbreaking for Ole Miss to not be able to come out on top with that play. They had the numbers advantage. They had the upper hand in springing the trap first. Dorado are just too far ahead and are able to win out just through sheer stat attrition. Now, with an 8,000 gold advantage, 3 minutes away from claiming a Hextech Soul and Baron buff in their stead. I think Dorado Gaming are just a couple of good fights away from being able to close out this game and send us to 3.
And remember how big a win here is for Dorado Gaming. In this situation, with NRG having some subs, Contingent could get that 2-0, putting Dorado Gaming out of immediate playoffs lock. So instead, Dorado Gaming can take their fate in their own hands. They just need to win 1 game in this series. And Mark, this is looking like the one.
Bounty was trying to cut off the minion wave, and Lojaz says, you can't do that. However, Bounty sidesteps the...
Mark, don't say sidestep. He just missed.
Yeah, he kind of missed on that one. However, Decoy doing a lot of damage here. Flashes in, tries to pull back on Bradley. And a revive thanks to the passive here. Goes back nearly to full. Wow. Awesome passive. Awesome passive.
Reworked Aatrox all over again.
Yeah, is this just Aatrox? No?
It's better.
It's better Aatrox. Xin Zhao getting a Darken upgrade really did wonders for Summoner's Rift here. Dorado Gaming continuing the chase here, locking down Griffin and Bradley next. Snake is cut down, and Ariana TP'd in, trying to find an angle for a flank, but he is the only one there. Dorado makes short work after many minutes of this back and forth game to Ole Miss. Here at 28-minute mark, Ole Miss going to try to make their last stand here, but Dorado Gaming are just letting the minions, empowered by the Baron buff, do all the heavy lifting. Array taken out once again, Bounty the next one on the chopping block, and Dorado Gaming are sending us to 3. The 9-game day dream is alive, and let's see how far we can go.
And just like that, Dorado Gaming guarantee themselves a spot in playoffs. No LCQ tomorrow with that win, and the only thing left for the Mark is to close out the series. Remember, we talked to Coach Bobby, and he even said that if you're not a top 2 team, we will beat you. And even if game 1 was a little shaky, that confidence is shined in game 2.
Standout game from Lojaz on the Jarvan. I think he was, by the end, deathless, if I'm not mistaken. If not,
I believe so.
Yeah, because the GA saved him. Yeah, the GA saved him, and the Thunder Sky kept him alive in that 1v1 against Array on that top side fight. So now, Dorado officially locked themselves into playoffs off of that game win. So now we get a chance to go to game number 3 in this series and continuing the 9-game dream. We'll see you on the other side of this break. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
I mean, yeah, in the boot camp in Korea, my champ pool definitely grew. My coaches kind of, when we were there, they showed up the first day, gave us a list of champions that we just have to play. So, and I didn't get to play my, you know, signature champions as much as I would like to for sure in Korea. Like, I think I did get to play a lot of Victor. I think Victor's like my best champion, but I was like talking to my coach, like, yeah, I need to be able to at least like blind pick some champion. And so it was like Victor for me. But no, I think in Korea, I definitely heavily like improved my champ pool. It was, I think I played a lot of the melee mids, and then I've also just added some more mages to my, you know, my like giant list of mage champions that I already play right now. So, you know, I feel like I won't be running into more draft problems for the near future.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Shout out to Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all, to the NACL Summer Split. Last day of the regular season before we head into the LCQ games for tomorrow to determine who is making it to playoffs for the Summer Split. I'm still Rafa, that boy, still beat down Boulevard, and we'll still bring in the fire and the heat as we have potentially a 9-game day on our hands as we are hitting game number 3 of the second series.
That's right, and you said it. The the 9-game day is alive and well, and an incredible bounce back from Dorado Gaming after a very back and forth LPL Goldgraph style loss on their side. They were able to turn things around with this Death Squad comp.
Definitely lacked a little bit in the comeback potential of OME in this one, but yeah, game 1 was definitely an LPL game of all time. Both teams saying No, you want to win this game. No. You want to win this game. No, you want to win this game. Obviously, they were both trying it. It was just a lot of back and forth chaos, but very overall clean game from Dorado Gaming. Outside of a few hiccups from that top side of the map, where Bounty and Griffin did find a pretty decent advantage through their jungle and support roams, trying to give Ariana a little bit of relief in the matchup against the Zahen, and even trying to play around Adams Talia and make sure that he wasn't a big issue. But you called a beat down. That 3-man core between Nautilus, Jarvan, and Talia was a death squad, and anytime they linked up, someone gets hooked, and then they got cooked.
That's right. I got to give some credit to Lojaz too, who we were talking about it towards the end. Had a great game on the J4. Had a lot of really good gank angles, and just did a really good job, reading the map, reading his opponents, and doing a lot of covering, because, man, Griffin tried. He tried a lot of ganks on the Lee Sin, alongside, of course, Bounty on the Camille. And granted, there were a number of successful ones, but he turned around a lot of those and prevented just as many.
And there's one time where Griffin escaped and tried to double down on a play and didn't expect Lojaz to still be lurking around to cover on that bot lane play, which is what broke Griffin's deathless streak on the Lee Sin to open up that first 15 minutes we saw. So we now head to pick and bans for game number 3 of this series. Akali, Poppy, Bard, banned by Dorado. Ole Miss looking at Shen and Neferi like they did in the previous 2 games, but this third power pick, Nocturne, I imagine would be the first thing that comes to mind that you want to deny from Dorado going into game 3. Oh, it's open.
Interesting. So either they have a response or they don't think Lojaz is going to be playing it. I'm curious to see which one it's going to be. And the hover means they're definitely serious about it. And that makes me wonder what Ole Miss is planning, how they feel they're going to respond.
I mean, Lojaz is bobbing right now. This guy is animated. Look at him. He is.
I know. He's hyped.
Yeah, he is. He cannot sit still. He is quite amped up right now. I mean, if I had the Jarvan game that he had in that game 2, I would also be quite electric right now. That was a fantastic.
That's true.
Performance. But Ole Miss, what is next for you in terms of pick potential? I do like this response. Xayah into Nocturne can always just immune the damage from that paranoia once he goes in. And now you have the makings of an anti-dive composition with the Lovers duo set up from Array and Bounty. So now it's up to Dorado to try and play around it.
Yeah, they're cycling through a lot of options on the side of Dorado. Okay. So Lulu Yunara, not something we've seen a whole lot of lately. Back when that Ashe Seraphine and Ezreal Karma were huge, but you do offer that ranged option where you can pressure Xayah Rakan in lane. And of course, you can kind of buff up the Nocturne when he goes in there. Give him that extra bit of time to attack with that wild growth. And of course, the added knockup means that even if Xayah dodges, the paranoia after that Feather Storm, you get knocked up. Oh my god.
Well, it's a Shyvana game from Griffin. So this is why they let the Nocturne through. So, in theory, Shyvana farms insanely fast, can contest Nocturne on the level 1 just because your level 1 Q start is really, really potent for clearing Raptors or challenging Raptors. The only concern is about having a Shyvana is she's not nearly as farm dependent like Nasus jungle is, but you still want to have winning lanes so that you can just focus on clearing your jungle. Your skirmishing potential is a little limited in rivers without your ultimate, and you are very dependent on your ultimate being up to get a lot of value as Shyvana. You do a lot of damage if you can get a melee range, if you go for like more of a bruiser build, or you go for the Kraken Dusk and Dawn build that we've seen some Shyvana solo queue players go for, or it's kind of hard for you to front line if you're not in dragon form either. So Ole Miss giving Griffin a lot of resources this game, and we'll see how well they can pilot around it.
Yeah, plus her passive gives you resistances the more you farm too, so she definitely needs to spend a good amount of her time trying to build that up if she wants to be any sort of front line. And it is possible, right, that we could see Shyvana top, because didn't somebody play that, yesterday?
I'm not sure about yesterday, but...
Or it was recently.
Shyvana top has been played this year. I know that MKOI's top laner Merwin was doing kind of a W max first start, where all you're doing is just kind of like pushing lane and trading without actually drawing minion aggro, which can be pretty hard to play around as a lot of top laners. But then that got nerfed, so I'm not sure if it's still viable, but we'll see. Azir gets locked in for Bradley.
That was fun. We don't see a lot of Azir, even with those bug fixes on 2614, which were pretty good for him. And now with Sand Soldiers, proc things like Lethal Tempo, PTA, stuff like that. Pretty meaningful stuff. Bradley excited to make use of that. Scales really nicely into that late game. He's going to be a huge source of DPS. And that potential to push lanes, as you said, something Shyvana does need.
Inflame cycling a lot of
Adam, if you're goated,
champions.
You play Zed. If you're goated, you play Zed.
Well, right now, Ole Miss have yet to lock in a tank. So if they double down on all physical damage and Ariana slams some kind of super tank like a Scion, that could be pretty tough. Which is,
you're right. No,
I
if
think
he played Malphite, it'd be crazy.
That would be crazy. Hang on, that's not Samikin.
What?
We got a Zoe and it's not Samikin playing in? What is this?
Is that... Rod, can you confirm, is that real? I didn't know Adam had the sauce like that. I was not familiar with his game.
Adam GOL. Hang on, give me 1 second. I'm combing through this guy's career stats because I'm curious if he's ever played Tristana in his career, or not Tristana. Zoe. Why did I say Tristana? No. First Zoe game in competitive. If he has it in his solo queue, I would not know. But maybe.
I will say GOL doesn't include tier 3, so it is possible he had played it there.
Potentially.
Yeah, but I'm glad that I'm not crazy in thinking that he's never played it in NACL.
Yeah.
Because he definitely hasn't.
He's only played 2 years of NACL so far, and the numbers come back with, not a single Zoe game. Well, Ole Miss say, even with a Zoe, it's still not enough to potentially bring down this Mundo. The Yunara, they're banking on not having enough sustained damage to bring him down in the late stages of the game. And they might be right, depending on what hub decides to build. I don't think it's traditional for Yunara to build something like a Blade of the Ruin King in her build. And I don't think Yunara has any percentage health damage built into her kit.
So either. I mean, LDR, remember they brought back Giant Slayer.
Sure.
Which gives you some which gives you bonus damage, not percent health damage. But against Mundo, you will get the max 15% for sure. So, there's something there. It will be interesting. I'm with you.
We've seen Mundos run amok in previous games here, not just in NACL, but all around the world. So we'll see if they can make it work as Ole Miss takes the Summoner's Rift alongside Dorado Gaming here in Game 3 of our second series of the day. And already getting an aggressive invade into the blue side quadrant of Dorado. Puts down a ward. But Adam is going to put a lot of damage onto Bradley with that Sleepy Trouble Bubble. And Lojaz is able to easily proc it. And now following Griffin into the jungle, flashing forward. If he can get one more Duskbringer, should be enough to follow Griffin, but he cannot get the movement speed. Bradley forced to use the cleanse, and now he might be forced to flash over the wall because Decoy is showing up, copying off his escape route. It's disaster level 1 for Ole Miss, and Low Jazz cashes in with the first blood.
It actually couldn't be worse, Mark. it actually couldn't have gone worse for Ole Miss.
Remake.
Oh my god.
Remake.
Literally. Like, ×2. Bradley, no sums. He's going to end up missing a lot of that first wave. Of course, Griffin is massively delayed as he's walking towards his own Raptors. If LoJazz is the GOAT, he walks straight to them. Oh yeah, I think he just didn't expect Griffin to show up.
He's like, you actually are still contesting me on Raptors?
He's like,
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That's crazy work. Well, Griffin was hoping that Low Jazz would either walk away or not be there, and Ariana also gets cooked by Decoy in that trade there. So now there's no flash on Mundo. This is a dream start for the side of Dorado Gaming's top side.
Yeah, already forced to use the TP. Decoy should just be able to walk his way back. And of course, that's not even to say this incredible mid lane advantage right now. Adam is level 3 to Bradley's level 1. Low Jazz, of course, understands. First rule of counter jungling: opponent's jungle camps are so much tastier than mine.
Very true. Because even if you're not efficiently farming at a faster rate, if you would just be farming your own camps, every camp stolen is a camp differential already accumulated for yourself here. So major advantage just to put Griffin behind the pace. At the very least, he gets to pick up his red buff since Low Jazz dropped that in favor of pushing him off Raptors and then walking towards bot side so he can continue counter jungling in the face of Griffin and slowing down his overall pace of the game. I will tell you, Beatdown, this feels awesome in the moment. If Dorado Gaming are not able to actually leverage this lead, comeback experience in the jungle has been buffed so many times in the past that you can claw your way back despite being down like 30, 40 CS in terms of jungle camps and still be the same level advantage.
That is true. I will say, so I'm curious what you think of this. I think the awkward thing really there for Griffin is that the timers of his camps are now super awkward. I think that's why Griffin, I think that's kind of the real advantage there.
He's in range for the tether, and Ariana is not healthy enough to save his dragon. Flash stun from Decoy's Ruthless Predator picks himself his first kill of the game.
And Low Jazz, of course, as his tradition, going to go ahead and take the respawn enemy camps that are his birthright. As now Decoy has a kill as well. This lane for Ariana, which was already super hard for the Mundo, don't worry, Mark, it's harder now.
Yep.
He also has Call, by the way, because cool.
And Inflame moving on up away from bot lane. Not playing a traditional roaming support. In fact, he's playing a Pocket Kitten to make sure that Hub is having a good time on the bot side of the map, but he's roaming on up just to make sure that Low Jazz is denying as many resources from Griffin Shyvana as possible.
Yeah, a really strong opener here for Dorado Gaming. And Ole Miss, the recovery is possible, but it will be difficult. We talked about scaling tools in the draft. I mean, Bradley, as time goes on, he's going to be a powerhouse of DPS. Same with Array, Ariana on the Mundo. It's going to become a very difficult to stop Juggernaut. But when you're put behind in this way, those timers that you're playing for just get delayed. And it gets delayed every time something like this goes wrong. So you said it, Mark. It is on Dorado to be able to push this advantage and just keep pushing that timer to a point where it doesn't even matter anymore, where scaling's not a factor.
And Ole Miss can't even look for an early dragon, as that would be one of the advantages of having Shyvana. You do percentage max HP damage on your auto attacks, and you shred that thing super easily. Not going to even be a contention for Griffin. Is hovering on the bot side as Array and Bounty trying to get aggressive with these trades. Griffin doesn't offer much in terms of utility. Has a slow on his E, and that's pretty much it. And now Griffin is getting pushed off. The collapse coming in fast. Summoner heal used just for the movement speed. Griffin forced away as Low Jazz makes his presence known here on the bot side of the map.
He sure does. I gotta say, I like the way Inflame is playing the Lulu. Even if it isn't, what we typically see. It's nice to see, newer supports in the league play well on both styles of support. We usually see only one, and it's usually the engaged types. But, he's doing good. It's nice. You love to see it.
Mm-hmm. Solid 2,000 gold advantage here at the 6-minute mark from Dorado. Have yet to be able to look for any objectives here as Grubs don't spawn for another minute and a half. Griffin getting invaded on by Lojaz, but he's got Bounty to try and protect him. But Lojaz shrugs off a lot of the incoming damage, and now TP is being forced by Ariana's Mundo, but it comes in slow. Decoy is here for the backup, reinforcing the play, and the invade forces the Bounty flash. Ariana walks away, cannot fend off these Raptor camps by himself, and the rest of Ole Miss Esports trying to just put in resources in protecting Griffin's jungle, and it's just not working.
Hey, the thing is, you don't have resources to give for that purpose. But what are your other options? Which is the brutal part. And you got to give a lot of credit to Dorado, because they are playing this advantage pretty well. They know that, all right, the only way Ole Miss are going to stop us from doing this is if they pull other members to try and stop us. Well, we're going to do the same thing. Yeah. We have the power. We have the agency. And that's really just only going to grow as long as these actions keep up.
What I'm looking forward to seeing from Dorado is how you can manage the balance of how much invading and constant oppressiveness you're able to use on Ole Miss before it becomes too much and it becomes an overextension that Ole Miss can then punish afterwards. Because I think there's been a lot of times where teams have constantly been in your face trying to push you off jungle camps, and then you're not taking attention to side laners getting farm and just quietly building up advantages for themselves on the side lane. Or you go a little too far and you're disconnected from teammates, and then you die, and the comeback bounty goal that's on your head gets gifted over, and sometimes that can erase pretty much everything that you've worked for. So right now, Dorado, just go for grubs, but spot out the fact that Dragon has been started. They're going to try and walk on over and see if they can stop it from being secured, but it's not fast enough.
Which is fine. They'll see if they can catch anyone straggling afterwards. But otherwise, I think Decoy is very happy to just start knocking down plates on that turret on the top side. And overall, there's just more camps for Lojaz to take, as you can see on that top side. He's up. I mean, God, almost 20 CS over Griffin. And that's where a lot of this lead is, really just on the top side here between Decoy and Lojaz. And it's to the point where they can kind of do whatever they want. Even now, Decoy, the damage he's taking, who even cares, man?
Raptor spawn arrives, and Lojaz is here to contest. Griffin now has access to level 6, so he's a lot more fearsome on the Shyvana. Could go in with the Draconic Descent. And for the first time this game, Griffin will be able to eat his own chicken nuggets. This is a big win in Griffin's playbook. The paranoia used just to force the flash out of Ariana's Mundo, but the flash forward from Decoy trying to catch out Griffin, getting the flash out of the Shyvana, gets to the blast cone, back to safety, and not having to use his ultimate, which could be big for an upcoming play instead.
Not just him, Bradley has that Emperor's Divide as well. For such a situation. It's looking like that situation isn't right now. But yeah, I agree. I would like to see them try and make that play happen in a window in the coming minutes when the resources aren't really there for Dorado Gaming. Even with that gold lead, his ultimates can make the impact. Griffin now, even using that threat to try and get a quick hit of, oh my god.
Well, now the Sleepy Trouble Bubble will force the Draconic Descent out of him. Hub is on the collapse, trying to lock down this dragon, and the slow from the Empowered W finally brings him down. Dorado Gaming getting their third kill of the game and finding Griffin yet again.
Nice catch there from Hub. Oof. It's just been clean all around from Dorado this game. It's... Mark, I'm starting to feel bad.
Yeah.
Griffin especially, he is fighting for his life just to get a jungle camp. Just to get a little something.
This is very similar to a game we saw from the Ole Miss roster, which was named Citadel in Spring Split, where they tried playing the Nasus jungle game, and everyone was Griffin's #1 op. Bro could not get a single camp without having to deal with a support or a jungler or even a solo laner getting up in his face and pushing him off a camp, because they know how scary it was if a Nasus is able to get resources and then scale into the mid game. It's the same thing for Shyvana. She becomes terrifying if she gets resources, and so Dorado has made it their sole mission to not let him play the game.
It's funny, I think we were casting that game too. And I agree with you. This is very reminiscent of that. And also, I think this game is even more dominant, funny enough, for Dorado, just comparing it to that time. But yeah, it's the same idea where Griffin is so far set behind. He has access to the ult again, but just being forced to use it in inopportune moments, as well as really hurting them. Now, all Ole Miss really have going for them is the fact that they got that first dragon early on. They could Drake stack, which, you know, like you said, an advantage for Shyvana. And it would be huge for them to be able to get some kind of win condition going. So really, for Dorado Gaming, if you want to keep this advantage up, like start looking at that Drake, start moving over.
They've already at least put their bot lane into the mid lane so that it could be easier for Adam to look for traps with these sleepy triple bubbles through corridors, through jungle entrances. Decoy about to knock out this top turret since Ariana has been starved of resources in his own lane.
I was gonna say, just kill him, no? Can he do that?
First brick is acquired by Dorado Gaming, beatdown. And you mentioned that this might feel like more of a dominant jungle starvation against Ole Miss. Do you see the level advantage between these two?
Oh, I do.
There's none! Its comeback experience is so crazy. Sorry. Crash out.
I think you're real for that. I really think, while, you know, as a concept, I'm cool with comeback experience, but not in practice, not like this. I don't think you should get shoved out like this and be the same level. I think that's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Like, obviously, if comeback experience didn't exist at all, then you could never play scaling champions.
Yeah.
And then, because you run the risk of just being run out of the game. But
kind of like this.
Yeah, but tell me how it's fair that Dorado have done such a systematic job of depleting Griffin resources, and he's still just the same level as LoJazz. He's 3 deaths, LoJazz hasn't died a single time, and it still doesn't matter. It's just bewilders
true.
me.
A kill's worth of experience as well, and 2 assists, and Griffin has nothing? Okay, I'm actually getting more mad the more we talk about it.
See, I've been asking these questions for many splits now, but you know, it is what it is. And it goes to show you that if you're in a solo queue game, guys, hang on, Adam, it's a good trap. Oh, but he flashes over the Emperor's Divide, and here comes the counter engage. LoJazz turns out the lights, and Bradley is desperately asking for someone to pay the electric bill so that he can get some vision, tries to flash away. LoJazz follows up and takes him down. Ariana TP's in a little too late. The tether's going to go through and at least break the passive off of Mundo, but Ariana's not going to get much more.
No, so TP, unfortunately, not gaining too much. It will dissuade any further follow-up, but now again, it leaves Decoy free to just farm it up in the top side. Hub, or kind of split off. Oh, Inflame.
Uh-oh. Well,
is Lulu.
He is Lulu, which is why I'm even more concerned that he's not getting out alive out of this this one. There's no magical journey. There's no way to ascend out of the skies and get back to safety, but...
He's wasting time, though.
Eventually get him.
They got him. Oh, that's funny. It's a good catch out from Ole Miss. You take what you can get. Especially for Oriana, who's 2k down in that kill. It's gonna smooth the burn a little bit. Just a little bit. Decoy's up 2k. And that's probably only gonna grow with the picking up this Rift Herald. I mean, you know, catch-up experience aside, Mark. Oh my god, Griffin's a level ahead now. Catch-up experience aside.
How is that possible? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That's just...
It's like that. It's like that. He's like, "Are you kidding? I need to calm down."
Yep. Something. Not even. It's like a combination of comeback experience, but also probably the camps that Griffin took were higher level than he was. So he rubber bands and then he slingshots ahead of Low Jazz, who is like was actually like the same level.
This is very crash out worthy. I want you to know, Mark. I see you and I understand.
I am heard. I am loved. I am seen. Thank you, Beatdown. Thank you, Alk. Dorado Gaming. Continuing, though, with a massive gold advantage despite the lack of level advantage that should be had in the jungle role. Last thing I'll mention about it, I promise. As we are 2.5 minutes away from a third dragon spawning. Baron up on the table in less than 3. Rift Herald in the inventory for... Actually, no. We just used it.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Decoys here on the bottom side of the map alongside Adam and Inflame trying to break open this tier 1 so that they can continue accelerating the pace of the game before OME start to scale back.
Did he ult? Is that what I saw? Oh no, it was just the Q stack. Well, what I was gonna say earlier is that I still think I really want to praise Dorado for how they played out this early game. It's been very clean. It's been very dominant, and even though Griffin is caught up now and even exceeded Low Jazz to an extent, I think what the team overall, and even him in terms of gold, has been able to gain, the damage is done in a sense.
Yeah.
Dorado Gaming are up 5k. I mean, topside is more than half of that gold lead, and they are so strong. Hub, of course, is playing the Yunara. Another big scaling factor, is way ahead of Array too, so even if Griffin was able to catch up in experience, there's no way, well, there's no way that can make up for the difference in gold that Dorado have been able to accumulate.
It seems unlikely that Ole Miss can claw their way back from this deficit, just in terms of the raw stat advantage that Dorado Gaming have built up. And shout out to Hub, by the way. I'm not familiar with what are traditional Yunara builds, but Blade of the Rune King definitely isn't one I've seen in a while. Adam might be in trouble. Bounty could not get in range to charm him with the quickness, though, so clutch for Adam to get out of harm's way quickly. The Blade of the Rune King Phantom Dancer build. This is a new one, at least when I remember Yunara builds from when she was a lot more prevalent earlier on in the year. This will help them take down this Mundo in those late game skirmishes and fights.
Oh,
Bounty could be in trouble.
Oh,
That's a lot of damage. And Decoy TP's right on top of his head, says good night. And
Bradley
sectioned off. He's got no reinforcements coming in anytime soon. Meanwhile, Low Jazz is picking up the third dragon of the game, which marks Dorado's second. And Bradley eventually dies to Adam's Sleepy Trouble Bubble. And all Ole Miss can do is just find resources on the other side of the map.
Even then, there isn't going to be much for him to find. Now Baron has spawned. We're in such a commanding position on the side of Dorado Gaming that, I mean, if too many people of Ole Miss are on the wrong side of the map, Dorado Gaming can just rip it kind of whenever they want to. They have a lot of damage that they are working with. Oh. Decoy, he has ult.
Draconic Descent on a Decoy, but he double slices and dices, forced to flash over the Baron Pit wall as Array was ready to hunt. Bounty flashing over the wall with the Grand Entrance. Array will follow. Big shutdown. Bounty goes into Array's pockets, and Griffin is still in dragon form, ready to ravage the earth below him, but Ole Miss are now on the run as Low Jazz and Flame are ready to back up Hub. Ariana tries to step on forward, being a front line. Bradley is coming through on the right side, can swoop on in if he can find the Emperor's Divide angle, but there's no Emperor's Divide to be used. It's off cooldown. And so Dorado Gaming are able to walk this one out alive. And Bounty
this is
should
the
be
angle,
fine.
though. He's gonna walk away, but you can see the pressure that Dorado are feeling. Oh, wait, yeah, he's
Bounty died to Baron. Okay, and now
he almost
has
has
to flip this.
Transcend.
They should be able to secure it. Griffin is able to secure the Baron for Ole Miss Esports, but now they have to make their getaway. I love the angle. I love the desperation call from Ole Miss. You might as well do it when you have the chance to do it. And Adam can't find any other members outside of Array. So for the cost of 2 members, I think that is a price Ole Miss will happily pay.
Yeah, really great catch out from them and a good call to go straight for the Baron. It was... it still cost them quite a bit, but they were able to narrow this lead. Oh. Whoa, that's a big shot.
Big find. Big find from Bradley. Caught me sipping water. His Ole Miss Esports are going to collect another shutdown bounty, this time from Hub. And the gold lead still in advantage for Dorado Gaming. But look at the level leads that are starting to come online for Ole Miss as Griffin finds another Draconic Descent, gets out of turret range. Bradley cashes in on a dead Croc. But Lojaz sends it onto a lone health bar member of Bradley. And Lojaz wants to look for more, but he's got no backup anywhere soon. As Adam flies in with a Paddle Star, Sleepy Trouble Bubble is sidestepped by a majority of members of Ole Miss here. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage from Adam.
Oh, wow. Passive shield. Coming up very clutch there. But still, big gold swing here for Ole Miss. They managed to collect a lot from the shutdowns. They also collect a bunch from the Baron, that turret that we just saw too. And, of course, a reminder, that was the first turret, or the second turret Ole Miss have actually been able to grab. There's still a lot of easy gold that they're going to be able to pick up, and if this is a successful enough Baron buff, Mark, they could close that gold gap almost entirely.
Yep. Eyes are now on Lojaz and Adam, who have additional bounties on their head. And if Ole Miss finds either of them, or best case scenario both, that gold advantage from Dorado immediately disappears, and Ole Miss are very much back in the game.
Yes. Idea now. They're just going to all in. Get this tier 1 turret in the mid lane down. A TP from the back, though. Decoy is looking.
Lojaz with the Paranoia is going to shroud the entire map in darkness.
What?
And they had no idea that Decoy was coming in! Best use of the Paranoia I've seen in a long time! A 5-man Wild Growth knockup to start it all! And Dorado Gaming are ready to close this series out!
Oh, yeah. Really nice Wild Growth from Inflame to help set up the kill. And there it is. Rough start for Dorado Gaming, but not only do they lock playoffs, they get their 4th match win, Rafa.
Dorado Gaming defying the odds and upsetting the tables here. Ending this regular season of Summer Split in NACL with 4 series wins here in Group B. And Ole Miss Esports, all they can do is watch as their base comes crumbling down. They're going to try to defend the outer remnants. Hub is the last member alive. Okay, the game is not over yet. Wait a minute. Ole Miss come back alive just in time to defend their Nexus from falling, so the game continues.
With Capital for now. Still, a lot of shutdown gold earned. Dorado come out with a bigger lead than when going in, so props to Ole Miss for being able to save it. They got some objective bounties they can claim. Of course, first of which is likely going to be that Cloud Drake. Should be able to take it without much of an issue, but the question remains, can they survive long enough to come online and actually win the game with their Nexus exposed?
Who's got TP? No one. Damn it. Okay, well.
There's also, oh, that'd be funny.
No chance for a backdoor. However, Decoy has found his way in the bottom jungle of Ole Miss by himself. Lojaz is coming in. They should be able to trade at least 1 for 1, but this might have been too far deep for LoJazz as Griffin tries to follow after him, but cannot get the last chomping breath, but he's got Bounty to set him up with the Flash Grand Entrance and burns him to smithereens. Dorado Gaming have lost out on 2, but they still have the push here. Griffin still in draconic form. Gotta respect the power of the dragon. Ole Miss Esports will be able to fend off their jungle quadrant for now.
You're seeing the pings onto the Nexus. Dorado Gaming, they knew how close they were. They could taste it. So now it's just about continuing basically how they've been playing. They should be able to close things out. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is definitely worthy of a precision play. Again, just great use of the wild growth. Timing it just so that you get the 4-man knockup on top of that paranoia. I mean, doesn't get juicier than that, Mark.
Yeah. Definitely looked like it was going to be enough to end the series right then and there, but just ran out of time. Not able to take out the turrets faster than Ole Miss were able to revive. So, we got another Baron spawning in a few seconds here. Gold lead still majorly in advantage of Dorado Gaming, and Ariana's Mundo has hit level 16, so he's at the point where his ultimate will regen a ton in these fights. The question is, will it matter? Will it make a difference in these extended team fights? As Decoy was looking for a flank, but gets pushed back by Griffin, and the rest of Ole Miss are trying to walk their way into the top river, but LoJazz and Hub are trying to burn this down as fast as possible without Bounty knowing, but he walks up, puts down a ward, and now the rest of Ole Miss can walk on in. The Land Sharks are ready to begin the process of corralling around Dorado Gaming.
Oh, he's asleep.
Lights have been turned out. Mundo's passive is burned, and LoJazz secures it. He looks for Bradley in the backline all by himself. He pushes him away. Draconic Descent at least repositions him away from the front line, but Ariana has been left to Hub and Inflame to deal with, while Decoy and Adam continue the chase. Looking for Sleeping Triple Bubbles one after another. The Paddle Star is also flying, and Hub, with that Blade of the Ruin King, can whittle down Ariana to nothing. Dorado Gaming get the Baron, and they get 2 kills in the process.
And I think that might be all she wrote, Mark. We still have some long spawn timers. You're seeing the TPs. Dorado Gaming have the Baron buff. They know that Nexus is open. They just want to get this over with.
Ole Miss, can they pull off another Hail Mary defense again? The Nexus turrets have respawned. But is it going to be enough?
Oh, right, they do that.
One Nexus turret falls. Bradley resurrects another turret in its place. And they hold out beatdown.
Yeah, they do. Still, by the skin of their teeth, they are holding on. Oh! Okay, almost cancels the back. But everyone's going to be able to get away. And now we're back as 5. Minute 40 on the Baron. Buff still there. Dragon's up, but I honestly think that Dragon just doesn't matter in the slightest, Mark.
Yep.
I can't imagine Dorado Gaming are really concerned about it. Again, they're just looking for their opportunity. Try and find that winning fight. And the crazy thing is, Ole Miss, as long as they're able to hold on, will eventually get to a point where the gold lead isn't actually as much of a factor. We're a while away from that point, but there's this like desperation to Dorado where they might overforce. And if
Absolutely.
If that happens, they could lose.
Decoy has found Griffin. LoJazz following up with the Paranoia. Griffin, no flash to be able to get away. Ariana TP deep just to be isolated from the rest of his team, trying to pop the ultimate, but he has Grievous Wounds applied to him thanks to that mortal reminder that Hub has been applying from his 3rd item. Ariana is still going to survive after all of that. What an awesome champion, but unfortunately for Ole Miss Esports, it might not be enough to survive one last push from Dorado Gaming. Bradley chunked out, forced to recall, and Dorado are going to take the minion wave through mid with the power of the Baron buff to end this series.
All right, for realsies, Mark, the series is over this time around. Dorado Gaming locked themselves in 2nd, locked themselves into playoffs, and remind us that collegiate teams got nothing on Dorado Gaming.
Bobby is a man of his word, Beatdown.
Truly.
Allows his team to walk the talk he put down at the beginning of this series. Dorado 2-1 against Ole Miss. Locked themselves at 4-1 series score overall and clinch playoffs. So now we come down to our last series of the day between Contingent and NRG. I think at this point, it really is just to try and get as much good practice as you can. NRG, because they have already clinched playoffs, they'll have their subs Shogo and Mixture playing instead. And Contingent will do the best they can to try and pull out as big of a series over NRG as they can. And also, it'll be the return of Shochi, who is subbing in over Sila for that series. So it'll be a pleasure to see Shochi in NACL again. But for this series beatdown, back and forth in game one, then resulted into two very dominant showings from Dorado Gaming against Ole Miss Esports. And mind you, this is the starting roster from Ole Miss as well. So really big props to Dorado Gaming, who have demonstrated a lot of growth and a lot of... I can't even find the right words I don't want to say for Dorado Gaming. Just really impressive stuff to go from a team that was heavily discounted and doubted in Split 1. A lot of us on the broadcast thought that they were going to end up as one of the bottom two teams trying to fight for their way out of the promotion relegation tournament at the end of the regular season. They avoid that, and now they come into Summer Split as the second seed of their group.
Yeah. And top 3 overall going into today. Maybe they're higher now. We're gonna have to check when the day is over. But just really impressive stuff. And Coach Bobby already said it in the pregame interview. Just how he's really happy that the players are dealing with those new expectations from how they've been performing. And really taking everything seriously, working so hard and getting to this point where, we're talking about their growth. We're talking about their improvement and the level of play they've achieved, which is truly, by no exaggeration, leaps and bounds compared to what we've seen from some of these players' first time in the NACL. And it just goes to show their manager, Liliana, what she said was that, a lot of players with time in this league, and as Coach Bobby said, the good system of learning can grow, can improve to this degree. And it's great that they got a chance.
Bobby even spoke highly and appreciated his players for taking this super seriously. We imagine that is a given from every team that competes in the league, but I think it just goes to show that the individuals on Dorado Gaming are putting that extra foot forward to really go the distance here and defy the expectations that everyone else had for them at the beginning of the year when they were first announced going into the league for the 2026 season. But it's time to celebrate one particular individual who stood out above the rest when it came to his team putting in an extra W in that column for the overall series regular season score. And it goes to Low Jazz, who had massive performances on the Jarvan, on the Nocturne as well, and even had a hell of a slugfest against Ole Miss in that Pantheon game to start off the series.
He tried. We gotta give it to him there. Overall, the Nocturne was so good, Mark, that he paranoia the champion icon. So, what else is there to even say? He performed wonderfully.
Real.
Jokes aside, he had a really good series.
Sometimes you forget that Nocturne is a high priority pick, and then it goes through, and then you're reminded, that's why we don't let that champion through. But jokes aside, we get a chance now to sit down with one of the winning players from Dorado Gaming for our post-game interview. Let's go ahead and bring them in. And I'm getting word that it is Decoy, the man who brought out the Kled sauce earlier in the series. Dude, that was such a fun game. Have you been a long-time Kled player and we just didn't know about it, or was this something more of a recent development?
I've played like a little bit of Kled here and there, but I think I got like one scrim of it recently and then kind of just sent it. I think
hang on, Decoy, I'm getting your audio really choppy, and I just want to make sure that we can hear you for the rest of the interview. Producers, if you can confirm that if it's just me, then swap Beatdown in. Otherwise, can we help the Decoy and get his microphone audio fixed real quick? I think it's me. Okay, it's me. Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you loud and clear. Give me 1 second.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've played like a lot of Kled in the past, but I haven't played it recently. I saw Siwu pick it, the GOAT, and I think I played one game of it in scrims, and then I just sent it. And I think it went well in lane, and then I think maybe we blundered a little bit, and we tried to problem solve. But yeah, not the best, not the worst. Some takeaways.
The stream.
At least you have it in your bag. So teams now have to respect it going forward. But with that said, I think the other thing that people will have to take notice of is how well your team is now playing early on to the game. Because I remember one of the things that your coaches said in Spring Split, it's like, if we can just get our team out of the laning phase, we're a much better team post 10, 15 minutes. But now you guys are coming out with really sound early game strategies. Low Jazz is running the other jungler around the rift. You guys are playing really well around jungle advantage. Where does that come from? Did it just come together over the summer split, or has it just been a gradual process over the course of 2026?
I think it's a big focus. Like our coach was a jungler, so he's like perma yapping about camps. But I think it's like been going well for us, and I think our early games are great. Need to fix the mid games and maybe some of the Baron plays, but I think we're doing good. Excited for playoffs.
Oh, me too. I mean, you guys are now going in as the definitive second seed from Group B, which is so awesome. And obviously, I think you guys had high expectations for yourselves, but I know that a lot of the community did not expect this performance coming out from you guys going into summer split. So now that you are set and locked in for playoffs, what are some remaining individual goals that you want to work on, since you and the rest of the team have clearly accomplished so much in this season already?
I mean, I think like regular season, like qualifying for playoffs is just like whatever. I think the real thing is playoffs, and I think we can do some damage in playoffs, and I want to show that, and I'm excited.
Well, I'm looking forward to Dorado Gaming doing a lot of damage in the playoff bracket and continuing to defy the odds and making more believers out of Dorado Gaming. Before I let you go, Decoy, is there any other last shout-outs you would like to give here on the broadcast?
Yeah, shout-outs to my coach, Bobby. He's smurfing the drafts and how much we've improved. And shout-out to my teammates, my friends, my girlfriend.
Thank you so much, Decoy. Thank you so much for your patience as well as I got my audio issues resolved. Happy to see you and your guys' success here. Good luck to you guys in playoffs, and hope we get to see you on another winning side of the bracket in the near future. Go ahead and let you go, Decoy, and we'll bring Beatdown back in as we get ready for our final series of the day, Beatdown. And I believe we should have either another coach interview ready to go in just a few. If not, then we will cook a little bit until we get to that point. But Beatdown, it's been a hell of a ride, and we have one last leg of our potential 9-game day journey ahead of us.
It's 9 games, don't worry. NRG versus Contingent, guys. We talked about it. We have the subs for NRG, Shogo and Mixture. So it is an NRG at full power, the same team that has been really dominating that regular split. But you got to imagine there's still going to be a good amount of strength coming through here in Contingent. Well, I'm pretty sure they're in LCQ no matter what.
Absolutely. Beatdown, I am gonna ask you to solo cast for a bit while I just continue to fix up my audio issues here. Sorry.
Well, you'll be happy to know that it's time for the coach interview. So
amazing.
While you do that, I'm gonna talk to somebody over from NRG. It's gonna be a surprise. Hello, Leon.
Hello, yeah, I'm Leon, the coach from Contingent.
Yes. Hello, Leon.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us on such short notice. So, first things first, I'm kind of curious. You guys have to sub. I think it's Shochi subbing in for you in the mid lane, right? So.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah. So, with that in mind, have you had any time really to work with them at all going into today, or was this more of a last-second situation?
Yeah, I mean the situation was really complicated because we lost against our last 2 series, and then we got hit by a storm by the behavior check of Asila. So yeah, we needed to move like real fast and find a new mid laner. We're exploring like many options, and we got to talk with Shochi, and he had been playing with City in the past, so it was a no-brainer to go just straight for Shochi.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Well, I'm glad you're able to find him at the very least, considering these circumstances. Yeah, I can understand having to move very quickly, especially in a split where you just don't have much time to work with in general. This is so short. So, if I'm reading the standings correctly, it's looking like you guys are in that LCQ no matter what, but of course you still have a chance to make it into that playoff. So, can you tell me, goals for today and tomorrow as a team?
Yeah, if I'm correct too, we're playing against CCG for the playoff run, and it doesn't change like anything from our side. We have the same mentality. It doesn't matter if it's like NRG, Conviction, CCG, whatever team in the league that we're facing, we're gonna give our everything and try to push because we're gonna be playing tomorrow. So we really need to warm our hands, like get the confidence back, because losing that 2 series was really hard for us. But I was talking with the players, and I said, it is what it is. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win, and the important thing is learn from that and just keep it pushing, because we have a really good team that we built up in the short time with Shochi, and I'm pretty sure, like, doesn't matter the team, we're gonna make playoffs, and we show you what we're able to do now.
Well, I really love that confidence, Leon. I appreciate it. So, I guess the last thing I want to know before we start wrapping up is that you guys, I mean, like everyone else, it was a very short split, especially with you having some last-second changes. How would you guys deal with how short it is, how quickly you guys had to learn, adapt, adjust?
Yeah, it wasn't hard, because see, Shochi, and they're kind of like same playstyle, and the champion pool that Shochi brings to the team opens a little bit more like the scenarios that we can play around, and also that helps City choosing another picks that suits better the team or the overall comp. So I'm really happy how we are progressing. Obviously, we need to see what happened in these 2 days, but I'm pretty confident and proud of my players, so we're gonna give it up. Doesn't matter the team. We're gonna fight till the end.
All right. I appreciate your optimism, and thank you for your time, Leon. Before we let you go, I want to know, do you have any shout-outs? Anything you want to say before I let you join your team?
Yeah, big shout out for the fans, the people that are watching our games, cheering for us, and also for all the contingent staff, the players that are putting a lot of work, like talking with their positional, doing the reviews, playing a lot to get this done, and also a big shout out to my beautiful wife that is watching me now. So, yeah, that's it.
Ha, amazing. Thank you very much, Leon. I'll let you go join your team now. I wish you luck today and tomorrow, and see you later.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
See ya. And we'll see. Do we have Mark back?
Yes, we do.
We do.
I am good to go.
I was not ready to solo this.
We're totally chilling. It just for some reason, technical wise, the audio in my headphone bud was just chopping in and out. but I think that the battery juice just
Shake
ran
my
out,
head,
and
Apple.
which makes sense because we are already past the 2 series mark, and we're going
That's
into our 3rd
true.
series, and we've extended all 6 games of those 2 previous series. So
And with pauses.
Airbuds were not built to last this long just yet. But let's go ahead and welcome the rosters for our final series of the day, starting with contingent. No, it's going to be energy. So Zamudo, Kizno, and 5mini, the normal starting players coming in. Sushi is not playing today. We have Shogo coming in to play bot lane, and then of course Mixture playing at support.
Yeah, and I think this top side, there's so much good to be said about them. Zamudo, of course, just put him in LCS already, get this guy out of here. Kizno, really top tier jungler in the NACL, has grown a lot, even split to split this year. 5mini's growth cannot be understated as well as a player. We talk about how this roster was signed for the year, how they were committed to these players for that long haul, and it's really paid off because, of course, they had a really good start to that last split, but even though they weren't able to do so well into the playoffs, they stuck together. They look better than they have before, and now they have that opportunity where it really counts, that LCS promotion, to have a better playoff run.
This player team development project has been such a treat to watch because I remember when we first saw the roster assembled and a lot of people were rating NRG super highly for the project and who have a lot of, whether as tier 2 long tenured members that have earned their keep and have earned their place at the top, or someone like Spica who has been a LCS name for many years and making his support debut in this split has proven to be already quite adept at the role and one of the strongest members. Even if support is not necessarily something that he is super well practiced on, he has been able to understand the responsibilities of the role and been honestly one of the best parts about NRG in its key leadership. But development of Sushi and 5mini been the long-term goal for, or one of the long-term goals for this project, and it has worked out incredibly well. So obviously a bit of a disappointment we don't get to see the full starting roster for this team, but they're already clinched for playoffs, so great. It's a great time to be able to have that sub moment and allow both Spica and Sushi take care of the things that they need to take care of at this time, and we'll see them for playoffs. But then when we look ahead of them on Summoner's Rift, their opponents are Contingent Esports, and this roster has been quite fun to watch to beat down because not only you have some players who are throughout tier 2 and tier 3 have been coming up for quite some time. We look at Kaido, who also went by the name City Witty, Daption flexing and swapping to 80 carry instead of support where we have previously known him before. Tub, the other side of that Hub and Tub bot lane duo that was part of Polestar last year. Obviously Asilo would be here if he was available, but Shochi coming in, who is a big favorite here in the tier 2 scene, and then Johnny Rockets, the new man on the scene coming up from tier 3 and collegiate. You might be familiar with his time on St. Cloud, but this guy has been a big treat, and we know that Slayer is a big particular fan of Mr. J Rockets as well.
That's right. And I'm glad too it was mentioned by Leon that a bit of history between Shochi and Kaido. When Kaido's was named City Witty, they played together in 2022 on Taco Gaming.
Yep.
A team very near and dear to my heart. For their upset in the finals of the Summer Proving Grounds Qualifier 2, beating 100 Thieves next when Sniper was on there in a 5-game series. Shochi Zed, bro. Mark, it made me feel things. Things I haven't felt since.
You're visualizing already what could happen in this matchup. The set pieces are there for a certain outcome.
Greatness.
And this could be a series where Contingent Esports have one of the best chances of being able to find an upset over NRG without 2 of their starting players here. But obviously, Shogo Mixture cannot be heavily discredited and discounted in terms of their individual strength as well. But for our face-to-face matchup, it's going to be in the mid lane as we look at 5mini taking on Shochi. Gonna give a big shout out to Destrux, who's also a big fan of Shochi. Was very distraught that Shochi didn't find a team for Summer Split. I mean, a lot of us were quite disappointed that he wasn't able to find a roster after Supernova disbanded. But Shochi will get a chance to play some NACL games here in the Summer Split. And against 5mini, this was a matchup in Spring Split that we saw at the top of the tables between NRG and Supernova.
Right. It's going to be an interesting matchup, too. I mean, given 5mini's trajectory, how sharply he's risen as a player since joining the league last year really makes this one exciting because while Shochi, he has his volatility, his highs are incredible, and it really could make this matchup super exciting when, not too many years ago, Shochi was in the same position as 5mini, newer into the team, fresh-faced. Now Shochi is kind of like the Unk, if you will.
I think if you told Shochi that he's Unk status, he would crash out 100%.
I mean, look, man, if I am a fossil for being over 30, like Shochi's Unk, bro, like give me something.
Shochi buys too many matcha lattes.
Well, bro, Unk. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody has just gotten over this whole like, I'm a man, I need to drink black coffee. I think we're past that. I think we as a society have grown past that, thankfully.
Matcha's delicious. Ube's delicious. Black sesame is also delicious as well as tea flavors and milk tea flavors in particular. Oh my goodness, you got to get on that wave. But another face-to-face that we think is quite interesting is top lane. Zamudo once at a point in time in his NACL career was the new kid on the block and had a lot of potential and a lot of unknown quantities about him. Had a lot of funny picks in his arsenal. I remember fondly his Warwick top lane counter pick, specifically into the Rumble. And sometimes he even played Draven top lane as well, just to really mess with his opponents. But Zamudo has developed and been one of the pinnacle top laners, potentially one of the best players, just period, in the NACL, especially now that players like Yuji have not been playing during the regular season. And Zamudo, I think if we were doing an MVP award, like just most valuable player, Zamudo is up there.
Yeah. If we're discounting like Yuji, it's definitely just Zamudo, no question. Yeah. That's crazy, thinking how far he's come. I remember when he was a third party. That was like the only tape we had on him when he was playing with Toasty Alex, and I think Munchie was their jungler, funny enough.
Oh my goodness.
At that time, I know. Like, and now look at him. Dude should be an LCS. No question about it. Now he's challenging. Okay. Now he's challenging J Rockets the rookie. Tell me, like, Zamudo's Unk at least. Come on, man.
If you put it in that frame of perspective, yes, there is an argument. Okay. But just calling Zamudo Unk when every time that he should have been on an LCS roster and he has been visa gapped just hurts. Because this guy deserves to play an LCS already.
Agreed.
And it's been long overdue. But we have flown through picks and bans on this final series for our first game. Cassiopeia was the instant lock for NRG. Contingent are going to answer back with a Nocturne pickup. And since there's no Orianna, next best mid laner that you can pair this with, I like Galio a lot. Guarantees a lot of follow-up on the Paranoia dive, but could hold off on the mid lane pick for now.
Or they could just pick it immediately.
Syndra, potential for Shochi, yeah. Could also be flexed to Daption in the bot lane if he decides to use some of those mage muscle mechanics. NRG deciding on what they want to pair with this Cassiopeia and what next best jungler they could lock in for Kisno. Vi's a little tough into Nocturne, especially if he has Spell Shield available. But It's good utility for the comp and just strong for catching out anyone else that's not named Nocturne.
Yeah, Cassiopeia, not really the pairing we're used to seeing here, especially if Rumble ends up being that lock-in there for Zamudo. Okay, I mean, there's kind of a combo to be had with that cease and desist and the equalizer, but we're kind of lacking a dive buddy. You talked about Galio. That one could come through for Contingent. I think just looking at NRG, I think Contingent, if you just ban away like Mbessa and maybe Nautilus or like Alistar, I think you just remove a lot of options there for Mixture to really round out this composition. It's part of why I'm like iffy on the Rumble already.
Camille support does get taken by Tub for Contingent. There's a couple of good hovers. I was a fan of either the Galio or even the Morgana. Morgana Black Shield is a #1 up of Vi mains everywhere. You try to go in with the cease and desist and then CC immune, and you're just like, well, I'm dead.
I'm going to Home Depot.
Yep. Taking the long walk of shame back home into the fountain. Poppy's gonna get banned.
Depot.
Yeah. I love the fixture. As Mbessa gets taken off the board, trying to deny any power picks through the Baron lane for Mr. J Rockets himself, especially into that Rumble matchup. Poppy, as we mentioned before, now Leona, double support whammies against Mixture.
Yeah, makes sense. Just the Poppy makes perfect sense. Also, just banning a tanky dive option is good because NRG's comp, again, looking pretty squishy. So I think the Leona ban makes the most sense. So now, what's the angle here? Final ban, I mean, you could look to remove something tankier for J-Rockets. Or maybe they just want to remove it. Yeah, okay, they'll remove Galio. That one makes sense too. Just remove that other semi-global and make it hard to sort of turn off your Vi dives.
What will Contingent decide to flex here? They can either maintain this Syndra flex in the hands of Daption and Shochi, which seems to be the play here. Gnar will be blinded by J-Rockets, or not blinded, but picked at least into the Rumble. I mean, if we could get really crazy here, this Rumble could like be playing support or bot lane or mid lane, you know, but
it has happened.
Yeah. We are imagining, though, that this is just Rumble for Zamudo, and they have yet to lock in a bot lane duo pairing. Mini confirms the Cassiopeia in the mid lane, and we get Ezreal and Rel as the combo for NRG for... Okay, so now I'm seeing Sushi is actually here. I thought Shogo was subbing in. I guess...
Wait, so did I.
Yeah, I just made that... So, okay. Cool. Okay, never mind. We misspoke earlier. We had seen the announcement that Shogo was going to come into sub. I'm assuming that Sushi's other time conflict had ended because the first 2 series took so long that he was available for the 3rd series. That is my headcanon.
Actually, that might be canon, bro.
Yeah.
Also, now that I'm rereading the NRG tweet, it said Sushi may need to take a short leave.
Ah. Okay.
Well, there we go. Good talk.
Good talk. Well, if that's the case, we'll see how long Sushi stays in this series. And this does put a bigger unlikeliness that Contingent can find an upset.
You just say NRG 2-0. I won't judge you.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah. That's where my head's at. Contingent, however, do lock in Kaisa for Daption as their choice matchup into the Ezreal and Rel. So, Decent
Oh, yeah, I
dive
like
potential set up by Contingent. The Nocturne and the Camille can go forward if Gnar is in Mega. Great combo to follow up on while everyone is trying to figure out what the hell is going on with the paranoia clouding everything in darkness. And Syndra can set up with Sun. So comfort pick for Shochi. At least Contingent are able to get strong picks for themselves or ones that are on comfort. It's the best things you can do for a team that is looking to make an upset.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Leon had even said in that interview that, I mean, they know no matter what that they are going to that LCQ. So it really is just, it really is just about them, getting as much value out of this experience today as they can, and focusing on that series tomorrow too. I believe that rock solid confidence he has in his team too, that they're going to make it. They are playing CCG, and he's like, yeah, we'll beat them.
I'm down. Love to see it. As NRG's composition, for the most part, pretty standard in terms of power picks and scaling. You're going to have this Cassiopeia and Ezreal, which will be able to do a lot of work, especially into a team that does not have any real tanks. But we'll let the teams do the talking when it comes to walking on the Rift as we take to game 1 of our final series of the day. Ooh, beatdown.
Yeah.
It's Hail of Blades for Kisno. Interesting.
Whoa.
So, Hail of Blades next patch is going to get nerfed, but
this patch,
it got 2 buffs leading up to not directly this patch, but over the course of the summer. And if you have auto attack resets, it extends the overall duration of it. Probably one of the reasons why Camille is so oppressive to deal with. But Vi is
oh my god, yeah, true.
A great example of a champion that can also take use of Hail of Blades so that you can extend the duration of that, the attack speed, and also the on-hit damage you get from Hail of Blades. So normally when I see this in solo queue, I'm seeing Trinity Force or like even more degenerate Eclipse Collector full lethality. I don't think that's what's happening.
Reaver.
Yep, Collector, so cool, Essence Reaver, full crit. You know, maybe Kisno wants the ball in this game and flex a little bit of assassin crit vibe. Who knows?
That would actually be really funny. So that is now, that's my head canon.
Yeah. Well, so far, Contingent did pull off a delayed invade for Kaido, being able to bully away Mixture, who was trying to defend and maintain vision on the bottom side of the map, but it was just a Raptor camp stolen from Kaido, and he cross maps into his top side red quadrant so that Kisno can't get anything back. So at the end of the day, red buff is still available for the Vi and only loses out on 1 camp, so not the end of the world.
Might be the end of Fimini's world if he's not careful though, because of course it's that time, aka 2 minutes, and Tub is here. Oh. Pop quiz, Mark. You know Camille's W name?
Camille W name?
Yeah.
Tactical Sweep.
Okay. Good stuff. Fimini dodges the tactical sweep, as remembered by Mark.
That ability is actually getting buffed because the changes for Camille are trying to stray or slim down her support power without compromising her top lane power. So that's I don't know how much it's going to actually do though. I'm not a Camille main. Sushi, however, might get turned into Contingent fish food as Mixture comes in. Kisno now on the prowl. Vault Breaker flashes to get over Daption's body and land the Haymaker. Tub forced to flash away. Mixture continuing the chase onto Kaido and Daption themselves. But no first blood will come from this skirmish.
No, Sushi able to heal up enough from the pots to be able to at least try and contest this wave and get it in with the help of Kisno. So at the end of the day, it's still fine as long as Sushi is able to back. Oh, that scared me there for a second. Otherwise, things are kind of slowing back down. I've been thinking about it, trying to decide who I think I favor a little more into that late game. And I'm pretty sure I'm leaning towards contingent side, Mark. I mean, don't get me wrong, NRG, there's a lot of champs that will do well in those later stages. But I mean, contingent's comp, I think, just has a stronger identity. And Syndra, Kaisa, Camille, I mean, late game, is pretty ridiculous.
That's a good point.
That's my
and
bet.
I think it's a lot easier for teams to find unexpected upsets when everyone is on the same page and you catch the enemy team by surprise. So NRG just have to be respectful of the windows where contingent can look for just pretty much all 5 members flying into the backline and trying to blow up 5 Minion Sushi. Flash from J-Rockets! Oh!
Did he cancel an auto?
I have no idea.
I think he might have. I could have sworn he should have had that final hyper proc. But either way, I mean, actually, that feels bad because Zamudo didn't even have to flash. Yeah, that just feels bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's unlucky. Unforced error out of J-Rockets there. And that is now going to make him very vulnerable to a Vi gank, especially when she is level 6, which is going to be relatively soon. And she's going to get that cease and desist available after a couple more camps worth of experience. Contingent Esports might try to play around topside and see if they can protect J-Rockets or at least set up vision. And at the very least, that vision has been established if you look in the river.
Right now, first dragon is up. 5 Mini been able to have this minor bit of pressure in the mid lane. With how much Hub has been moving around, option, you know, he's had to collect a couple of waves in the safety of this turret. I'm curious if NRG are going to use this to try and work their way down to this first dragon, especially if they have vision on Kaido recalling. I mean, you mentioned it earlier in the day, Mark. You said this champion is no Vi when it comes to early dragon taking, but you know who is Vi?
Kisno.
Vi.
Oh. Both statements are true, but yes.
Both statements are true.
Kisno looking for that first dragon of the game here at 6.5 minutes. Plenty of time to look for a crab, base, or just walk over to the top side of the map and get ready for grubs. As Kaido is parked on the top side looking for his level 6 mark here. Should be able to find it off that Raptor camp. Dings it. So now, potentially looking on top lane against Zamudo, but he still has Flash's Rumble. J-Rockets is in mini form with Lethal Tempo. They should be able to get enough damage here. The fear comes down, and Zamudo accepts his fate. Will not even burn the Flash. First blood acquired for J-Rockets Gnar.
It was getting a little touchy there, but Kaido and J-Rockets are able to secure that one. So, as always, we ask how that first paranoia is going to go, and for Kaido, it was clearly a success. Able to accelerate him and his top laner just a little bit. It's going to be nice too, because a Gnar, huge problem in team fights. Any bit of acceleration is a very good thing.
Yeah, and the Lethal Tempo shift in Gnar's playstyle has allowed him to really overtake a lot of lane matchups that he didn't used to really have that kind of dominance before when just running fleet footwork or even Conqueror. So can be a big threat if he continues to snowball ahead, but Zamudo is still, I should say, has the lead when it comes to CS. Gold lead, however, is pretty much dead even because of that visit. And both bot laners have swapped to the top side in preparation for the grub spawn.
Yeah, remember, no paranoia on Kaido, but Kisno still has that cease and desist.
Mixture sending it onto the top side. Daption using the Killer Instinct to distance himself away from the Magnetstorm engage. Cease and desist on the tub. Forced to flash off of that last Mystic shot. And Kaido comes in for a quick drive-by, swings in, says hello, and walks on out.
That's interesting. Or at least it's been a while. I forgot that that's how that interaction went. Like, the hook still pulls you away. But it just shows that Hub's not really an ideal target for a cease and desist. But at the end of the day, NRG still walking away with 2 grubs.
Oh, boy.
Nice. I got him.
Sushi found lethal, even through barrier.
Well, that's nice for the Ezreal. Gonna allow him to accelerate a little bit. Now as we go back to this sort of neutral state, I think things slowing back down. We're looking at Contingent to kind of keep that pace up. Again, you have scaling tools with the Kai'Sa and Syndra, but I imagine Tub, he just wants to keep being active. That's the beauty of this Camille. At every level, literally every level, you have value.
He definitely will have value. And then Hextech Ultimatum is going to be a bigger tool to NRG. We're going to have to be careful of to try and help lock down opponents. Gold lead still in favor of NRG ever so slightly, thanks to the pickup there from Sushi. But for Contingent Esports, next objective is coming up in less than 2 minutes. As you called out, Beatdown, Vi great at soloing them, but NRG are probably not going to operate with the luxury of getting to solo a second objective if Contingent want to stop the Drake stacking. It's going to come down to how much priority can both their mid and bot lane find in anticipation of that next objective sequence here.
Yeah, a minute until that next objective comes up. Should be a decent amount of power there for NRG when it comes up. But it really is ult dependent. I still think Contingent, they have some pretty good tools to be able to win fights. Especially if NRG use all their tools up here. Oh.
Johnny Rockets had a suspicious feeling. His Spider-Man sense was tinkling. And throws down the control ward just in case Vi was there or making her way up. But Kisno had pretty much passed up the window of looking for that top lane play. Wanted to be back on the map and purchase his Sundered Sky. Which, it's not Trinity Force. However, it's still going to do a decent amount of damage. And the Hail of Blades auto attacks combined with 5 minis set up off the Petrifying Gaze. Find Shochi in the mid lane.
A huge catch out. It's slightly awkward timing because it's 5 seconds before the dragon and 5 mini doesn't have TP. But I mean, that pressure alone should just give Contingent the signal that, yeah, they can't really do anything about this. You can even see Mixture very confidently laying down vision in Kaido's blue side jungle. So even if Tub's around, should be a dragon for NRG.
Zamudo throws down the equalizer behind him as well, just to make sure that he can receive the minion wave safely and deny J Rockets a chance to get a major chunk down, throwing himself into the tower and trying to get a big Mega Gnar combo off. As you called out, second dragon secured for NRG. Drake stacking, still online. It's going to be a Cloud Soul this game.
Oh, Cloud Soul is pretty crazy, no?
Yeah.
Especially for Contingent. I mean, I think both sides love that one a lot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Zamudo is going to get a free movement speed boost as soon as he pops the equalizer. Kisno will pop the ultimate. He's going to get decent movement speed. Mixture as he flies on in with the Magnastorm. Nice. Fine mini. Yeah. It's every... Cloud Soul, I remember a time in NACL Beatdown where a lot of people used to laugh at it.
It wasn't good when it first came out.
And now it's honestly up there alongside Hextech Soul. I think Hextech Soul is still the de facto like strongest soul of the game, but
for sure,
Cloud Soul just gives you so much good utility.
I would agree.
Well, J Rockets is going to go in on his Zamudo. Is anyone in range to follow up? J Rockets overestimating how much damage he was going to put against Zamudo, but he baits him into Kaido's paranoia. But 5 Mini was there to back him up with the Petrifying Gaze. Zamudo activates his trap card and says, I've got more reinforcements than you Voodoo, Mixture, stun flash forward, trying to catch out Tub, and Shochi will pay the price as he goes down swinging. He brings Zamudo to the grave down with him.
That's a great read from NRG. They're able to get so much off of that, and I think they're looking for more.
Tub able to give a majority of his health bar and potentially his life just to protect the base of Johnny Rockets. But Tub, I'm not sure if he's getting out of this one. Stunned up by the Rel, one more Vault Breaker from Kisno, and he delivers a hell of a punch to the back of Tub's head.
And again, more gold for NRG as they're continuing to accelerate themselves.
Goodness.
Whoa, whoa.
Shochi,
the double TP.
In for a penny, in for a pound. We're TPing into this play. Flash Scatter the weak stun finds Mixture, forcing Kisno to flash away from the setup. And Johnny Rocket's going to get paid with his second kill of the game.
Okay, on the one hand, very nice that they got a kill by Deption. On the one hand, that's cool. And on the other hand, 2 TPs for 1 kill? Look, man, I did not take business in any level of school, but that's not economical.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's valid. Contingent Esports just trying to scrap for whatever advantages they can find, but playing against NRG sometimes feels like you're always going to go down in terms of what you trade up. This Paranoia play, though, on Zamudo finds him overextending on the bot side, and Shochi will find his second kill of the game. Opting in for the Imperial Mandate Rush. This has been getting a lot more traction among Syndra players. Big fan of it as the Scatter of the Week comes up online a lot more often, and you apply that immobilization debuff. It's quite nice to have or make you, I think it like increases damage that you do.
I believe you're right. I know Mandate originally would mark, and if your teammate attacked them, the mark would explode, but yeah, I think they just take more damage now.
Yeah, they become vulnerable is the key word that I was trying to remember. And increases the damage they take from all sources by 7%. Pretty nice to have when you have other sources of damage on your team. In fact, you have a 5 damage source team on the side of Contingent.
That's right. Adam built it on the Zoe, too. In Game 3 of the last series. It's I
love it. Love it on Zoe. More Sleepy Trouble bubbles, and then anyone that gets hit is pretty much toast if they're squishy. Yeah. Now, there is I think there's a lot of talks that before the roaming supports kind of came in and took over. I remember there is potential for Zoe support to exist with Imperial Mandate.
Hi, Shochi.
But, yeah. Shochi's going to take a quick trip back to the fountain. He's going to delay it, though, as long as he can. Ends up giving the kill credit over to Zamudo, who is taking a bit of turret damage, but nice use of the locket from Mixture will shield some of that. As NRG now have to defend against a potential mid lane play, Daption and Tub pushing up on the tier 1 turret, but that's a lot of damage coming out from Sushi.
A little bit. Right now, though, looking like Zamudo could be the play yet again. I know it was around, but Zamudo cleared the wave so quickly that that option is gone as soon as it came. But of course, other side of the map, easy push for Mini and Dragon Soul point for NRG. We talked about how useful Dragon Soul, the Cloud Soul specifically, would be for NRG. And they're already 1 dragon away from getting it at 18 minutes. With everything we've seen today, this seems remarkably quick.
Yeah. NRG are getting business done. So, which is expected for NRG. And while we did expect maybe a bit of a more playable matchup from Contingent with the advent of support subs coming in, well, more than one, both the bot lane and support sub. Sushi still here, at least for the first game of the series, and Mixture has done a great job and just being able to rock along the rest of NRG and enabling plays for Kizno and the rest of the squad, and we'll see if Contingent can try and fight their way back as Mixture might be caught out here, crash down over the wall. Kaido sends it on forward, and Shochi blows him up with the Unleash Power. However, Daption a little too far forward. Fine Mini with a great flank, and J Rockets TP's in, gets knocked up and held down by the Cease and Desist, manages to throw out the ulti on only one character, and he is sent back to the graveyard on that one. Kaido now getting chased out. Master Scout of the Weak stun, still cannot save his jungler from dying. And NRG continue to propel forward in this series.
Oh, not the fist bump, Kaido. Oh boy. It's a really good sequence there from NRG. They're just continuously accelerating themselves, reaching those breakpoints. We see Sushi finish that Muramana and even pick up a Tunneler off the back. It's a lot of good stats that he has, and it just makes him that much more dangerous, and unfortunately Shochi's in danger.
Fine Mini is so terrifying. One more flash. Oh, Fine Mini flashed forward just to guarantee it, but didn't need it. The poison from his spells was enough to finish off Shochi. Mixture, however, might be in trouble. Flashes away. The Paranoia allows Kaido to close the distance onto Fine Mini, picks up the shutdown on the Snake, and still plenty of time for the next dragon to spawn, so NRG will be able to reset on the map before fighting for Cloud Soul. And Contingent, despite picking up that massive kill, don't think it's really going to be much that they can use to leverage themselves back into this game here, Beatdown.
Yeah, really all they can do is push out bot stuff because, you know, there's no objective up right now they can try and go for. Still, the gold is nice. Very much needed, especially with Kaisa. You know, you're waiting for 2 to 3 items, so any way to get her there faster, even if you are down in gold, it could be a difference maker. A lot of pressure on Daption in that regard, but otherwise, yeah. NRG have plenty of time to come back out, get control of the map again before this dragon comes through, and it is Cloud Soul. Very powerful buff. Contingent not really in a position to stop them, and yet they must.
The rest of NRG are starting to corral on the top side. TP coming in deep from Fine Mini. Locked down by the Hextech Ultimatum, but he's got all of his friends to back him up on the play. Zomudu flashes out just before J Rockets could get one more auto attack. Procs it with the Hyper and at least trades 1-for-1 from top laners, but the rest of Contingent Esports have to deal with the remaining squad of NRG, who are routing off members one after another, and Kaido, completely isolated from the rest of his team, means that this Baron is going down for free.
Daption's the only one up, and he doesn't have a ghost of a chance of trying to steal this one away, so NRG, they're going to get the Baron, they get the almost ace, and that's just another step forward to taking game 1 of this series. Oh, I was going to say, Kizno can't do it himself, but he's going to get some help. He's going to get a lot of help.
Eventually they get there. NRG taking the Baron here at 22 minutes. 6,000 gold advantage on their side. Should be pretty much good to go to find another winning fight here. Force Contingent into fighting them for the Cloud Soul. And unless there is a series of big mistakes from NRG, it should be their game to win.
Oh, Paranoia.
I was going to turn out the lights here. Mixture getting dropped super fast. Okay, there's a numbers advantage for Contingent. Can they carry this one through? So Mudo locked down, going to get burned. But before he falls, the rest of NRG backs him up and eliminates 2. And the next one is going to be the remaining members of Contingent as J Rockets forced off by Fine Mini's Cassiopeia. Daption, the only other member that survived the encounter, as Shochi was routed off by Kizno and the rest of the death squad of NRG.
Honestly, you can already see a little bit of what Daption is going to be able to do with a little more time. He was actually putting out a lot of damage in that fight and forced Kizno to flash away. That's a big shutdown both Kizno and Sushi are sporting, so really all it takes is, you know, one slip up. You allow Daption or Shochi to pick up literally 1,000 gold. It'd be a big difference. if it helps them reach that next item.
Yeah. If you can somehow find a way to get Kizno to be all by himself or Sushi all by himself,
yeah,
it's a fat bounty that you can really use to cash back in and catch up on the gold deficit that Contingent is experiencing in pretty much every single lane matchup. That's when the gold deficits can actually feel super meaningful. Beatdown is when the advantage is spread evenly. So even if you find one shutdown, it's like, well, that's not enough. we got to get everyone.
100%. And I mean, that difference across the board is only going to grow with this Baron buff, 40 more seconds. They've already been able to knock down a bunch of turrets in the process. And once they spend that gold, Contingent are just going to find themselves in an even more difficult position. The only real hope they can play for is Elder Dragon, 5 minutes. I can't say, you know, it's a very strong lifeline, but with Daption scaling more and more, I mean, Shochi playing Syndra, who only gets better with time, there is a chance that Contingent hit those breakpoints and they find just the right fight. They're also going to have to.
They would need not just the right fight, they would need the stars and the planets all to align for that to happen. You need cosmic intervention to get things going for you if this is the state that you are dealing with as Contingent Esports. But if it happens, then I'm going out and buying a lottery card. I'm feeling lucky.
Yeah.
They're gonna look for Zamudo. They pop one. What are they gonna lose in the aftermath? Tub and Kaido both fall. And Sushi has arrived alongside 5mini, who is so fast on this Cassiopeia.
Jesus!
Whoa, look how
what
fast
am I looking at?
Someone gave him the nose, and he's just firing faster than Box 7. Contingent Esports all get eviscerated in the blink of an eye, and NRG are ready to close out Game 1 in style.
Jesus, 26 minutes, and it's already over, Mark. We talked about maybe this, maybe that, but NRG definitely want this series done as quick as possible.
NRG, in expected but still dominant fashion, take Game 1 of the series against Contingent Esports, and I think everyone will be remembering how fast 5mini was going on that TP play for many weeks to come.
I will.
That looked like something straight out of ARAM Mayhem Beatdown, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I agree with you. And really, again, you said it earlier in the day, that's exactly what Riot unleashed when they allowed Cassiopeia to finally build boots and also add tier 3 boots to the mix there. So it's pretty interesting stuff overall.
Yeah. I can't wait to look back at that replay. Not sure if we're gonna get it before we toss the break, so it looks like it'll just be let's go ahead and just see it one time for the fans. Let's see how fast 5mini was moving. If you want to talk about White Boy having some motion here, Beatdown, then 5mini definitely had it in that last team fight. Confirmation, though, on the replay. I think we're getting in here, so drum roll, please.
And really, nothing about this clip matters except how fast 5mini is going. This play is not sped up.
My goodness.
Oh, wait. Is it? He's actually going incredibly fast. Oh, yeah. This is normal speed. He's going so fast, I was questioning the speed of the clip.
Yeah. We were like, is this slow motion? No, that's just him being super fast.
He's literally just quick, man.
Talk about motion Beatdown. Well, we're gonna take a short break. When we come back, we're gonna see how the series of NRG and Contingent will conclude. Do we see a 2-0 sweep from NRG, or can Contingent bring us to the 9-game day dream? See you then. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trent. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That like being part of this NRG team has definitely showed me like the difference between a tier 1 and a tier 2 org. Like NRG is very serious about how things are done. I mean, we literally like if we show up late to a meeting, we're buying people ice cream or something, you know, like in Korea we're doing stuff like that. So it definitely, this team has showed me a lot. Like Spica is like just this mindset has really shown like how an LCS player thinks about how they want to play the game and how like a NACL team would want to play the game. Like he's always thinking about how he wants to win the game, how the game should be played through, like even just like from the start of the game. He's like, this draft, like I don't see the win con, so like let's like do a different draft. You know, he'll always have an idea of like how he thinks the game should be played, and I think that's like something that's very different than NACL and LCS. You know, like NACL players are like, yeah, just pick me this champion, we'll do this, we'll do that. Like, it's like whatever, but in LCS, they for sure do it. And I think we have scrims of LCS teams, and you can see like the major difference between the two. So I think that I'm getting towards that level for sure. Like I think at the start of the year when I was first like getting LCS like scrims, or like even just like even higher on NACL scrims, you know, against like the ex-LCS players, I was struggling a bit. But recently, I think I've been doing a lot better, and I'm getting towards the next level for sure.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for our second game of our last series of the day between Contingent Esports and NRG. And NRG, well, it was another day in the office for them after that game one. Very clinical, very effective. There is a lot of moments where Contingent were trying to fight back and find windows where they could squeeze some unexpected windows. You have to give them credit, beatdown. You know, they pulled out a couple fast ones, but overall just wasn't enough to overcome NRG.
Yeah, I think that early game, honestly, it just went too well. I gotta give credit to Hub. I thought he found some pretty nice angles on the Camille, but I think overall the Vi gameplay was too strong. Halo Blades Vi, I think we should all just be enjoying that while it lasts until we switch over to next patch in check some notes. Oh, we'll actually be on this patch until next week.
Yes. Well, so Halo Blades, definitely it's going to be felt an overall power nerf for melees that can get a lot of quick burst damage in. We'll see if it has some scaling, actual scaling utility, as that is the claim on the patch notes, that we are adjusting the power curve of when this rune is better. But also Sunder Sky is going to be nerfed, so I'm really curious to see how that will actually shake up the jungle meta, to see if fighters just stop using Sunder Sky and we still see them using things like Eclipse instead, or if they use different first item power spikes, or if we actually see tanks and AP junglers come into the fray through the jungle role, as Riot is quote-unquote promising.
I wouldn't be surprised, especially when you consider Marksman getting that MR buff, and that does wonders for them to be able to play in that mid lane. So, it's possible. We see, a Tristana mid, a Lucian mid, and then we throw an AP jungle into the mix.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's a chance too that I honestly, we've seen that, tank junglers, they're kind of viable now. So I think this is the kind of that last push to give teams,
send them over the top.
Yeah, give them more of an incentive to be like, guys, tanks are real, I promise.
Yeah. I mean, tanks are pretty hard to get going in the top lane these days with how the role quest works and how it's incentivized for you to just smash lane and have ranged matchups in there a lot, looking at you, Varus, Vayne, and of course Gnar being the main prolific range top laner there. But Jarvan is the first pick for Contingent Esports. A lot of the power picks were taken off the board, and when it comes to overall strength, Jarvan can be used in a variety of compositions. And normally we see Lee Sin as the answer into Jarvan because you can skirmish really well and avoid a lot of his lockdown potential. However, Kizno's saying, give me the Xin Zhao instead. I'm ready to throw hands with this guy.
Yeah, we haven't seen as much of it on the day, but it had some presence in a ban, one of our earlier matches of the night. And yeah, you said it. You can avoid some of that combo. You can really break up fights with that Crescent Guard. So I think overall, makes a lot of sense. Oh.
Olaf going to be potentially blinded here by Johnny Rockets. Unless we do some really creative flexing around and we send this Jarvan somewhere else.
Jarvan support!
I would not be that shocked if we get super creative with it. I'm always a little cautious about Jarvan and Olaf being in the same game for the Olaf, because The last thing that Olaf wants to do is be forced to use a flash to get into a Cataclysm or out of a Cataclysm. So
it's true.
Sometimes it's really good if you just lock down the top laner and now you're in a cage with a Angry Viking. But this Vayne pick for Zamudo, identifying that if this is Olaf top lane, then he is going to have at least a nice early laning phase against him when he is not able to close the distance as easily onto the Vayne.
Yeah, good stuff there. Will be interesting. I think the nice thing about Orianna, small thing, but command dissonance will really help the Olaf, because imagine running at you with Ragnarok, command dissonance speed up.
Yeah.
No amount of tumbling is really going to save you.
I like how Contingent Esports are now bouncing the Olaf and the Jarvan picks between J-Rockets and Kaido and just trying to be like, hey guys, what if this is actually Olaf jungle and Jarvan top? You never know.
I literally
shout out to Alorum for Jarvan top back in the day running Summonary, and he would just max E first and use it to poke out lanes that were unplayable for him.
He's like, you think it's unplayable? I'll show you unplayable. Oh, what a funny guy.
Little Alorum. Jhin and Bard taken by NRG. Meanwhile, Contingent ban out both Sivir and Mel as viable bot lane answers from Sushi. However, this Victor could also be flexed down there if iMini wanted to pick something else into the Orianna, now seeing that that is the matchup he's getting.
Just play a Kali iMini. It would be so funny.
Not today.
He's decided he wants to win the game.
But what if he could have fun and win the game with a Kali beatdown? What if he was just better?
Me personally, I think he could do that. But, maybe he's lacking the confidence. Okay, I'm working on it. He's young.
Even though NRG, the result of this series would not necessarily change their... well...
NRG,
I'm actually curious, since they're in the same... Yeah, because if they're in the same group even as Dorado, if they were to somehow drop this series, would that affect their playoff standing? Would that make it so that Dorado would then overtake first seed? I feel like NRG are just locked at first seed no matter what happens.
They are. Because remember, Dorado are in the other group. So the one above Dorado is Cupid.
Oh my goodness, you're right. Yeah, I am dumb.
That's okay.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Well, I will say that Contingent have a cool bot lane pick for Daption. As a former support main, Seraphine very much in his wheelhouse and can empower both J-Rockets and Kaido to continue blazing on forward as strong fighters. And there's not many tanks. In fact, there's not a single tank to be found on the side of NRG. Everyone is squishy or does damage. So this roster, this composition is going to have to demonstrate immense amounts of discipline and coordination to come out on top here against all of the CC and the very, very easy to coordinate ultimates from the side of Contingent.
Yeah. It's going to be really nice, like you said, for Kaido and J-Rockets because of the empowering. And, of course, you really just aren't afraid of short fights, short trades, especially when you think of, like, the quirky Rockets and stuff. Because as we get later on into that game, I mean, once you get that W max, once you get some haste on there, you can spam that W with the double passive. It's pretty hard to get poked out. You're just going to heal.
Yeah, it's going to be
awesome.
Incredibly difficult. There's nothing that stops Olaf when he pops Ragnarok, which is my only concern here. So I think it is imperative that Kisno not only plays towards the top side of the map, but I think he even has to... Let's put it this way. He needs to guarantee that Zamudo does not lose this lane. And even if Zamudo could potentially win it by himself, if there are outside influences from Contingent Esports that tries to slow down Zamudo, Kisno needs to answer it. And he needs to guarantee that the result of this Vayne matchup is one that ends in J Rockets being completely taken out of the game.
Jeez, J Rockets has Ignite too. He is a super aggressive.
Look where Tub is. He's far forward in the brush. If Zamudo steps way too far forward, he's going to face check. Tries to punt him back, but Zamudo immediately clicks back far enough that Tub does not get an ideal punt. And Mixture shows up on top lane. What in the world? We've got 2v2s in the top side of the map. And Rockets is immediately popping the Ignite, trying to run Zamudo down. But there is no ghost available. Zamudo can look for a flash, and Rockets respects it, immediately flashing, not giving an opportunity for Zamudo, but he's going to look for Tub instead. They tried to deny a beatdown, but it has arrived all the same. Zamudo picks up the first blood on the Vayne top.
He sure does. And that is a brutal start, especially for J Rockets, who... It blew all his summoner spells, and now he's pressured to stay. Look at how low his health is, too. I don't know if Zamudo could really stop him, but it's a really awkward spot. I actually kind of want to look top again and see what the wave state is like, because I kind of wondered if the wave's coming towards Zamudo. If that's the case, J Rockets hates his life.
Yeah. Really tough position to be in for the side of J Rockets now. Burning both summoner spells, and he still doesn't get any advantage out of that play. So now he is just cooked in the lane. He only has one CS beatdown. This is
a horror
brutal.
Movie. Yeah. It's very tough. Oh. We got a little something going on. Oh, Zamudo's dead.
And he gets one more auto attack. Oh,
never mind!
It. Oh my goodness, the lethal tempo racks up enough attack speed so that Zamudo just barely squeezes out one more auto attack into the tumble away. Oh, I feel so bad for J Rockets.
Okay, you know, Mark, going into this when you said keeping J Rockets out of the game, I really wasn't convinced that was going to happen in like a really deeply meaningful way. You could set it behind, but out of the game? And you know what? I'm sorry for doubting you. That's my fault.
Shochi could be next. We'll hold the flash for now. Calls the bluff of Kisno and not feeling like he was going to be in danger there. However, takes a decent chunk from that death laser, so Fine Mini now gonna force those pots to start chugging. Otherwise, a flash Q empowered auto death laser combo could have spelt the end of Shochi there. And now there's a dive on the bot side. Since there was a lot of attention paid by Mixture on the other side of the map, Sushi pushed off the turret, but he burned flash and TP, so he's out just fine. And Tub will at least buy some space for Daption before Kisno finally closes the distance, but takes a lot of damage in return. Contemplating whether he wants to go back in. He's got Mixture right behind him to provide some heals. Good bubble onto Daption. Stops him in his tracks.
Oh, Fine Mini didn't even have to flash. It's looking like he's just going to walk away from this one. Much needed alleviation of the pressure there because Shochi, he was suffering.
The Hex Flash isn't enough. Oh, but Sushi barely gets the Valkyrie off in time before the double beat drop comes in for the follow-up route into Daption.
And really now it's just, I was going to say dodging the poke, which he's kind of struggling with. And hoping Mixture can heal him with that ebb and flow. Also survive.
Mixture's clicking forward. That's crazy. I thought there was a jungler nearby.
Oh, no cooldowns. So yeah, I actually kind of like it.
Yeah, just recognizing the window he had where he could exert lane pressure. Just good confidence showing up from Mixture in the lane, despite Sushi and him and being low on HP. But Daption should be able to at least continue to stifle pressure on this bottom lane with the health bar advantage. And Tub is waiting, however, on a warded brush, so you're well aware that he is looking for a Hex Flash.
And the fact that Sushi and Mixture are able to hold this wave.
Oh no! Mixture got snagged by the double beat drop. Could not flash it in time. So now Kizno ready to exchange his own, trying to look for Daption in the aftermath. Sushi
nice
struggling
headbutt.
to get involved here. Too low on health and mana. And Daption walks out alive thanks to Tub.
Yeah, really nice headbutt there from Tub. They're able to kill Mixture and walk away. Right side, though, is that Sushi's got the wave in actually a really great position for him. So there's a lot to be lost.
Oh, flash forward from Shochi.
Oh my god.
Can't get the solo kill just yet. It's just a trade of summoner spells in the mid lane.
Still, both of them are hanging around. The thing is, Fimity, if he has the mana for it, still has the Arcane Storm. Oh yeah, and he's dropped it. Just to go ahead and clear that wave. So he's not really in danger of losing anything.
Oh no. Well, J-Rockets, I hope you enjoyed having your Ragnarok on cooldown, because you might need to use it. Oh. Nah, he just accepts his fate.
Wow. Alright, fair enough.
You know,
I just realized he has no items. He had a
he's been in famine for the past 7 minutes now. Been able to scrounge up 26 CS compared to Zamudo's 65. A quick visit from Mixture continues to put him in a never-ending hell for top laners who ever have to play up into a ranged matchup like this and then get absolutely dunked on in the first couple of minutes.
I think the interesting thing right now is that, I mean, we have grub spawning soon. I gotta imagine that's just a freebie for NRG. Oh, hold on.
Kaido flash follow-up onto Mini, knowing that he does not have his own flash to escape the Cataclysm combo, and gifts the kill over to Shochi. Let's see if Contingent can try and fight their way out of this deficit.
They could. They most certainly can try.
You don't sound really convinced.
I
not. Understand.
Yeah.
Valid. Honestly. Mixture, however, forced to flash. This time he used it on the Encore, but Sushi has enough health and mana to follow up on Daption, who already flashed away, but Tub does not have one for himself. Pops the Summoner Heal spell, looks for a quick headbutt punt, but ends up going down to Mixture, and now Sushi just one more auto attack if he can find it, or a big rocket!
Ooh.
Daption, good sidestep, and preserves his life for now.
Still, to get Tub off the map, they're able to crash this wave that it looks like Daption is going to be missing a lot of. Sushi's going to be able to kind of get himself back ahead of the game. Not for too long, because Daption has that TP. So the nice thing for NRG, they have all three grubs. With this advantage Zamudo has in the bot lane, or rather in the top lane, excuse me, which is astronomical, considering it's only 9 minutes. He's probably going to be able to get some pretty good value out of that.
Shockwave from Shochi pulls him in. However, the Arcane Storm
dead.
is doing a lot more.
Yeah.
And one more tick. The Scorch Burn, not enough to take out Shochi. He lives with literally 50 HP.
It was probably less, considering how long it took for us to see it. Which is crazy. Still, gonna be able to live and TP back. As if nothing happened.
Tub is waiting in the shadows, trying to see if Sushi will overextend himself. Wraps around, Hex Flash, not quite over the wall. Just trying to get as much distance covered. But Sushi able to back away just in time.
Adaption didn't have ult. I'm curious what the thought was. But either way, doesn't really amount to much. Things kind of slow back down. I think an interesting thing for me with NRG was how good of a roster they were last split in that regular split mark. And they, they finished in first. They almost went undefeated. They were crunching people. And in playoffs, it didn't quite pan out to that hype we saw from them in that regular split.
Yeah.
So I think it's fair to say as a team they've improved the split, especially Kisno, who we talked about, although he was good, he had some weaknesses that I think he's been working on. And the question really, for me, I think, going into this playoffs is that, NRG, can they actually perform as well as they did in the regular split?
Well, right now in this topside river skirmish, it's going pretty darn well for them. Kaido throws himself into the Cataclysm with 5 mini and uses the flag and drag to escape it. But Kisno lands the wind become lightning.
Wow.
And Kisno able to audaciously charge and run down his jungle opponent. 6 kills for NRG in the second game.
And the 3,000 gold lead at only 11 minutes. Pretty big. Really, the only thing Contingent kind of have going for them is they got that first Drake. So it's not like we are sprinting towards a Dragon Soul by any means. And now, the question is, can they get another one? Because although it's kind of hard, if Zamudo's not a... Oh, no, he's fine.
Zamudo pops Ghost, and he still has Flash, and he flashes Johnny Rockets undertow. One more auto attack. Oh, Johnny Rockets, if he can just get a range.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
The spacing from Zamudo at the last second, yet again.
I will say,
I'm just imagining. Hang on, mid lane, 5 mini.
What the hell?
Able to lock down Shochi with that gravity zone, and Tub flashes the bubble just in time to avoid another casualty in the aftermath in the mid lane scuffle. Dragon has spawned, and I imagine that is where NRG are going to turn their attention to next.
So, the crazy thing for me, Mark, is that Zamudo almost died despite being up like 2,000 gold. Also, goodbye, Daption. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
You can't see me, but I'm saluting.
07 in the chat.
Oh,
for Daption
7.
there. Dragon being started up now by Kisno. We get a look at that replay. I'm just imagining that Johnny Rockets, every time he gets one auto attack shy of actually winning the 1v1, it's just, he's just throwing his fist in the air going, he can't keep getting away with this.
It's inhumane. Oh my god. The fact that he got so close, that's crazy. That's crazy to me, Mark. Oh,
and now he's pushed off the wave, denied further experience and gold, down 2 levels. Kaido is forced to walk topside. Sometimes this is a point where, even as a jungler, you're like, do I even want to help this lane? But this is unfortunately, this is not just a lane you can just abandon, because if you do, well, it's going to get worse. So this is one of those times where you are forced to help your top laner get back into the game, try and spoon feed him some gold back, and not allow this Vayne to continue running amok. Shockwave off the Cataclysm doesn't do that much damage to Zamudo because he's got Mixture in his back pocket, and Zamudo just astro glides all over them. Contingent can't do a damn thing about this Vayne top lane.
And no response anywhere else on the map. Sushi is clearing that way in the mid lane, and nobody's bot lane trying to get it. So it's just an overwhelmingly net positive play for NRG, as this gold lead has doubled since we last checked now. It's at over 6,000. They got the 2 for nothing, and now they're just going to keep control of this map and continue stacking up the gold.
This is incredibly tough for Contingent. Gold lead. A lot of it is definitely in Zamudo's solo lane advantage now. Very close to a second item before Johnny Rockets has even completed his first item. But Kisno is ahead. 5 mini is ahead as well. So even if you try and put a lot of investment into shutting down this Vayne, you have to still deal with the Fed, Victor, and Xin Zhao in these upcoming objective fights, which TP's coming up. They're looking for Zamudo once again on the bot side. And I hope you've got your pen out, Zamudo, because you're going to be signing a lot of autographs in just a few minutes. A few seconds, I should say. Shutdown finally comes down, and it goes into Johnny Rocket's pockets.
That's gotta feel really nice. I mean, what doesn't feel nice, though, is Adaption. Oh, my God.
Oh, solo kill from Mixture. Tidal Wave into the bubble. Hell of a combo there. Sushi gonna be just fine into tub. Alistar really can't do that much, and Johnny Rocket's trying to cut off Sushi's retreat here. Ragnarok available, ready to rock and roll, and gets another shutdown, this time onto another marksman, and Sushi's Corky, but Kizno quick thinking with the Rift Herald.
Nice.
Bang! He runs over the Viking. Oh, I love to see it. And he gets the crash in. Value Rift Herald times 10, and Zamudo even TP's in to finish off the turret.
And of course, this entire time, Fine Mini is pushing in the top side. Again, collecting more gold in the process, and sure, Contingent, they got a little something back, but we still find ourselves ahead of where we were when we started for NRG, because they just knocked down a few more turrets, getting this gold lead up to 7,000. And once that gold is spent, I mean, any objective fight is not playable, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at the very least, Johnny Rockets has purchased his first item of the game.
Let's go!
Big W for top lane mains everywhere.
Could you say that he is finally catching his stride?
Ooh, he is. Unfortunately, I don't know if that stride is going to be big enough to overcome the overall deficit that.
Are you saying his stride will be broken?
Oh my God, Beatdown, you are so sexy right now. I just want you to know that, dude. That's why they pay you the big bucks. And Kizno is going to have to be paying his flash as a cost to survive the encounter in this spot side jungle. Rest of NRG trying to make sure they are still strong enough to attack Contingent when it comes to the dragon spawn in less than 20 seconds.
Yeah, the upside for Contingent is the late resets coming through from NRG, or I guess they're deciding not to reset. They're strong. Oh, it was the bait!
Oh boy. Well, Mixture's locked down in a Cataclysm with Kaido, and Sushi is doing the best he can to pump out damage and make a 1-for-1 in Vengeance for the fallen fish. So Mudo routes off one, is going to follow him with the Hextech Gate Portals. Daption! Oh, Zamudo sidestepped it with the double! Are you kidding me? Oh, Zamudo so clean with it on the Vayne top, and NRG continuing to mug the hell out of Contingent in this series.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Unfortunate there for Daption. And now it's just going to be NRG again. Just having this sort of full court press where they're just pushing every wave. Every wave is in. There's really not much Contingent can do about it. We saw the Drake go down. They couldn't stop it. This turret now is getting attacked, and I don't think they can do anything about that either.
Tidal Wave from downtown onto Shochi. Sidesteps the bubble, but stays too long in the gravity zone. And NRG are going to stun him up. Kaido could be next. Does he got a flag and drag to escape? Potentially. Kizno, no flash available means that he could not extend the Wind Becomes Lightning to chase down his jungle rival. But NRG continuing to demonstrate their prowess and their might in this second game, now with a 10,000 gold advantage before the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, we don't see that very often here. Really just shows you that level of dominance from NRG that we've seen all year from in that regular split. Again, especially with the return of Spica, because they do expect him to be back, and for them to be able to play the majority of playoffs with their original starting roster. Will they be able to carry this performances into the playoffs is really that most interesting thing. Especially, against a team like Cupid, who they were able to defeat. Will they be able to do that in, a best of 5 when we get to that scenario?
Contingent try to make a fast play on a fine mini. He flashes in respect, does not want to give them even a chance to cash in on that shutdown bounty. Contingent burned, what, Encore and Cataclysm, looks like?
Yeah. Yeah, now Baron's fine. You can do Baron. This is probably the most legal play I've ever seen.
Definitely, somehow, take that back. Contingent Esports will make an attempt to walk into the Baron. Daption immediately is greeted with a Arcane Storm over the top and says, ouch. I get it. You don't want me at the party. It's fine. I know when I'm not wanted. Walks away. And NRG will secure the Baron and propel themselves to a higher gold lead now, close to 12,000.
Oof. And the bleeding only gets worse. For Contingent. Yeah, now with this Baron buff too, that gold lead, you gotta imagine is gonna balloon more. And even though we're pretty early, I can see Contingent space being broken into in the very, very near future.
Beatdown, who would we give MVP to? Let's just get the.
I'm just gonna erase what I was. I was just gonna erase the sentence I was typing to you, and
we're gonna reveal some of our
inner
broadcast behind the scenes. Trying to determine. I mean, like this Zamudo Vayne game is awesome, but he died a lot on the Rumble because he was overextended. But sometimes I felt like they were good deaths because he got value out of it.
Also, yeah. And they were like sending 4 people on him. So it's like, how mad can we be? I don't know. I was low-key thinking, what was I thinking? I was thinking Sushi. I think he's been playing good. Especially this Corki. Dude spaces like crazy.
He played Ezreal in the prior game, right? Yeah, I think that was solid too.
He did. That was good.
Man, it's just it's hard to not say Kisno sometimes.
I know, right?
Almost flawless game this game as well as the previous one on the Vi and the Xin, and chaos erupts in the base of Contingent Esports.
This is the fastest
game. And not a
game.
single member dropping from NRG should tell you the entire story here, folks. They're not going to even take time whittling down that middle inhibitor. They are closing this series out, denying the 9-game day dream, but NRG are showing why they are one of the best teams in the NACL and put a stamp on a near-flawless season.
What a way to end their split. 5-0 and a 23-minute victory. Wow, on the dot. I don't think I've ever seen that, Mark. That might not be our fastest game of the split, but it's got to be no, that must be.
It's definitely close. We'll have to confirm that somewhere else.
I really want to know.
I might be able to look it up here in NACL Summer Review for GOL. I mean, the shortest game before that was Maryville versus Dorado Gaming, and now it's 24 minutes and 38 seconds. So
wait, this is the shortest game. This is the shortest game. And that was what you were talking about. Was that this split or last split?
This was this split. Wow. Spring. Let's take a look there. 22 minutes and 42 seconds by Maryville versus CCG. So
this is longest game of the split, or shortest game of the split, excuse me, and second shortest game of the year.
Damn.
How crazy is that?
Very, very impressive stuff from NRG. When this roster first got put together, and a lot of the expectations were that this team was, quote unquote, people were calling it a super team. I really appreciated that one of the players from NRG, I don't remember who, but was against them being called a super team because they said, well, first of all, Sushi and Fine Mini were not proven products yet. We had potential, but we weren't necessarily already superstar best players in our role kind of caliber yet, but they had the ceiling for it displayed from previous rosters, right? And spring split, regardless of what the results came down to be, I think the NRG coaching staff was very adamant that whatever happens in spring split, as long as we get to summer split, does not matter, because we are looking for improvement and making sure that summer split is the one where we give it our all and we drive home forward and give ourselves the best chance to promote into the LCS by taking down Disguise and whoever else remains in that path. And I mean, if this is how your summer regular season looks, NRG already looking like heavy title favorites for summer playoffs, and definitely one of the heavy contenders that Disguise is going to have to keep their tabs on when it comes to the LCS promotion tournament for 2027. But we got to give out an MVP award, and we lightly talked about it at the end of the day. Well, what did we settle on, Beatdown?
We settled on Kisno, Mark.
If you hate the MVP vote, don't add us. Honestly, everyone on NRG played insanely well. I think it's the Zamudo Vayne game was awesome, but Kisno once again just demonstrating his best split of competitive league here in the NACL so far. And I think the fact that he is able to deny and diffuse multiple attempts by his jungle opponents to look for advantages. Big glow up, as you called out in the spring split, where I think Kisno even himself admitted that spring split regular season had a tendency to flip and throw the game early on in the bot side river.
On occasion.
Yeah, it didn't happen always, but I remember he like jokingly admitted it and was like, if I can just get over the Kisno moment. I don't know what they called it. They had a name for it. His words, not mine. That's why I'm trying to do my best to paraphrase it. But
yeah.
We have not had any of those this entire regular season for NRG. Kisno has been quite clinical on his jungle pathing, his decision making, and his overall plays in enabling the rest of his team and ensuring that their success from laning phase continues into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I think he's really shown that kind of growth. It's good stuff there from Kisno and the rest of NRG. And yeah, I hope to see they'll be able to keep up that level in playoffs. If so, they really could just give Disguise the run for their money. Will be exciting, whoever makes it to that promotion tournament. But NRG, we took a snapshot of today. I'm liking how they're looking.
NRG looking hella strong right now. And before we close out the day, we still have an interview with one of the winning players from NRG. And what better way to greet one of the subs that stepped in big time and ensured that their success was still just as dominant as ever, even with all 5 of the starting members here. We've got Mixture coming into the interview booth. First of all, congratulations on a excellent series played by you and the rest of the NRG squad. I just want to get your immediate emotions and reactions when you were called in to sub in. What was your priorities in subbing in and getting acclimated with the team?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, first of all. And all I want to say was this was actually came not really out of the blue. Like, I was really wanted to. I actually had offers to play on contingent, funny enough, but I had some like personal issues going on during that time. So at that time, I didn't really want to play, and then I want to take a break. And then afterwards, like NRG really just reached out to me and gave me this opportunity. So I'm really grateful for them in a way. But it also feels sad to eliminate a team that I was planning on to join at the first time as well. So it was pretty funny, yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least you got to get a knockout punch on a team that you almost played for. It always is a cool feeling to have. But obviously, coming in as a sub sometimes means that there can be difficulties in acclimating and getting up to speed with especially a top team like NRG. But there's like no struggle at all. You seem to gel in super fine. I mean, you hit a nice couple of bubbles on that Nami game. The first game on the Rel as well. You were in there with the rest of the squad, just being able to do a lot of work. I'm curious about how did you feel just understanding the pacing of how NRG wanted to play, and who really helped you the most when it came to getting up to speed with NRG's playstyle?
Yeah, first I'll have to definitely shout out Razvan for doing the individual sessions with me. A lot of times, like, he really helped me call up with pace, and at the same time, I was past teammates with Sushi, so the bot lane synergy was already there when we started to play.
That's right.
And then right after, like, even though the first stream set was a bit slow, I was like, okay, I need to catch up. But after a few sessions and many with the team, like, I kind of know what the team wants to do, what my jungle wants to do, where I should be. So eventually, like, I think, like, because of bot synergy is already there, I just need to get to know the team and kind of just mesh with them, and that really worked out for me.
Yeah, no, you did a great job of covering Sushi whenever they were really trying to throw a lot of resources his way and saving his butt a couple times here and there. Going forward now, Mixture, I wanted to get a couple questions out of you answered, not just on what your personal goals are, since you were just a sub for NRG, but you got a chance to display your skills and prowess, so it's a great way to promote yourself for any teams that are looking for a support that will help them win. But for you, what are kind of your next steps as just an individual player on the market if you're not subbing in for NRG?
I'm definitely looking for teams in the future, of course, trying to be on the main rosters. That's the main thing. I would also just want to say that I want to win an ACL eventually as a player, and then eventually reach LCS. That's my main goal. That will always be my main goal, and I want to become the best support in NA, basically.
I love to hear that, Mixture, and that's awesome. And we'll be keeping our eyes out for your success and your rise to the top. You heard it from him, folks. He's going to help you win NACL, so pick him up going into, who knows, mid... I don't know what the roster locks are looking like, if Mixture could be slotted in somewhere going into playoffs or promotion tournament, but in the future, 2027, keep your eyes out for Mixture. Before I let you go, is there any other shout outs you would like to give here on the broadcast?
Yeah, shout out to my family for always supporting me, and shout out to my coach Razvan for helping me get in, being the sub, and shout out to my team, for being so supportive when I joined in. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Thank you for your time, Mixture. And again, congratulations on such a awesome and dominant series played by you and the rest of the team. And good luck to your individual success and whatever team is lucky to have you on their roster in the future.
Thank you.
Go ahead and bring Beatdown Boulevard back in and get a chance to reminisce and reflect on a very, very long day of 3 back-to-back best of 3s. We did not see 9 games total, but we got 8, which is pretty darn close. And
yeah,
after everything beat down, what are your immediate takeaways?
My immediate takeaways are end the stream.
Yeah, I am I'm with you there. We'll take one final look at the standings before we close things out. NRG remain on top. Just imagine there's a 5 in both points as well as wins. Map win rate, not sure how that would be expected. I'm not going to do math. But OME take possession of second seed thanks to, at the very least, of them winning 1 game against Dorado, and for Winthrop being able to defeat Maryville University in the 2-1 victory. Conviction, Blue Otter, CCG, and Contingent Esports will have to play in our LCQ, which starts tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. We'll take a look at our schedule for the LCQ, where Conviction will play against Blue Otter, and CCG will play against Contingent to determine our final 2 teams joining us for playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, other 2, promotion tournament, and not the one we're excited about. So both teams, or all 4 teams, excuse me, are going to be fighting pretty hard. Also, crazy. Shout out Shonatonen for messaging me this earlier. I didn't realize the teams who picked the groups are now in the last chance qualifier.
Oh my gosh, you're right, because it was Conviction and CCG.
Yeah.
That is a crazy turn of events.
Funny stuff. At least with CCG, they made a lot of changes, so you know.
Well, yeah. Dardoch got promoted. Which and what also changed? Their bot laner got picked up by Conviction, or at least their AD carry got picked up by Conviction. So yeah. But well, I guess at the end of the day, both Conviction and CCG had one of their winning members from that top 2 finish promoted to the LCS. So at least the system is working. But for Conviction and CCG, if they're going to want to stay out of the promotion relegation tournament from Tier 3 into NACL and have a chance to get into the promotion tournament for LCS, they're going to have to lock in for tomorrow against their respective opponents. But ladies and gentlemen, our 3 best of 3 stream has finally come to an end, both to the very big relief of myself and Beatdown and the rest of our broadcast staff and crew. But at the end of the day, all jokes aside, we had a lot of fun, and it was a blast always to cover NACL. Not only with you, Beatdown, but the rest of the broadcast staff and crew. We love the scene. We love this scene. And also, shout out to Desrux, and send some nice messages his way. He was scheduled to be on broadcast today, but had to attend to an emergency with his cat, so just making sure that he's doing okay, and hope that everything is going well for Little Caesar. For those who tune into Desrux's co-stream, they'll know how important he is to him. So love to you, big buddy, and everyone. Shout out to all the co-streamers that helped spread love and awareness on the games today. 3 series banger, and yeah, always a pleasure. So thank you, everyone, to supporting NACL, and see you all tomorrow for the LCQ. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.